2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
La celebración más grande del 5 de mayo de Tri-Cities es en Pasco, el sábado 3 de mayo. No te pierdas el desfile que comienza en el Volunteer Park a las 10 de la mañana. Luego dirígete a Peanuts Park para un día lleno de entretenimiento y comida, que incluye boxeo, competencia de caballos, bailadores, camiones de comida, zona infantil, música en vivo y mucho más. Lo esperamos este sábado 3 de mayo en el centro de Pasco.
I guess photography for me is really about storytelling, and I feel like my photography really tries to show the story of a space, a community, an environment.
Alfred John Contreras says his interest in photography began as a child and grew into a unique way of observing the world around him.
I would pass by people walking on the street and I saw certain things, patterns that I noticed, and then I would just start photographing just things that I saw interesting. It could be anything like something discarded on the ground that kind of interacted with different light, or how it interacted with the environment.
Contreras captured those observations on film, now being showcased at Pasco City Hall with the exhibit Urban Tableau, Synchronicity in Everyday Life.
An urban tableau is capture a moment and you freeze it forever, and you can make up your own story behind that, and you'll see the different patterns within that picture. And I just really love to be able to showcase that. That's fraction of a second that can be captured, and that stories can be created from that. It will never be reproduced again the same way because the lighting is going to change, everything's going to change, so it'll never be captured again.
When looking at the photographs on display at City Hall, look for subtle patterns in the scene.
If a person really takes the time to stop and look, you'll see that there's patterns in the chaos of like a everyday street.
Contreras says his photography is a celebration of the beauty in simple things.
And there's also beauty in people just on the street walking and their interactions with each other, an unspoken glance between strangers on the street. And if you capture that, I feel like if it resonates with me and it gives an emotion for myself, it'll probably do the same for somebody else. There is beauty in everything, you just have to really look for it, and that's what I hope people take away from my photography and my exhibit at City Hall.
Get ready for the ultimate Cinco de Mayo celebration. Join us May 3rd for the annual Cinco de Mayo Parade and Festival in Pasco. It all kicks off Saturday at 10 a.m. at Volunteer Park with the lively Cinco de Mayo Parade. Then Peanuts Park will come alive in celebration with local bands, interactive entertainment, Kid Zone, delicious foods, and much more. It's a fiesta you won't want to miss. Saturday, May 3rd at Peanuts Park. See you there.
Let's try that again. Hopefully this isn't going to give us feedback. Welcome to the City of Pasco Council workshop meeting this Monday, March 24th, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of the city here. At workshop meetings, the council, discuss issues, but we don't take formal action. Agenda packets are available on the city's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for anyone present here on that small table under the little post-it of agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland, and it's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager's office, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
If that, you'll all please rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for that. With that, that moves us on to item number 4, which are verbal reports from council members. Do we have any? Ms. Blaisdell.
I attended the Pasco Facilities District meeting. PFD signed a final maximum completion number of 4.4 million for the aquatics, 40.4 million, sorry, for the aquatic center, and the estimated completion date would be May 2026. Also, Councilmember Perales and I both attended Business Watch meeting with Pasco PD. It was a very good and informative meeting, and I highly recommend anyone that wants to attend a community watch or business watch meeting. If you get a chance, please attend one.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On this past Thursday, I did attend the Northwest Wellness and Northwest STEM Cell grand opening. It was a dual ceremony, and never had that happen, but at the exact same time. But it was a really good facility, very organized. I mean, again, top notch. I would recommend if you get a chance to check it out. They have a lot of services, health services as far as cosmetic and other avenues for your wellness. And again, it was really top notch, and it was glad I was able to attend for the city.
Thank you, and thank you for filling in for me, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended the Home Builders Association meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday this past week, and the group there is very pleased with the city of Pasco, and they said that it's the best place to do business in Tri-Cities. And I know that has a lot more to do with the folks over here than up here. So as a council member going there for the first time, that was really great to hear. And they did, Jeff Lewis did also talk about the fact that the city of Pasco consistently, and he had some slides to go along with it, is responsible for a third of all building permits pulled in the 4 cities, so Tri-Cities including West Richland. And so that was great to see. And then also attended a Tri-Deck board meeting and Hanford Communities board meeting. Conversation was pretty much the same in both meetings. Lots of concern over federal government and how that impacts us locally. So just a lot of discussion, no real action items out of that, but more to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Council of Governments meeting on Friday. Port of Kennewick Executive Director Tim Arnson gave an excellent presentation just about how many great things they have going on across the river. And what really interested me the most was perhaps what they're doing at the Columbia Artisan Village there, right on their side of the cable bridge. And just considering everything going on out at Osprey Point and what Mr. Sexton has going on and what he's trying to do, just about how we can connect this all for the greater good of the Tri-Cities to really just bring tourism here and give people more things to do when they are here and to draw more people to the area, and just about how all the communities can be connected, potentially even with a water taxi or other things that would be just really, really nice, especially during the busy tourist season. So anyways, that was good. And of course, I was with several of you on Saturday, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. With that, I'll like to report that on Saturday, I attended Pasco Water Reuse Facility and Pasco Recovery Center, Resource Recovery Center grand opening with several of you. Appreciate you all being there on a Saturday. It was actually nice weather, so that was great to see. Looking forward to our partnership with Burnham and the other folks who have been out there to support that project. Looking forward to really seeing the dent that that's going to make, and not only, water conservation efforts, but also in the ability to get more out of what we're doing to clean our environment before we release the water. And so it's exciting to see, transmitting the natural gas, the opportunity for potential nitrogen-rich fertilizer, all coming out of what otherwise is just wastewater that'd be sitting there in ponds and maybe eventually dissipated into the fields. The other event that I attended was on Thursday when Mr. Milne covered those 2 ribbon cuttings. Thank you for that. I was at the Tri-Deck board meeting prior to the Tri-Deck board meeting. Former Senator and now Commerce head, Mr. Joe Nguyen, came down to visit with the Tri-Cities to talk about some opportunities the state may be looking at in investing in our community. He certainly seemed to be seeking proactively for opportunities to bring money down here. Whether or not that can happen is always a separate question, but at least he listened and was engaged in a way that I think was productive. So hopefully we'll have a new partner in Department of Commerce. And again, with Mr. Nguyen at the head, he certainly seemed to be keyed in. I mentioned his presence to Senator Banky, and Senator Banky had some really positive things to say. So I think we've got some positive assets in our legislative conglomerate here throughout the Tri-Cities that may be able to reach some of the new folks in the administration. Obviously more to be determined, but always a good sign when folks are willing to come across the mountains. So With that, I see no further lights. We'll move on to item number 5, which is our items for discussion. And this does have an opportunity for public comment. For anyone who's not been following along, there is an opportunity for up to 8 aggregate minutes of public comment. That is 2 public comments, either pro or con, weighing in at 2 minutes each. And I'll be paying attention to the clock over there if we do have public comments. So again, up to 8 minutes, total of 4 comments, 2 pro, 2 con, up to 2 minutes each. With that, that moves us into item 5A, which is our introduction to the 2026 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program. That's going to be Director Sarah. And I would be remiss if I did not thank staff for the participation Saturday. I mean, you all made that happen. I know we had some folks out there early on to set up, got the coffee hub or whatever that guy was out there, the balloons. I mean, everything was prime. So really appreciate you all making us look good. It's nice to just show up, get talking points, and pretend to cut a ribbon. So thank you, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to our Transportation Improvement Program, and it will be looking at the next 6 years, so 2026 to 2031. As you saw in your packet, this is just the introduction to the process that we'll be following. There is a statutory requirement to have a transportation improvement program for cities and counties, and this program is intended to be a guide for the improvement of our transportation system, identifying the needs, creating a schedule, and including bicycle and pedestrian facilities. That is important language straight from the statute. This program is required to be adopted before July 1st of each year, in this case 2025, and is to be filed with the Secretary of Transportation 30 days past the date in which it is adopted. Okay, so the TIP, Transportation Improvement Program, identifies projects and creates a project name and a brief scope that is for planning purposes. It identifies a proposed schedule. It generates estimates for those projects, and those estimates are divided between the different phases of the project, including planning, design, right-of-way acquisition, if there were any, and construction. And then, of course, identifies funding sources. Those funding sources may be secured in some cases. In other cases are planned, for example, planned grants. While it is not fiscally constrained, the intent for this list of projects is to be reasonable, so that is reasonably expected to receive those funds. So typically we utilize historical knowledge of how many dollars we have received to be able to plan and schedule. Okay, so at this time, what staff is doing is working through the existing program, the one that was adopted last year, and identifying which projects have been completed. Those will fall out of this list. And then identifying any changes. For example, grants that have been received will not be shown as secured funding versus what we had before. There was maybe planned funding. If there were any updates to schedule, because anything say got delayed or changed in priority, that will be reflected, as well as any updates in cost if we were to be further along in the design and identify that the costs were different from the originally planned ones. Additionally, we identify new projects, and we'll talk about how we identify those in the next slides. And we confirm the prioritization that we had in that list last year is still valid for the new list. And if not, changes are made. Okay, so where do the projects come from? Well, there is a variety of sources. Typically, the starting point for those projects to be identified and included is looking at any planning document the city has already developed. Also looking at any regional plan that has been developed and available. So we look at master plans, we look at safety studies, we look at all the things, transportation, that are available to us to identify which projects are recommended and need to be incorporated in this program. We, as part of this process, we reach out to the public and other partners in the community to identify which other projects are needed. The outreach program with the public is typically via a mix of online and in-person events and platforms where we can receive comments, and then stakeholder engagement, for example, with other agencies or the school district, for example. Those are done, basically we reach out to them, we explain what we're doing, we try to figure out if there is any need that has been identified by them and incorporate that. And then finally, from our own staff, any issues that are experienced, for example, condition of the payment in specific locations or something that is failing, and therefore we identify operational needs and incorporate those in our list for consideration. So this, I'm not expecting you to be able to see this, but this is just a reminder of what our previous TIP looked like, the one that was adopted last year. There were 51 items in this list. There were a combination of projects, studies, and programs, and all of those are listed in this list. Of special importance are those that are funded through state and federal grants, because those are then transmitted to the Council of Governments and then to the state to be incorporated in the State Transportation Improvement Program. And that's the way that we gain access to those dollars that were already allocated to those projects via award. Okay, and probably the most important part of this is the schedule moving forward. So our plan is to come back in front of you later next month, almost thinking that it's April, in April. We'll come back with a draft of our TIP proposed for 2026 to 2031, and we'll begin our outreach. Outreach will be done, again, in a combination of online comments, a website, social media, events, in-person, hybrid, and with a remote, obviously, if I'm saying hybrid, with a remote opportunity for people to participate. All that input that we receive from the outreach process will be then shared back with Council in late May or mid-May, and there is an opportunity there to balance those comments with that draft that you have seen. There may be an opportunity to make changes, edits to that TIP draft. And then there will be a public hearing. This is a formal process. A public hearing is required per state law. So we'll have a public hearing that will take place here during a council meeting. Again, another opportunity for input if the draft that we have at that time is not yet satisfactory. And then again, another opportunity to have edits. So we're building in some weeks in there to have opportunities to make edits and refine prioritization, number of projects, funding sources, cost of those projects, all the things. And finally, adoption is currently tentatively scheduled for mid-June, allowing for 2 additional weeks if we had to extend this process and say, for example, extend the public hearing, if maybe there were more items to be discussed and what we could fit in that one public hearing. So that is the schedule forward. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments? Mr. Harpster.
Thanks, Director Sarah. First off, I just want to mention I appreciate you guys bringing this in March. I think it was last year. I forget when it occurred, but I remember Council was a little upset that it was pretty close to the statutory deadline. So I appreciate the, whatever the word is. Thank you. One of my questions that you already answered that I'll bring up anyways was whether or not a public hearing is a statutory requirement. And it is. And I remember when I got on Council last year, I was so excited for public hearings like this to hear what the public had to say. And as we all know, 0 or maybe 1 or 2 people show up and provide comments. Between comments from us and the public, what would actually change? What kind of feedback would change what you and your staff are looking at to include in the tip? Because obviously I'm relying heavily on you guys and your team to bring us what you think would be the best fit. But let's say one of us has some intersection in mind that we want to take a look at that is on the TSMP. How does that process work?
So typically that is weighed based on what is the concern based on. Safety concerns are typically top in the criteria for inclusion. There's also an opportunity for identifying, for example, potential funding sources. So there might be some strategic thinking on what can be included because we know a forthcoming opportunity for funding. And certainly we will take council's direction on inclusion and modification since certainly this is your program for the city, for transportation specifically.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to echo the first part of Councilman Harpster's comments that I appreciate this getting to us nice and early because we have been vocal when things do seem to be coming at us at the last minute. So this is really, really appreciated to get this out to us that early. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, appreciate the brevity of the presentation, appreciate the information. I do just want to call attention to that far right, the funding source. You see certain things for those following along at home or here in the audience. Some are bolded, which means that we've secured a grant, we've planned a grant, or we have partial funding. I think it's important that we call out the city's efforts to make sure that these things aren't just funded through our fee structure, but also through external sources, which is the whole purpose of this project, to then get it to the state, etc. So I do appreciate the work that staff's been doing there, and I'll echo the comments. Thank you for getting this out ahead of it, and I look forward to seeing whether or not public thinks we have our priorities aligned with reality, and we'll see where it goes over the next 2 or 3 months. So thank you for that. With that, I know it's coming back to you, Ms. Sarah, but we'll go on to item B, which is Introduction to Utility Capital Improvement Plan Update. And again, sticking with you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Very similar to the prior item, we will go over the capital improvement plan.
Sorry, I apologize. Do we have any public comment on that issue? Going once? Oh, Mr. Ballin, you're a commissioner.
I'm here as a citizen tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. And since you wanted some public comment, I'll provide a little bit of that. As you address the Transportation System Master Plan or your 6-year TIP, something I'd like you guys to do with me is I've been doing an unofficial survey of some of the things that we use and don't use. The new bike path we put on Argent, we don't use. I travel that path almost daily, certainly weekly, and so far since that has been opened, I've seen 2 bicycles on it. And so I recognize that with shekels come shackles sometime, and I think that that's what that was, so please consider that carefully. In my other role, I will try to do that as well. Another place I'd like you to do an unofficial survey with me is on Oregon Avenue. The taxpayers of this state and this city and county put millions of dollars into improving Oregon Avenue, and I have counted 3 pedestrians on that sidewalk in 3 years. I am on that almost daily, and nobody uses that, but we put 7-foot wide sidewalks on both sides, full length. And if you'll look at that with me, we don't even clean or maintain those sidewalks or the ADA ramps to a clean and sanitary and usable condition. So do that with me as you consider this transportation plan that you're looking at. There's some of those that would be highly utilized and others that are not necessary and will be burdensome for some of the businesses that use them. To put 7-foot sidewalks on both sides of, I think it's called East James Street, is going to be difficult for those businesses that run heavy equipment in and out of there, and it's a sidewalk that will be used almost none. 4-foot sidewalk on one side, I can understand that. I also appreciate standards and why we use them, and think that that's a place that the city could save a significant amount of money if you were to make that, if you were to cater to the use of that street instead of to a standard that we don't even use. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the feedback, and I appreciate the invitation to do the side-eye inventory, or however we want to call it. Any further public comment? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we will move on back on, I guess, to item B, which is Introduction to the Capital Improvement Plan Update. Back to you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So this item, very similar to the prior item we discussed, approaches the capital improvement program and really is an introduction to what the process will look like and how the events will occur from here until later this year when the plan is prepared for adoption. So this presentation will be very similar to what you saw last year related to CIP, but we have some items of interest to highlight through it. So the capital improvement plan identifies all projects that are delivered by the City of Pasco in the next 6 years. So again, it's another 6-year view between 2026 and 2031, and it is really a strategic plan where we identify and prioritize the needs, the potential funding sources, we evaluate input from external partners and our community to identify what are those. Typically, a capital improvement plan includes all kinds of projects from buildings, parks, transportation, utilities, and anything that you could imagine throughout all the work that the city delivers as part of their capital program. Now, this helps with the long-term planning and also with strategizing on funding sources. So let's move on to the next slide. Oh, there we go. So of interest, we're talking about strategic planning, which I just mentioned, transparency and accountability, since this, just like the TIP, identifies schedule, a brief scope of the project, anticipated cost, funding sources, and so on. What is important about this plan is that we also look at the coordination between the different disciplines, where we look at, for example, transportation being coordinated with utility work to avoid rework, and we look at fiscal responsibility. Again, this is not a budget, and I think we'll see in the next slide that this is part of the presentation. While this is not a budget, it is important to identify that if we have an expectation of a certain number of projects being delivered within a utility, for example, that's what is close to the work I do every day, we need to identify how are we going to receive that revenue to be able to accomplish those needs or satisfy those needs. So we are going to be this year looking at our CIP with a lens of what are our available revenues, where are those revenues coming from, is it reasonable to expect a certain amount of dollars from grants and loans, and how does that play out with the established rates, for example. That's pretty clear for utilities specifically, which is my focus tonight. So, as we said, CIP is really a plan. It is not a budget, and it is a plan that can be revised as opportunities arise or maybe priorities change. And so, again, just like we talk about TIP, if there was an opportunity to receive funds for a specific project, maybe we would be able to move that project forward earlier. But not so fast that we lose that coordination between projects, right? So that it's important to have everything together. Okay, so similar to TIP, how do these projects get identified? Well, again, we look at master plan, comprehensive system plans, facility plans, if we're talking about a water treatment plant improvement, or we're talking about a sewer collections improvement. We look at building and facilities needs, we look at infrastructure condition, we take in community input, and we talk to external partners, and of course, we look at funding availability, which we already kind of touched upon. And we identify how much could we really deliver. Along with that is how many resources do we have to be able to deliver this? Is it a reasonable plan so that we don't disappoint? Next slide. Okay. So the TIP, which was the subject of our previous presentation, will be incorporated into the CIP as the transportation component. So that way you have consistent plans. Once you approve the TIP, that portion is incorporated into the CIP, and that allows us to have the rest of the projects, so utilities, parks, facilities, be coordinated with those projects. And again, we want to ensure that we are consistent with the goals that have been set up for the city by your work. Okay. So the schedule forward, again, probably the most interesting part of the presentation. Later in April, we hope to come to you with maybe rough draft of what the CIP will look like, mostly identifying projects that will fall out and projects that need to be included. Then outreach will occur concurrently with TIP, because we identified that last year we had a lot of outreach opportunities with not so much participation. We think that maybe there was some kind of exhaustion of asking for input and participating in many, many evenings for the public to devote to be part of this program. I think we're going to try something new. We're going to try to do this consolidated meetings where people can come and explain what are seeing as deficiencies, give us input, look at our list of projects, look at a map, and take that input at once for both transportation and the rest of the public infrastructure. And then again, we'll come back to you in May with what we heard in that outreach process. The outreach process, as we explained for TIP, will include both online and in-person opportunities for comment, including not live events, so forums, for example, for comments and feedback. And we'll use social media and traditional media. We'll be bilingual in that outreach. And then, just like you saw in the previous slides, during May and June, we will focus on TIP. And so we'll really hunker down the transportation component. And then in the summer, we will be focusing on water and sewer, focused also on how those utilities will be able to afford that capital plan. As we discussed this last year, we identified that we're expecting maybe some raise in rates in the coming years, and I think there was a request for evaluating if we could make that analysis happen faster so that there was not such a big increase later on. So we are going to be looking at rates and connection fees for water and sewer. That work is underway. And then once rates have been identified and we had the opportunity to do outreach and share with you our findings, hopefully we'll get to a point where we're ready for adoption for those, if there is a need for that. Then we will continue moving forward with the rest of the CIP, consistent with that revenue that has been identified, moving all the way to a proposed November adoption of the CIP. The CIP is a big document with lots of work in how it is displayed. While you have a very good outline of what the CIP will look like probably towards the end of summer, just getting to the point where we have a document that is ready for issuance, we think it's prudent to plan to go all the way to November. Anyways, with that, I am happy to answer any questions that I may not have covered with my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Harpster.
Once again, I just appreciate this presentation. It makes me think of Michael Scott in The Office when he says, "Explain it to me like I'm 5." I just really like seeing this is what the CIP is, this is the process to get there, and what to anticipate. And then, as you mentioned, appreciate the kind of change in efforts to get public input and doing it on a Saturday. Because like I mentioned, there is a frustration that we don't receive it, but I do feel like it's so important. I know you guys too, so appreciate that change up. Thanks.
Seeing no further lights, do we have any public comments on this one? Going once, going twice, third time. Seeing no public comments, with that we'll move on to item C, which is financial review by Director Buckley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we are looking at a financial review for the biennium, so it's we tried to be very comprehensive and view both the narrative document that was part of the agenda packet and the, to a lesser point, of course, the review tonight through the presentation. Both the adopted budget that we prepared back in 2022 and then amendments that occurred during the biennium. And then finally, activity that occurred at each year in the biennium, so you could have a review of many and very different viewpoints of the activity. I guess one thing I want to point out first, and I know you've seen it because it's in the packet, but we did take extra time to look at operational elements and capital elements of activity, so that because if we put those together, the outcome is muddled. And so we've separated those so you can have a better picture of what's happening throughout the biennium. So when we had the adopted budget, that produced an expectation of a net reduction in fund balance citywide. That was anticipated at that time when we were planning that reserves would be used to cover those shortfalls. Primarily that was related to, or a lot of it was related to capital spending using revenues that we had achieved in prior years. And then as the biennium passed and we are now to the beginning of a new one, we have actual activity to review that's in your packet and we'll look at tonight. So as I mentioned, we do throughout the year have budget amendments. They often come to you at meetings like this when there's a new project that has funding needs or a new source of funding. Then we also have a mid-biennium review that we do each year that has to start, can't occur before September and has to happen by December. And then finally, if necessary, a supplemental amendment at the end of the biennium. So I'm going to dive into general fund. Let me move this because I would like to say my eyes are that good, but it's a long look. Okay. As you can see, we have a graph that shows revenues, the various types of expenses, and then that blue line is the fund balance expectation over, from the just reported on biennium and into the new 2 years that we're working into. Revenues were ahead of operational budget, so that was a good outcome. And some of that, we actually had improvement in 2024 over 2023, which was beneficial to the net results of the biennium. That was in retail sales tax, and then we also, for all the funds, were able to take advantage of interest earnings because of a higher interest rate just from the economy, and so that was a net benefit to all the funds. And then expenses were slightly under budget, which was very, that was a good outcome, which was a product of staff working on various areas to be cautious. And then also when we budgeted labor in the biennial budget, there was some ramp up of hiring people and that took time. And so there were some savings realized there. And then this graph, as you can see, is talking more about that ending fund balance consideration and the difference between results that are available for operational spending into the next biennium versus restricted or set aside for capital. And so when we take out that, as looking at the preliminary ending fund balance, we're finishing up, closing up the year-end results for 2024 and are very close to the end. But as of now, the ending fund balance is $64 million, which is a large number and higher than we talked about during the budgetary planning for 25 and 26. But a large portion of that, the $38.7 million, is either dedicated to capital spending in the coming biennium or it's restricted for specific programs. And so it's just not available for regular operational costs. So we wanted to make sure that that's very clear and that there's a plan for a large portion of that fund balance to be spent already. And then moving on to the water utility fund, and I back up a tiny bit. We're not going to cover every fund in this moment of talking about the review, but wanted to touch on the funds that we thought we would have an opportunity to talk with council about again as the biennium passed, looking at rate studies or different decisions that we need council input on. So those are the focus of tonight's presentation. And so we have talked a little bit about the water and sewer utility funds are going to have a revenue requirement study undertaken this biennium, or this year really in 2025. And so, water-wise, operationally, revenue was ahead of what was budgeted. And primarily that's just a factor of new customers and or more consumption in the year. Expenses were under budget, and that is primarily related to when the budget was created. There was great caution taken towards repair and maintenance, setting aside budget for those repairs should they be necessary, and we came in under budget in those areas, both in supplies and services and quite a few of the utilities, so that allowed us to be under budget. One thing that I will point out between all the utilities is that while the other funds will have that line on the graph that shows funding balance and our ending fund balance, and you can see it move up or down. The utilities are more dependent on many different elements in judging how well they're financially performing. Partially that's because they're very capital rich or intensive funds, and so if we looked at all their assets, most of them can only be used for as infrastructure. They're not spendable, so that fund balance are not in the utility fund graphs, but instead we look at information like if there's a prescribed bond reserve of dollars that must be set aside until the bonds are retired in full, and debt service coverage ratio saying that there needs to be a certain amount of revenue collected above debt service to make sure that we are adequately funding and secure in being able to pay off that debt that we've got an obligation for. We always want to have an operations and maintenance reserve for emergencies and to make sure that we're well planning. And then also one element of all rate setting for utilities is the idea that, those assets that are the utilities are very invested in depreciate. And we want to make sure that we are collecting as part of the rates a certain value of that depreciating asset to replace and keep the utilities infrastructure in good health. And so that's another part that we will collect rates for that might not get spent every year. Instead, it's building up and then getting spent and then building up. So those are some of the elements there. Irrigation utility fund. I know we've talked about the irrigation utility quite a bit lately with the rate review and rate setting. Operationally, revenue-wise, against our budget was higher than we budgeted. But as far as results of expenses and revenues, they had a net expense by the end of the biennium, or for 2024. So with the rate increases that were recently implemented, that will make a big difference and help, because they're elements that we consider like debt service coverage are below where we would desire and be required to have that at. So that rate increase will help us to make sure we fund that utility appropriately. And then we move next to sewer fund. Not a lot to add here. Very similar to water, we're going to have a rate study looking at those elements that are, same thing. Revenues were a little above budget. Expenses were, not significantly necessarily, but 85% of operations budget was spent. So we had some savings there, and primarily that was due to that underspending of repair and maintenance. And then we are being cautious about looking at those different elements that we want to make sure we have the right ending fund balance to cover, like O&M, replacement of assets, debt service coverage ratio. And then why we don't have a slide for the other utility funds, one thing to point out is that we will, as you discussed earlier, there's a new process water treatment facility and a lot of new changes there. And so when we made the budget for 25-26, we kept that as equal to past practice as we could, so it was comparable. And with a little bit of caution about, we had an anticipated expenses and revenues, but we'll learn a lot more this year, I think, and have information. So as we move towards the mid-biennium review, we'll have that to amend the budget and talk to council about. And then finally, Stormwater Fund has not had a rate change for some time. The last increase was in 2022, and we will be making that, reviewing the rates and revenue requirements there in this biennium as well to make sure that we're funding it sufficiently. Okay, and then here we'll move into just a quick review of the different funds that, well, I think we will probably delve into a little more, or want to point out items that would be good for council to be aware. The City Streets Fund, you can see that blue line for ending fund balance is diving low, and we need to evaluate revenue streams to make sure that we can sufficiently fund the fund. And right now they have motor vehicle fuel tax that is based on gallons of fuel sold. So it's very dependent on what kind of vehicles are being driven, how much fuel is being purchased. Utility tax funds, the Utility Streets Fund, the Streets Fund as well, and a franchise fee. So their revenue streams are not keeping pace with the expenses of the fund, and we need to dive into new revenue streams, potentially a transportation benefit district, and that will definitely take more discussion and evaluation. The I-182 Impact Fee Fund, most notably in that fund, the value and quantity of projects that might fit that area or do fit that area where the revenues are collected are sufficiently large. And you'll notice on the slide it says that within that boundary there's unknown funding in our past CIP of $37 million, but the receipts over a similar past 6-year period was only about $4 million. So while all the revenue funding for those projects would not necessarily come from this fund, it's kind of a good gauge of that there's a lot to do, and discussing that funding source and will be important. Moving next to ambulance, we are completing a rate analysis or a revenue requirement study in 2025. One thing that's changing in 25 or this coming biennium is the end of our SAFER grant, so that's kind of driving that ending fund balance lower, and we want to make sure we keep revenues in line with expenses. The American Rescue Plan Act Fund, which is ARPA fund, will be all spending has been obligated, and we will close that out in 2026. Just need to have all those funds spent, so that's coming close to an end. Finally, there's a cemetery fund and boulevard maintenance, and we're doing some work in the cemetery fund. You see that peak of revenue, that's interest earnings coming from the permanent fund, which is funded by people buying grave sites in the cemetery, and it did infuse cash into the cemetery fund, but we'll want to we want to keep pace with that and make sure our tabs on it to make sure that the revenues and expenses are keeping pace with each other. And then Boulevard Maintenance Fund, we do have a pilot project to kind of zero-scape a boulevard and see how we can manage that, and which will in turn, the cost side of the boulevard maintenance, which in turn will let this revenue be well used into the future and last longer. Okay. And then animal control, there's a new interlocal agreement that is being completed soon, and so the results of that interlocal agreement may change the city's contributions towards the animal control fund. So that's something that we'll bring back to council. HAPO fund also, you can that's I know been a point of discussion, and during 2025 review of the HAPO reserves and activity will be pursued with the county and then addressed with council as well. The Park Development Fund, similar to the I-182 fund, there's a lot of projects that could be done related to parks and community amenities. that fit that category, and the costs of especially the community parks or larger amenities are outpacing revenues coming into the Park Development Fund. Equipment operations and maintenance. In 2025, we are going to evaluate the shop rate to make sure that it can keep pace with expenses, and that is a fund that takes care of city vehicles and equipment by city employees. And then the health benefits fund, we are evaluating that carefully. We have a employee group and a cross-section of city staff that are looking at just all elements and trying to make sure, along with the financial accounting element of adequate funding and expense coverage and mitigation, we're looking at all that together. And so that will continue in 2025 and 26. And then wanted to point out, I think you'll recall that during the budget, we for 25 and 26, we purposefully contracted savings for the equipment replacement fund, just mindful of budget restraints. And so that's going to need to be a temporary reduction, and in the future we'll evaluate that more. And then, the future steps are that we are finalizing the year-end close, and we'll be able to, with that finalized information, look at capital projects, reviewing what was in the budget for this prior biennium, what continues to need to be done in 2025, and we'll come back to council with a carryover request. And we will also be setting up those new funds related to public safety, tax, permitting, the TIF construction, and TIF debt service, so that we can, be very purposeful on the accounting for that, and that will align with also just ease of reporting and quick answers for council. So we're looking forward to those changes. And then we're moving into budget to actual results for 2025 with a monthly general fund report and a quarterly report to cover all funds. Also leaning into this separation of operational versus capital activities, so that we can communicate well with council. And then if you have questions, I would be glad to try to answer them. It's very possible that we'll need to take some of those and get some information back to you too over time.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. I see Mr. Grimm and then probably Mr. Harpster, but 1 minute's your way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one general question, just back to the general fund, Ms. Buckley. The projected preliminary 2024 ending balance, you said, was 64 million, of which, just reading here, 38.7 is unavailable as it's already been. Does that include the reserves we're planning on spending, or is that another? I guess what I'm saying, I did the math on it. It looks like it's about $25 million balance, the 38.7 minus that, just for round numbers' sake. And does still the 13 million that we're planning on spending on reserves come out of that? So at the end of 25-26, we'd potentially just be at 12 million in reserves. If I just want to make sure I'm understanding this exactly right. And sorry, you're blinking green down there, I see.
That's okay, no problem. Yes, it is the same bucket, for lack of a better way to say it, of money. So we have that ending fund balance now as of the end of 2024, and that will carry forward into 2025 and be used through general fund spending or offset by revenues. So it is the same balance of funds.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess just one follow-up, and maybe there's something better discussed, as you said, later in our retreat or something like that. But, just thinking about you, our deputy city manager, are we getting close to where you guys are concerned a little bit, getting down to this point of 12 million? Or, I guess I don't mean to ask for an emotional response per se, but, how does this make you feel as both, finance people that I really respect?
It is something, when we were building the budget, what my answer would be if you ask me, but it is definitely something that we save money for over the years. And that's kind of what we've done over the years with specific things in mind. So for example, we've built quite a few new fire stations, and those things have been saved over time. Council for over 20 years did not bank their property taxes, and then in 1 year they were able to take those property taxes and be able to build large amount of capital. So usually you use fund balances, or essentially your savings account for that reason, is you're looking out for something particular to do at some point in time. Ideally, those one points in time are mostly one-time things, and here we're not looking at one-time items. So it's a little bit uncomfortable, but we do have a good cushion. If you remember, we were talking about what the post-election economy looks like, and what a little bit more information, and then needing to revise our budget if needed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I have for now. I look forward to visiting this a little bit more at the retreat, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Herbst.
I appreciate the layout of the report, not just the slides, but the report that was part of the agenda packet. As I read through, I had lots of questions that I wrote down, and then as I kept reading, they were answered. I still did have probably a dozen questions that I emailed to staff in the interest of everybody's time, Mayor. And most of them are just to deepen my understanding, make sure that I'm, what my understanding is correct or not. The only question I did have for this evening that I couldn't quite reconcile is, from my understanding, looking at that budget, the planned usage of reserves was around 10 million, and then it ended up being just 700,000. And so, what was the reasoning for that outcome?
Okay. So I recognize that this slide says 700,000, but if you look at, and that's an error, if you look at the orange bands, it really went down, I believe, by about 5 million. And so between the 2 years, I believe that 700,000 had to do with 1 year instead of both years. And that has to do with the restricted. I think the hard part is we're looking at it from a couple different perspectives. We're looking at operational, and they're all important, operational impacts, revenues versus expenses, capital impacts, revenues versus expenses, and then this restricted fund balance and how that's available or not. And so we can definitely, in our response,
Love that, right? Good evening and welcome to this Pasco City Council workshop meeting of Monday, April 28th, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those who are present in the audience, in the back table to the right, under that little sign that's got a blue arrow that says agenda on it. This meeting is being televised live on PSC channel, on PSC-TV channel 191, in Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, its website, its YouTube channel, its Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website as well. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Blaisdell? Here. Grimm?
Here.
Harpster?
Present.
Perales?
Here.
Serrano?
I am present.
And Milne is excused. 6
Yes.
council members present, Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you. If you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the ribbon cutting for Bulldog Bistro, Tri-Cities Afghan Food, and also utilized the new parklet down there at Pasco Specialty Kitchen. It was very, very well attended. It was really, really cool to kind of see the progress, kind of come full circle for that area. And then I just been taco crawling for like the last week, and it's been pretty fun. And I encourage all the other council members, everyone out there to, taco crawl and go visit some good eateries.
Thank you. Appreciate your attendance at those. Mr. Harpster.
I attended a TriDeck board meeting last Thursday and then a follow-up meeting with some of the folks from TriDeck this morning. Conversation mainly focused on mitigation for both residential and commercial development projects throughout the state coming from Fish and Wildlife. Used to be reasonable mitigation. It's become quite unreasonable lately. TriDeck is meeting with Governor Ferguson here in a few weeks, and that's going to be one of the items of discussion that we want to talk with him about, because the governor appoints the head of Fish and Wildlife, and in 2021 at the height of COVID, they being Fish and Wildlife proposed several changes to mitigation measures. There was opportunities for public comment, but it seems that looking back it was very minimal. Again, it was at the height of COVID, and those went into effect at the beginning of next year. That's causing a lot of significant delays to projects throughout the area, including here in the city of Pasco for both private projects and city-led projects. And so I think it'll be a long process, but next steps is we'll engage with Governor Ferguson, Rep. Connors, and then probably Gordon Thomas Honeywell at some point. So more to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Out in District 2 last week, of course, I was joined by you and the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Blaisdell for the A Street Sporting Complex. And Mr. Rice and his team put on a fantastic grand opening ceremony. It was great to have part of the Pasco High School soccer team there, and it was great to see how much that facility was appreciated in that side of town with so much emphasis often on the west side of the town and growth. It was good to show the east side that we have not forgotten about them and love them just as much. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Yeah, that was a great event, and as I told those young ladies, we are very supportive of our youth. If we have youth to highlight, please let us know. I told them they go win a state championship or at least qualify, and they want to be recognized, have their coach reach out. So that's a bit of a challenge that we offered them, and hopefully we'll see the Purple Pasco Bulldog young ladies up here from the soccer team, at the end of the season. In addition to that event, I also attended the Arbor Day celebration with the Tree Walk grand opening. For anyone that didn't catch that, down here at Pioneer Park right here across the street. We now have, I believe it's 51 trees, or is that, Mr. Rice, 51 trees and species in that?
Yeah, that's a close approximation, yeah.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool because there are these little like 4x4s with a QR code that talks about the tree, and they're actually narrated by our local high school students. So again, this is one of those things where we get to showcase our local kids. It's already obviously already been recorded, but it's pretty awesome to see that type of engagement with our youth and our community, and that's one of those things I always look forward to seeing. Certainly a wonderful time, and I appreciate Parks and Rec's efforts there and the time that you all put into that. Seeing no further lights, we're going to move on to item number 5.
Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Zabel.
If I could, just since we're early in the meeting, bring up an issue.
Yeah.
So we do have a new person at our.
Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't sure when we were going to get to that.
Yeah, so and I meant to talk to you about it before the meeting, but thank you for your indulgence. So, pleasure to introduce Haley Miller, our new Community and Economic Development Director. And we're really excited to have her. This is her first day on the job, and she's at a council meeting. Yeah. So a long day for her. 15 years in local government, with about 6 of those at the director level, a little more than 6. And 4 of them as the director level at Marysville. So a lot of good things come out of Marysville. So I'm particularly excited to have her here. And but she does bring a ton of experience in areas where we are working and we are growing in right now. And so to have someone in that can walk in and pick up those things right down to our software, our Track It software, and very similar experience she went through in Marysville. She's going to be going through here, I think, with staff. So just wanted to introduce her, and you guys get to know her, and we're excited to have her on board. Did you want to say a couple things?
Sure. Yeah. Figure out where the button is. First task. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I am very excited to be here. I've had a great first day, and it already feels like home. I have roots in this area. My parents met in Prosser and grew up there, and they now live in Pasco, and I have family in the area, so it's nice to come here and stay here and not drive back to the other side. So that's been really nice, and I've had a chance to meet a lot of the staff already down in CED, and of course the other director team. Haven't met everyone yet, but it's been a really good environment, and really excited to hit the ground running and work here. So appreciate the warm welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for joining our team. We greatly appreciate it. I apologize if I unintentionally skipped over you. Like I said, just wasn't sure where we were going to highlight you, but thank you for bringing that trudge of excitement through. So we appreciate that. Anything else, Mr. Zabel?
That's it, Mayor. Sorry.
Okay. So with that, item number 5 is our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. And if anyone remembers how we do the public comment in this meeting, we have an aggregate of 8 minutes. We have 2 2-minute comments designated for pro, and 2 2-minute comments for con. And obviously if someone has somewhere in the middle, we'll figure out how to separate that time. So it's an aggregate of 8 total minutes. Each individual comment limited to 2 minutes. That's why we got the 2-minute clock there. And with that, we have several items. The first is item A, which is our city manager recruitment update. And Ms. Matson, looks like you're kicking us off.
Is this on? Okay. Always have to test it. So good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce Greg Prothman from GMP Consultants. If you can recall, back in March 17th, the Council selected GMP to recruit for the city manager position. Greg brings extensive experience in executive recruitment for public sector leadership roles and has been engaged to assist us with our city manager search. Tonight, he will be reviewing the draft position profile with you and gathering your feedback to finalize it. I'm going to hand it over to Greg. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff members. Glad to be here in person, finally. I apologize before. I had the pleasure of meeting all of you, at least online here recently, so thank you so much for your time. That was very helpful for us. Both Dave and I have been conducting interviews, both at the staff level and at the council level, gathering your feedback. And what you have before you tonight is a summary of those efforts and in what we would call your draft position profile. With your permission, I'd like to go through this sort of page by page, section by section, to make sure that you're all comfortable with what we've represented here. It's an opportunity to make any mid-course corrections, update things. Once we're done with this exercise, I'll make all of these needed updates, and we'll go to final document tomorrow, and we'll start the recruitment process and get our ads going later this week. So, does that sound like a reasonable process, Mr. Mayor, to proceed? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I don't think we need to go line by line, section by section.
No, just the first one is why apply. We put a lot of time and effort into thinking about that. If you've had a chance to look at it, any comments on that?
None here, and I think it incorporates, Mr. Officer.
I did have one on there. Sorry, I was thinking I was going to have my comments at the end, but I like this page by page. In the why apply section, or it could be in the bullet points on page 4, I thought having something there about being action oriented would be helpful. This covers pretty much everything you and I discussed, except for that one part that I think was really important, and I think there was a majority council that really wanted to hone in on that. At least those two words, action oriented.
I'll make sure that gets incorporated on page 4.
Okay. That was it for that page. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no further comments on the front page. Moving to second page, which is welcome to Pasco. This is really a summary of the organization, or of the community. Why we try to capture, why do you choose to live and work here, and that moves over onto the city of Pasco, where it describes the municipal corporation, the city itself. So it gives the potential candidate a overview of what Pasco is, what kind of services it provides. Okay, hearing no comments, we'll move then to item 4, and this is really where your work product shines from your comments to me, and that comments of the staff also, by the way. And I appreciate Councilmember Harpster's comments about action-oriented, because indeed you did say that, and I'll make sure that gets incorporated.
Do we have any comments on this section?
Okay. And then finally to the back page, well, second to the back page, challenges and opportunities, and I have to thank your interim city manager for these. He was very helpful in pulling those together, so if you don't like them, it's his fault. If they're outstanding, I'll take full credit.
Mr. Officer?
Yeah, on this one, it was under financial sustainability. Let's see. The city has imitated a multi-pronged strategic process. I think it was supposed to be initiated.
I believe you're correct.
Okay.
Circled it.
I looked up imitated in dictionary.com and thinking I didn't know what
yeah, no, it's not quite what we had in mind, but thank you for catching that.
And then I liked all these paragraphs. I think it's exactly what we're looking for. In financial sustainability, one thing that I think is missing is, it says taking positive policy, multi-pronged strategic process of evaluating revenue enhancements, efficiencies, cost shifting. One thing I'd like to include on there, and curious what the rest of the council thinks, is writing this in a nice way, cutting services. That's pretty strong to say those two words, but that is part of the conversation as we look to achieve better financial sustainability. And so a city manager who's willing to have a conversation like that is helpful, along with increasing revenue and other efficiencies and whatnot. And then this was sort of a dumb one, but I thought I'd mention it anyways. The cable bridge picture was a little repetitive because we had it on the very first page, which looked really good. It's maybe something that would tie into economic development. A picture of Broadmoor seemed boring because it's just weeds right now, but I don't know, something. And again, that's just a little comment.
I'll work with staff and see if they have other pictures that maybe we can substitute here. I don't disagree. I would go back to the service reduction question and see if there's consensus on that point.
Go ahead, Mr. Prowse. You said yes?
Yeah, I said yes.
From my perspective, I don't know that this is something that necessarily needs to be addressed at this level. I think it's something we want to hone in on as we interview individuals, or maybe trigger or mark for you as you're kind of reviewing, to the extent that you touch base with all the applicants and then us. maybe that's a first threshold question for me.
Sure.
Again, I don't think it's necessarily something we have to put out there right now. Anyone have any other? Mr. Prowse, your lights on? So-
Yeah, no, I maybe for the picture, maybe we have a brand new reservoir on the west side of town. You know, that's a good picture of the city with the city logo.
We can
And
certainly
then
find a new one, absolutely.
Okay, and then under economic development, I think we have a strong desire to create an economic development strategic plan. So probably perhaps put something in there if the council, just so that the applicant understands that, based on some of the things that we've already talked about, that's something we want to see going forward.
Happy to add that. That's a great comment. Thank you.
Mr. Grimm.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say I concur with you. I don't think it's necessary at this point of the process.
Okay, do we have any other strong opinions on the financial sustainability about costs heading in a more delineated fashion?
I appreciate the point, and I like your suggestion of including that in our assessment of the candidates to see if they're even open to the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you two amenable, Perales and Harps?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I think we do that, and as you mentioned, Mr. Perales, I think the economic development, talking about the holistic planning is worthwhile.
All right. On the final page, compensation. I know I've talked to each of you about this. This is the hard one. I'm recommending a range of $250 to $295. I don't know that you'll hire at $295. You have that opportunity, but my suspicions are that with the market where it is, you'll be hiring in the neighborhood of somewhere between $260 and $280 is my sense for the kind of manager that each of you are thinking you're looking for.
I question if we could push it down to 230. Not that we would anticipate hiring at that level. It certainly gives us a larger range. Looking at some of the comparable, like where the port ended up, I mean, we might be able, and obviously it's a smaller, organization, smaller budget. I don't know that, to your point, we'll be anywhere beneath 260 to 280. We probably won't. And obviously dropping it probably won't necessarily attract more people, but there may be an opportunity to utilize deferred comp or something. So,
well, I don't think there's a downside.
Okay.
Dropping it, I'm happy to do that. Dropping the upside would have more of a, pardon the pun, more of a downside at that point. Yeah.
Understood, Mr. Harpster.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought fine going down to 230. I thought salary range was exactly where I'd expect it to be. Two cities of consideration, and I looked at several today's. Kennewick very recently hired his new city manager at 230, and this year at some point we'll pass Kennewick in being the biggest city of the four. And then Moses Lake, they're only about a third of our population. Their new city manager is at 250, so more than all the city managers here. Just for comparison, like Bothel's at 214, Kirkland 267, Auburn 220. And so when I look at what we want, in this brochure here, it's going to take a good chunk of money, and I think it's worth it to set the city up long term, beyond our terms of the year. So 295 does kind of give me wide eyes, but I think we really need to be open towards that 270, 280, and not try to cheapskate this, or else that's the result that we're going to get.
It's interesting. Good comments, by the way. Thank you. And I agree with your research. The one added comment around that research, and we've noticed this, is like a lot of times city councils will go with a smaller dollar figure and a much, much higher deferred compensation figure. And so many of the managers that you reference there are getting $30,000 to $35,000 in deferred compensation. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but that was my recollection when I went through that analysis.
Gotcha. That's helpful. The last comment I wanted to add, just overall, I just really love the look of this brochure and the information contained within, and it makes me really excited for the search and see what kind of candidates we get. So thank you. Guys work on it.
I'll pass that along to staff who did outstanding work, and to your staff too, has been hugely helpful in getting information to us, finding the little details that we may have missed. So it's been a great team effort.
Thank you, Mr. Harps and Mr. Perales.
Thank you. I was looking at the salary range, and I was just thinking to myself over the weekend, that's a lot of dough.
It's eye watering.
Yeah,
I agree.
and I don't know. Is there something we could put in there that what the council's expecting like a certain amount of working hours per week? I mean, I don't want a guy coming in here or gal working 40 hours a week and getting paid $250K. I think there's an expectation of, based on the challenges and opportunities that we're seeing here in the city of Pasco, we're probably looking more at the 50 to 60 hours a week, working weekends, maybe even some holidays.
That was my experience as a city manager.
So I think that just needs to be said, and the person who ends up taking this job, there's a lot of work to do, and so I don't know if some wording can be put out there about
I think
hourly.
We'll screen for that absolutely in the interviews, but to your point, and I was looking at the education and experience section, with your permission, I'd like to beef that up to a little higher level. I might add a master's degree is preferred, and then also up the experience level to a minimum of, say, 10 years, with at least 6 years in a senior management position. It speaks to what you're looking about. We're looking for that very experienced manager who can come in, who has the background to run a city, a municipal corporation of this size, and to do it successfully. If that would be okay with council, I'll go ahead and make those changes also.
It's fine with me. Before you I got a thought. You mind if I hop on?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Do we want to require a residency requirement?
And
what's the prohibition or risk?
You don't have to anymore by state law.
Okay.
When they changed that about 2 or 3 years ago now, 4 years ago. The way I've handled that in the past, if council finds it very important for the manager to live in or very, very close to the city limits, is you oftentimes will pay a moving allowance. That can be upwards of $15,000 to $20,000 of one-time money. You can condition that as to where that person lives as a result of taking those funds. That'd be one way to execute it. I would have to talk to the barrister here about requiring it as part of the job. I don't know that you can right now, but I would defer to his opinion on that one.
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I do recall that the law did change so that it was no longer a requirement. But I would have to see. I can take a look while we're going through other items and maybe get back.
If you don't mind poking at that right now, or throughout the duration of the meeting, I do think we want someone to at least be. I mean, to Mr. Paralysis' point, to say, hey, I want to serve the city of Pasco. I don't want to live there, and I want to take $250,000 plus of the taxpayers' dollars. I really struggle to bite that off, and my question is, what's the level of commitment? Now, for whatever reason, someone may be interested from Kennewick or Prosser or and absolutely qualified, and I understand the desire not to relocate from there. But if we do end up paying a relocation allowance, and maybe this is my warning shot across the bow, if we end up paying a relocation, I will strongly advocate that person lands in Pasco.
I think you can definitely do that for sure.
If again we're hiring across the river, we're hiring, from Connell or what. I mean, I don't know who would want to drive into Connell every day. That's a bit of a hike, at least for us on the east side. An hour, 2 hours of traffic for the west side might not be a big deal, but. Anyway, point is, I think we should make sure that as a executive team kind of vet this, we want someone that's going to engage in the community, as Mr. Prowse already said. So, Mr. Harpster.
Well, I think one of the things you want to avoid, if you don't mind me speaking to that point, is I know, not the current city manager, but the last city manager in Yakima held a residence in Sammamish still and was commuting back and forth I think it was awkward for everybody, is my sense. So I do appreciate the fact that if you're going to be here, you should be here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was going to provide my support for your comments. That was one thing that I didn't even think of when reading through it, but had already thought of that. I think we should absolutely make residency in Pasco a requirement for the exact same reasons you stated. If you're going to be, the CEO of this city, really should live in it. And then also. Mr. Prothman's point, I had thought about, and I meant to provide comments on upping the requirements to be 10 years experience as well as a master's. And my first thought when I saw it was, I have a bachelor's and I'm certainly not qualified to run the city. So what we're looking for, in our conversation, it was clear is that person would need 10 years and a master's at a minimum. And so I'd be in favor of that as well.
A master's degree nowadays is like the union card for city managers. Now, 90% of them have them, but you will find a manager who has a real solid, might have a double bachelor's degree and the requisite experience that you're looking for. So that's why I say master's degree preferred. or any combination of experience. So it leaves you the flexibility of hiring that person you're hoping for.
I think I'm with that. Mr. Zabel.
Greg, and Mayor, Council, I want to suggest maybe on the residency, you consider the urban growth area because we have we're rapidly growing into that. And we're doing annexations even now. So just a suggestion that still keeps them very close and in an area we're either going to be grown into or shortly or at least within the next several years.
Yeah, I think it sounds like probably not putting it out right now, but as you vet people, seems to be a strong conversation. And to Mr. Zabel's point, Pasco or currently Pasco adjacent, future Pasco, I think is totally reasonable. And again, if we have strong folks from across the river that don't want to uproot because they're in a good school system that their kids have been in or are in or whatever, I think there's obviously some leeway for us to help you make that call or you to help us make that call, however that works. So I just, as long as, again, we don't have someone trying to commute from a place where they're just going to touch and go.
We're looking for someone to stay for a minimum of 5 to 7 years. I mean, that's the goal of the exercise here. And that means moving a home, moving a family, becoming, ingrained into the organization and into the community. Those are the people that stay the longest.
So to that point, and I'll close my comments down here, I wonder if in the bullet points for the city manager, some sort of longevity statement, really, the page 4, those bullet points you have. And I think, Mr. Prowlis mentioned the ability to connect with the community. That final bullet point of outgoing personality, maybe there's an opportunity to slide in, ability to work with the community and serve, community service oriented, something of that nature to throw into that. And then again, another bullet point that indicates we're really looking for longevity. That way no one gets caught off guard after a second interview of like, what, you want to be me to raise my kids here for how long? Which we all know Pasco is the shining jewel of the state. No one would ever question that, but we might as well put it out there.
Sure.
That's all I've got. I don't know if anyone else has anything else.
All right, let me recap what I think I've heard.
Okay.
There were no changes to the front page. I didn't hear any changes to page 2 or page 3. On page 4, we're going to find a place to put action oriented in those comments. At the bottom, we're going to talk about a connection to the community and also service oriented and hopefully staying 5 to 7 years are the themes, and I'll have to build that in somewhere. Over on the challenges and opportunities, we will take imitated into something else. Thank you. And then I'm going to take note of service reductions as one of the opportunities for maintaining a fiscally healthy organization, and we'll cover that in the interview part of it. And then lastly, under economic development, we will add the term strategic plan somewhere in that conversation to ensure that's one of the goals. Then moving to the very last page, we'll move the bottom end of the salary range to $230,000, and then up to $295,000 will stay put. And then we'll beef up the experience, 6 years into 10 years, and then add a master's degree preferred. Okay, did I miss anything?
I think that captures everything, and then we'll deal with the location as we get it.
And then we'll cover that when we get down to brass tacks with the finalist candidate.
Sounds good.
And then last but not least is this is our schedule. Have we sent a copy? I can't recall if council has a copy of this or not.
It's not in the packet.
Okay, it will be sent to you here shortly because we're actually on schedule somehow. Okay. We want to keep it that way, so we'll get working as of tomorrow. And again, you all have my cell number. Please don't feel shy about using it if you have any additional comments that come to you afterwards, okay?
Excellent. We appreciate your time and energy here.
And thank you for the opportunity to be here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for coming down. Glad you're starting to feel better.
Yeah, thank you.
That opens it to public comment. Do we have any public comments on this issue? And I'm not quite sure how I'd weight pro or con, but we'd figure it out if we have more than 4 comments or 3 comments. Going once, going twice, third time, the excitement of city governance. Thank you for your time. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is Benton Franklin Council of Governments, or BFCOG, Regional Traffic Count Analysis for the City of Pasco. It's presentation. It says Director Sarah, but I'm not seeing Director Sarah at this mic, so I'll let you introduce our guest.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So we have with us a representative from Benton Franklin Council of Governments, and that is Tanner Martin. He's a regional planner, and he will tell us about the traffic count analysis and all the work that has gone into it and some of the findings. Welcome.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you, Ms. Maria Serra, for that introduction. Again, I am Tanner Martin. I'm a regional planner at BFCOG. We convene local governments, develop long and short range plans, and conduct studies like the Regional Traffic Count Program. And I will just move forward on that. Do I click the presentation? Okay. Awesome. Okay. So as an overview of what the Regional Traffic Count Program is, BFCOG, we launched it in 2016. It is conducted every 2 years to collect vehicle volume, so the number of vehicles, the type of vehicles, anywhere from motorcycles to large semis, and then the speed that vehicles are traveling on a corridor. All right, so a little pop quiz. Does anybody know how we collect traffic count data around the region? No one? They are the pneumatic tube counters, so those little tubes that you drive over. I'll be honest, before I started working at BFCOG, I had no clue what they were, but yeah, those little tubes, they can collect a lot of data that shows what travel patterns are. And then as far as, does anybody know when the data is collected? Any important times? Okay, so it's midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it's in the spring and fall. So no summer break, no winter break, spring break, to make sure that the past data aligns with current data and collects school bus and all normal daily average daily travel patterns. Alrighty, so as you see this graphic right here, there's cars flying everywhere. Luckily, none of them have hit yet, and that's where we all want to get to, right? But that's what the importance of the count program is it monitors travel patterns where people are going every day, and it provides data that supports planning, such as congestion management, travel demand modeling, and then it also helps guide where projects should be developed. It guides the infrastructure investments, and then as well, Council Member Charles Grimm, he's on our BFCOG board, and every year there are dues that are paid to us, and a portion of that does go towards funding a consultant to go out there and lay all the tubing and provide that data and provide insight on what's going on around our region. Okay, so fun facts. You can see the map here: Washington, Oregon, California, Alaska, and Hawaii. We were informed that it is actually the largest tube count program on the West Coast, and I want to emphasize on tube count. As new technology seems to come up almost daily, a lot of agencies have moved towards AI detection or traffic signal cameras or even GPS on your phones. And so we've kind of stuck with the pneumatic tube counters as it's been consistent. It's what we've done in the past. And we're going to do a count in 26. We're going to review all of the other methods and kind of compare and see what comes about with that. So in 2024, we collected data at a total of 718 sites throughout the region in Benton and Franklin counties. And then 124 of those were located in the city of Pasco. Alrighty, so with that data, as we started back in 2016, we were able to kind of do a bigger analysis on travel patterns throughout the region and in each jurisdiction. You can see that the 2021 year kind of has an asterisk next to it, as COVID-19 really kind of messed up everyday traveling with all the restrictions. But once those were lifted, we decided to run a program in 2021, and it kind of bled into 2022. So it was more of a mid to late 21 to early 2022, and then got back on the every 2 years in 2024. So the analysis, what we started out with was identifying the corridors or the count locations that recorded the highest average daily traffic, and then it also identified count locations with the highest amount of heavy vehicle use, so the percentages, excuse me. So a heavy vehicle, it's kind of, I know there's the freight and goods movement. It's a little different than freight. It is any type of vehicle above a passenger van or say a Ford F-150. So any dually trucks, and then all the way up to school buses, transit buses, and then all the way up to large multi-axle freight semi-trucks. So, fun facts about the city of Pasco. You can see the map here. There's 5 locations numbered from 1 to 22. You can see there. So we did an analysis of the 25 locations that recorded the highest average daily traffic throughout the entire region. And there were 5 in Pasco. And then, crazy as it sounds, the Road 68 location just north of 182, it was the highest recorded average daily traffic in the entire region. So, for each jurisdiction, some didn't have a total of 10 count locations, but we did an analysis on the top 10 that had them. And as you can see up there, Road 68 had just under 50,000 vehicles as an average daily volume. And then it kind of, the other locations were Broadmoor, Court, Burden, 20th, and rounding out at the bottom is Burden at a little over 19,000. And I'll further go into further detail about the highlighted locations. As you can see, the numbers there, again, those are the top 10. And oddly enough, the only one that didn't have an increase in volume was the Road 68 location. But that can play a major role into new roadways, as the city of Pasco is continually building and growing. So the other 2 are highlighted, Broadmoor and Court Street West. The Court Street west of 395 is just under 22%, and then the Broadmoor north of I-182 was just over 24% volume increase, and that's comparing the 2016 data to the 2024, not an overall increase over all 4 years that data was collected. Alrighty, and so with that, we also broke down a heavy vehicle percentage of those top 10, and they continued highlighted as they recorded the top 3 heavy vehicle percentage. And again, that's from school buses all the way up to heavy semis and whatnot, multi-axle. And I just want to thank you all for having me here. We love to get out in the region, and I'll take any questions, or if you ever want to reach out for further data, we have a lot of it, so please feel free, and I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Definitely informative and learning about how we do things around here. Mr. Harpster, looks like you have a question.
No question, just a comment. I appreciate the data presented, specifically the one showing that traffic on the 68, 182 corridor has gone down 3%.
Yeah.
And we always talk about that area is not going to be fixed by fixing that specific area, but other intersection improvements around that area. So it's nice to see that the work being done around the city is improving that, if not little by little. So thanks.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the data, what area should we prioritize? What project do you think?
That's a good question. I think the current construction, as far as what's going on at Broadmoor, and connecting to Road 68 would be, alternate routes that get off of Road 68 would be the best. But I don't want to lean on Maria, but that would be my guess for the city of Pasco.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Grimm, we're going to hear a plug for Road 76 at any point.
Let's do it, Mr.
Let's
Mayor.
start.
Yes.
I know, man. The bone's there, buddy.
As, Director Sarah well puts it, the best fix for Road 68 is not Road 68. And so I'm hoping, I know that the board met recently to decide their list of projects that they're going to put forward and everything like that. And I know I can't speak for everybody here on the council, but I think we would all love to see Road 76 get to the top of that list, as obviously the data speaks for itself. It is the #1 priority here in the Tri-Cities.
Yep.
So thank you for your work, Tanner.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Well, I think that covers everyone up here. Really appreciate it. Yeah. And I'm glad Mr. Grimm didn't miss his chance to continually lobby for his pet project here. And we'll call it the Grimm Overpass, not like as a foreboding name.
Yeah, and I guess I will say too, it was great working with Maria, as there was a lot of construction going on, and we did, our consultant was like, hey, there's a lot going on, so we had to shift times of when we could collect data. Court Street, we had to wait until, I believe it was mid-November, because it was shut down in a certain spot for like a month. So Maria's been amazing. She always is. Mr. Grimm's been amazing too. So yeah, greatly appreciate it.
Well, it sounds like you're the third leg of the amazing story. So appreciate your hard effort and staff's effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
With that opens us to public comment on this issue. Do we have any public comment? Going once? Going twice? Third time? All right, you're off the hook for the rest of the night.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
With that moves us on to item 7, which is short-term rentals, and this is coming from Ms. Pichon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Council has shown interest in whether to permit short-term rentals in the city of Pasco. Tonight, staff is seeking direction on if Council is interested in formally permitting short-term rentals. I'll provide a brief summary of the information provided in your packet this evening to support discussion. Short-term rentals are defined as the rental of all or a portion of a dwelling unit for less than 30 nights. Short-term rentals are explicitly discussed in 3 areas of the Pasco Municipal Code. One is allowing short-term rentals in the mixed-use district in Osprey Point, and then the other 2 are outlining parking requirements for commercial lodging, which include short-term rentals in the Broadmoor Overlay District and in the mixed-use district. In recent years, prior councils have approved ADUs for long-term residential use, so they have to be used for 180 days out of the calendar year. And single-room occupancy, or SROs, were approved with a minimum of 30 nights stay, or the minimum of 30-day rental. These references, along with the definition of activities that provide for short-term rentals, have prevented the city from explicitly endorsing short-term rentals in the past. Regionally, short-term rentals are not permitted in Pasco, Kennewick, or Richland. Regionally, staff has confirmed that Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland are receiving the applicable tax revenue, so that includes lodging and sales tax from the Department of Revenue for short-term rentals. And this is due to short-term rental sites being required to have the hosts maintain a business license to the state, which requires them to remit those taxes to Airbnb, and then Airbnb takes that and gives it to Department of Revenue for disbursement. Additionally, a provision of receiving a state business license requires the host to have liability insurance and meet consumer safety requirements. Some communities have chosen to formally permit short-term rentals with varying rules and regulations. For example, in high tourist areas such as Walla Walla, a moratorium has been placed on any new short-term rentals. If council is interested in formally permitting short-term rentals, staff will need direction on where they can be located, parking requirements, safety and inspection requirements, any operational rules that you were looking to put into place, and development of an application process and the fees. Alternatively, if formal permitting is not desired at this time, but council is seeking a formal action, staff can draft a resolution stating short-term rentals are welcome as long as they're aligned with state requirements. Or if no formal action is desired, the city will continue to receive the revenue as it currently does. So very brief, but staff is here to answer any questions to help your discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Pichon. Do we have any, Mr. Harpster?
So I had a hard time understanding this. If they're not if short-term rentals aren't expressly approved, are they prohibited? In other words, if I went on Airbnb this morning, looked at the ones in Pasco, could code enforcement go to those houses and cite them for something?
It would be a code enforcement issue
Okay.
at that point.
Okay, so because they're not expressly approved, then they are by default prohibited. Is that right?
That's the way in which staff does. That is how we've been proceeding with it. Yes.
I think my end goal with this is ensuring that people can have short-term rentals without overburdening them with all sorts of hoops to jump through. So I'd be interested in doing whatever that takes. In the agenda report, I appreciate you mentioned that Visit Tri-Cities is doing a study on short-term rentals, and so it's not a quick solution. It said they were going to take 2 to 3 years to do their study, but I'm probably fine with waiting until that's complete before we do anything else, given that it's going to be a regional study on how short-term rentals would impact hotel taxes and other things in the area. So again, it's 2 to 3 years away, but personally I'm not in a hurry, and so that just kind of leave it up to the rest of council.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you. So currently we get money from the Department of Revenue for short-term rentals.
Correct.
Okay, because they have to have a Washington State business license.
That's correct.
Okay. So when we talk about permitting, I mean, they're already operating in the city of Pasco, but we're not having them go through a proper permitting process at this point.
Correct. So talking with the city of Kennewick and city of Richland, they do not permit them as a use. However, they are allowing them as a use.
So essentially, if we developed some type of program or policies, we'd be regulating them essentially.
Correct.
Okay. I guess my intentions, or I don't know, I'm not speaking for the rest of the council, was never to burden short-term rentals with regulations. So if that's the case, then I say if we're getting money from Department of Revenue, I don't see the issue with where they're operating. I would like to say that we're put out a letter. We welcome them, and people can do what they want. They can buy properties and develop their own little portfolio of short-term rentals. So I think at this point, I just wanted to confirm that tonight. If that's the case, I don't. For me, I wouldn't be in favor of bringing anything forward to have a formal permitting process and have code enforcement going out there. I think we have other priorities, but if I'm understanding correctly, that's my understanding. So that we would be creating policies and a program to, I guess, regulate them.
Correct. And there would be, for staff, I think there's some opportunity to clean up some language in the PMC because that's what they're looking to, and that's where they can be a little in the gray area or conflicted, trying to uphold policy. So that would be an effort we would still look to do.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, that'd be fine. I just wouldn't want to burden anyone with, we're trying to deregulate stuff, or at least I am, and other council members are. So I wouldn't be in favor of that. I think would like to see a formal letter letting people know that Airbnbs are welcome, Verbo, whatever you want, in the city of Pasco, so that people can start making investments and promote economic development. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Blaisdell.
I have one question. Do other cities charge the TPA tax per night?
Regionally, they do.
They do. For short-term rentals?
I would have to check in on the TPA portion of it. And I think that's one of the things that Visit Tri-Cities is going to be working in to their yes.
That's the only thing that I guess would be questionable, just because that would be more for Visit Tri-Cities and more marketing dollars that we could use to promote the area. I don't want to say that I'm not a fan of short-term rentals just because it's harder on the hotels. If hypothetically, just so you guys have an understanding coming from a hotelier, if you have a construction group that comes in and they have 15 rooms for 7 days and they go and rent one house, that's taking heads and beds away from the hoteliers. That'd be my biggest concern. But there's people that are doing short-term rentals anyways. So I'm kind of, I guess, on the fence about it. I would like more information, but the TPA money is probably my biggest concern because we would want to get our fair share. And I will get that answer for you.
Thank you, Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Barajas.
Reading through the suggestion for the Visit Tri-Cities to do their research, I'm in favor of waiting to see their results, and I'm positive that they will come back with suggestions for policies to follow up. But I am in favor of waiting for the Visit Tri-Cities research and just following up on their data, their input. I mean, it's 2 to 3 years away, probably sooner than that, but I think it'll give us a better insight on how to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Barajas. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would concur with Councilmember Perales that as much government oversight as we can keep out of it as possible would be to the best. But I also appreciate what our Assistant City Manager said, and I'd be curious what our legal analysis is that if just to find out if there's just been nuisances in other cities and if there's any mitigations or anything we need to do that could curtail known issues that have happened in other cities. But at the same time, it sounds like we haven't had a lot of those issues here, but would definitely want to be respectful of neighbors if there's known issues. So yes, I would tend to lean towards what Councilmember Perales said, but at the same point, if there are ongoing issues in other cities that maybe a little tweak could fix, I would certainly want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to take my two bookends here, Mr. Perales and Mr. Grimm, I think you're in favor of moving forward as quickly as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I've got the two next to me who are in favor of waiting 2+ years, and one who hasn't given a time frame. So my perspective is this: I think I think staff could do some research now and give us some guidance. One thing I will note. I got an email, it was just a cold out, well, probably not a cold, having read the packet, presumably Airbnb's policy analyst, and I forwarded that to Mr. Zabel. I don't know if others received that. So I think to the extent that Airbnb may or may not have data, I think that could be relevant and helpful. I do think if we do move forward, and one of the things that I would like staff to look into is in particular the parking issues and other space sharing that could, to Mr. Grimm's point, create a nuisance or some sort of issue. Obviously, I'm not going to say a prohibition on playing loud music or anything silly like that, but something where there's true shared facilities that are owned by the city that could, again, prohibit the use of a neighbor or someone within the neighborhood. So I'd want to make sure that whatever we do, as much as a fan as I am of not being super prescriptive, we want to make sure that we're not infringing on someone else's use of their own property. So I do think parking would be one thing I'd like researched. Go ahead, Ms. Sigdahl.
Mayor, just for clarification, we do have ordinances that allow us to dictate some of the nuisance and parking, where parking in this particular case might be multiple people versus what we would view of a household. So there are code enforcement measures that we can take that would not have to be dictated to just short-term rentals. Would you like for us to clarify and maybe work on more of the educational realm, maybe?
I think where education can be helpful, yes. The only reason I mention parking is I read it here and it's fairly nebulous, in subsection whatever number 4, just says there will be no demand for parking beyond that which is normal to a residential area, no unusual or excessive traffic from the premises. To me, that's not clear. I have 2 cars. I have a camper at my house, you know, that I park there because I got a side yard, right? Like, when my kids start driving, I may have 5 cars, right? So I just, you know, the understanding what a normal use is, I think, and again, in a way that doesn't impact the neighborhood, to me would be helpful. As to whether or not we need to put it in zones, I don't think that's necessary, but again, if our data dictates or something of that nature, that's fine. But I'm with the bookends here that I think if we can move on this, it's something that we've talked about, and maybe prod Visit Tri-Cities and see if their 2 to 3 years could be expedited, coupled with whatever, again, lower level research. And this isn't to me like, you know, burning priority, but something that I do think we've talked about it several times now. Let's at least move it, and move it now. Not, again, don't have to come back with something like imminently, but also poke Visit Tri-Cities to see if maybe they're going to move quicker than 2 to 3 years. Does that make sense from staff? And then second, do we have kind of a consensus that's a good way to go? Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I support what you want to do there. I'm just a little slow in the uptake tonight. So currently, short-term rentals are not allowed, but they sorry.
But they're like not prohibited.
But yeah, but they're not prohibited. But they could be allowed without some kind of intense permitting process. They could be just allowed outright.
So they're not a permitted use, but
They're an allowed use.
I'm not saying they're an allowed use, but right now it would be a code enforcement. It would go through code enforcement if it was a complaint was filed.
Because it's not currently an allowed use.
I can. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so Council, if I think we're kind of walking a little bit of a slippery slope to where they're not a permitted use. So we're not necessarily allowing them now. We're just not taking code enforcement action on them. Whatever we do going forward, though, we start to, short of a permitting process, we start to then create rules and so forth. And if this council or future council wants to dial it back, now we're taking something away from somebody, right? So the more you formalize it now, the more difficult it may be later on to tighten it up. If you do start to realize or start to experience that you're getting nuisance issues like parking, or I won't say noise because that could happen at any home, but and it's probably more in the single family zone than any place else, because most apartments are going to have prohibitions against subletting the apartment and so forth, and we have some condos, but not a lot of them, and a lot of those probably have CC&Rs that would control that as well. So we're probably more talking about single family than any place here. And so I think you probably do need to do something more than not permitting, when the alternative is if somebody were to complain, and we are a complaint-driven code department, our code enforcement people are going to have to do something, and probably that's going to be citing the property owner for running an unpermitted STR, short-term rental.
Okay, and that's kind of where I was getting at. Was I think we'd be more in favor of what Mr. Prosgrim and Serrano mentioned, that let's see what we can do now, and to study from Visit Tri-Cities. Maybe Ms. Blaze, I think, is on that board, could talk with Mr. Lewis about why that's a 3-year timeline and perhaps doing it sooner.
Does that help staff? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just leaving it in the nebulous area of maybe is probably not the best answer. If we can get beyond maybe, that would be helpful. Maybe have you present what it would take to get to that next level of not giving too much of a bundle of sticks, but also not being able to sort of not enforce it would be helpful, Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, I'll just throw out that so far, I don't believe we've had a code issue, have we? We haven't had a code issue because nobody's called.
Right.
And I know council's gonna have a hard time believing this, but sometimes people will call into codes, not because they're really bothered by what's happening, but because they don't want it to happen.
Fair enough.
Right.
Appreciate it. See Mr. Peralta, see if you're like.
No, thank you, Mayor. So I was just going to ask, so if Airbnbs, I guess they're not allowed by our code, then why doesn't the city just go and shut them down?
Because you complained.
Okay, so they have to be a complaint. And so that's what I was getting at, because I felt like, oh, well, I felt like maybe we were kind of creating a new code arm, and then it doesn't really sound like there needs to be nothing created, because there's not really a problem. So I guess, Angela's trying to say they're not allowed. So from our city standpoint, I mean, are they allowed? Are they not allowed? Permitted use? Because the way I see it is, I don't want to create any burdensome regulations for something that they're not permitted. But what's the point? Until we start hearing more complaints about them, I don't see an issue. And if that's the position from Richland and Kennewick, they don't. I mean, that's what I got from the individual at City of Kennewick that I talked to when I was doing my research. We don't regulate them. We don't hear nothing about them, so people can just have at it. So if that's the case, I don't want to. We have many other pressing items for staff to work on, and so I would hate for you guys to do all this research. And really, I think at this point, perhaps just wait on the Visit Tri-Cities study. I'd be interested in getting some of that TPA money, on some of these rentals, short-term rentals. Maybe that's when we have to kind of start regulating them. But for me, I think. What we hear is from constituents or people who want to start Airbnbs is that they're not allowed. So it's like, what's the legal wording we have to promote or understand that I guess they are allowed, but they're not permitted, but because we're not permitted and we're not regulating them. So maybe perhaps Mr. Ferguson needs to do a little research and provide us with some, information about what we're talking about here, rather than kind of just working through like word gymnastics, because it's like, okay, they're not allowed, but then why don't we shut them down type of thing. So then that's where I'm at. But I feel like I have it's clear as mud for me now. But as far as I'm concerned, it seems like Airbnbs and Verbos, and they're allowed in the city of Pasco, and we're not going to regulate them. At least I'm not going to promote that.
So maybe rather than a presentation, we get a memo that's staff thoughts or recommendations with some legal analysis of what exactly the current status of these things are in Pasco, and a risk reward proposition of, if you formalize this, X could happen. If you leave it as is, Y could happen. Is that helpful to council? Is that clear to staff? Okay. I think we can move on into public comment unless someone else has anything on this. We have any public comment on this issue? Going once? Yeah, Thomas. Or Mr. Grambois, whatever you want me to call you. But we do need light on.
Yeah, it's all good. Thomas works. Thomas Grambois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. First of all, sorry I didn't realize that you got it started at 6, so I did have one thing about the city manager position. Instead of making a requirement to live in the area, maybe incentivized by having a bonus for living in the area. I think that makes for a little bit of ownership in the living in the city. So let's talk about short-term rentals. As a landlord myself, I have multiple doors. I think it's a great idea, but I think a lot of you touched on really important parts about nuisances, about uses on properties. You just look at how many people came out that were upset because people were driving 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, and look at the pull that had to happen to drop the speed limit down just because of 10 miles plus over the speed limit. Look at the amount of people who came out that were upset about the idea of putting a commercial space within their residential area. So I see that there's a lot of opportunity for folks to be upset about that. So party houses can be a big deal. I don't know how many of you traveled to cities and gone to have a party or bachelor party, whatever, but there's that opportunity. Next thing that you did touch on is parking. My very first meeting that I attended was back in 2016. It was specifically around parking and the fact that there wasn't clear enforcement in that area. And right now where I live, most of you know where I live, there are major congestion issues with folks buying vehicles, leaving them on the streets, taking up street inventory, and it takes over 2 weeks to even start the process for vehicles to be towed or moved or ticketed. So I think that this is an opportunity to look at that and see if maybe you can do some better enforcement. Now the next thing is noise. You guys touched on that. Again, in my neighborhood, there are issues with loud parties on a regular basis, and our noise ordinance is a little bit aged. And a lot of times when enforcement happens, we're just talking about subsection A. And when the enforcement folks come out and take a look, they just look at subsection A, but then there's B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So I think that there's opportunity to dial that up, dial that in, and improve enforcement. And that is 2 minutes. Wow, that's a lot faster than I'm used to. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speeding through, pun intended. With that, do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item D, which is application for access easement or driveway for 2005 West Lewis Street, parcel number 119481026, and that's coming from Mr. Raymond.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Council members, good evening. Back in 1968, West Lewis Street was designated as a limited access facility through Ordinance 1304. Next slide, please. Which was later amended in 1976 under Ordinance 1824. The significance of being designated a limited access roadway is that owners along these routes do not have automatic guaranteed access to that roadway. In fact, according to PMC 10.85.040, the City Council is tasked with the determination as to whether granting access is detrimental to the stated policies in the code. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see somewhat in the orange where the subject site is, its relationship to West Lewis and 20th, and then ultimately US 395. Next slide, please. As you can see, the classification of Lewis Street as a principal arterial and also has direct access to 395. There are currently 7 existing driveways over a span of approximately 4,000 feet, and the posted speed limit is 45 miles an hour and is a 5-lane section profile. Next slide. There are numerous factors for the council to consider, including traffic safety and circulation, sequence of relevant factors or events that perpetuated the perceived need for the easement, and whether other options could be pursued as an alternative. In this slide, as you can see from the map, there are existing options for access that could be considered for any proposed use. In this case, there are existing access easements and common ownership, so further easements, if they're needed, should be relatively simple. Next slide, please. The council has the following options to consider. That is to either deny the application, approve the application with conditions as determined by the council, or approve the request as submitted. And staff is here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Prowse.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start it off. I'll just go ahead and say I agree with the number 2 point. I would say we just agree as submitted. We got an email earlier with a hypothetical turn lane. I assume it's going to meet city standards, and if not, they'll work through those. But I mean, at this point, I think this development needs a different access, and it would work great off of Lewis Street. I'm not sure if perhaps the applicant or would have to work with WASDOT. Would they have to work with that, given that it's a principal arterial? No, not at all. So this is just based on us. Okay. Yeah, I don't see an issue with, and I was waiting to see some type of evidence or anything that maybe city staff wouldn't like to see it happen, but based on not seeing anything, I feel like the second option is the most beneficial, and I take it it's commercial property, and so they're looking to probably perhaps put some type of restaurants or something in there, and we need more commercial businesses, and I think this thing needs better access than what we're seeing right here, especially with that easement and stuff like that. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymond, at this point, on the data we have, is there any risk associated? Oh, Mr. Harpster, I'll get to you. Sorry. With any particular speed limit or any type of having the turnout there? Do we have data on that? Traffic count, speed count?
I might defer to Director Sarah, but I'm not aware of any specific data specifically speaking to this request.
That is correct. So there are traffic counts. It's not a very high volume speed. The restriction for access, as stated in the code, is specific to safety because it's a major through corridor and it's an arterial. But at this point, also we do not have an application for future use. So current use has been functioning off of the existing easement. So there is not additional information to evaluate the safety of the access, and even if there are restrictions to that access as far as riding only or not. And so without that information, really, as of today, there is not an analysis to be done.
Okay. I think, one of my concerns was having a turnout lane. I didn't know, I guess it's fairly close to a four-way intersection, so presumably when someone comes from red, they're not going to be revved up too high, but if someone's got a flat green, or yellow, they might be speeding, which was where naturally I was inclined to look at seeing if there was a way to increase the easement to the north of the property ahead of jumping into this. I don't know if that's even a viable solution for the applicant. But that was kind of my first gut thought. I'll defer to Mr. Zabel and to you, Mr. Harpster.
So just in response to that question, and it was referenced a couple of minutes ago, there was a drawing sent a little earlier, and that drawing is not a recommendation by staff. That drawing just represents something the applicant's engineer submitted some time ago when he first started talking to staff about this particular request. And that first submittal and the conversation that went along with it got us to tonight. And there isn't necessarily an analysis that needs to happen in advance of council's decision. Would the council consider allowing driveway access off of Lewis? The analysis will occur when there is a proposal to actually do it. And my sense, I'm not necessarily involved in development day to day, but we've got professional engineers looking at that, professional engineer and their analysis in terms of proposing it and what measures would make that safe. And again, reviewed by the city as well in doing that. So that's really not necessarily council's charge tonight, is determining whether it's safe or not. It's mainly whether or not it would be allowed or not. And if through that analysis we determine that we can't make it safe, I would envision we'd probably come back to council and tell you that. I don't know the conditions well enough to know whether that's even a possibility or not, whether we'd come to that conclusion, but there are other driveways, for instance, off this road. So that's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I'm with Mr. Perales. I'd be in favor of this. And a couple of points. It's not even really an easement so much as it maybe technically is, but it's just creating legal access to the property, which currently doesn't exist today. And also note, like the staff report did, that there's several other driveway accesses along this stretch of Lewis Street that have been there for a long time. The proximity to the intersection, it could be as close as 300 feet, as far as 500, give or take, but that's even further away than 68 and Burden headed northbound. You've got the entrance to the gas station just after passing Burden, then you got two entrances into Yokes, all within 300 feet. So this seems real simple that I think council should give approval for the driveway access and let the applicant and staff work on determining exactly where that would be. Thanks.
Is there any, Mr. Perales?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just hope, again, based on the plan we got earlier, it's not really here for us to consider looking at this, but it's a good aid. And based on what I'm seeing, we can do traffic counts and a study, but based on what I'm seeing, it looks like a dedicated turn lane heading west. So if you're heading west on Lewis, so you would peel off. So I think that is relatively safe, but I'll defer to a traffic engineer. But I don't like the fact that there's an access easement on the other side, and that's been used, and, I mean, that's not really the point. And if that's the case, then from here on out, we set a precedent where easements are roadways now, and access ways for a lot of these businesses and stuff. I don't agree with that, and I think it would bode well and promote economic development by allowing this. So I hope we're not setting the foundation right now to say no. So I'm not trying to pick apart your words, Mr. Zabel, but it's just like, well, I don't know if it's safe. And it's like, so are we just kind of like showing our cards now that we can go through this process and say yes now, but then we're just going to say no later? And again, I think there's a lot of access issues on this road, and I'm just trying to pull up the map, but I mean, there's other places that people are turning left and right off of Lewis Street. So, I mean, again, we do understand our code is a little dated, so maybe we need to start looking at this along this whole strip. But like I said, I just wanted to make that comment before. But again, before I get off here, but again, I'm for number 2. Let's just allow it, and then we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comment, Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, just real quick, and I want to clarify, and I don't know the answer to this question, but I think it maybe help with the discussion, which is this particular action that is before you right now is related to the code 1085, so that created a limited access road, and so that was part of what that ordinance did. What this process would be able to allow an access easement. So this is the first step you would have to do, because it's not even allowed in the code. Now, and again, I don't know the answer to this question, but I assume that it would still have to go through whatever typical MUTC, whatever the acronym is for all the safety standards, would still have to comply. This is just a matter, you can't even start that analysis about whether safety is met if you haven't even done this. I think that's right. So just wanted to kind of clarify that this is kind of the first step to what's already in your code.
Thank you. So a handful of us have spoken on this. Is kind of the notion that we would move forward and let the professionals analyze this?
I would be for, seeing if we could allow access.
I'd be for it too.
With that, do we have any questions from staff?
Yeah, so we would have to, depending on what the further analysis comes back with at that point, then we would have to move forward with what the process is. And you can imagine we don't do a whole lot of these, so we'd have to do some digging and find a good example to come back to you with. Because as the comment that Mr. Harpster just made earlier, this is not a typical access easement in the sense of that you're granting someone the right to enter your property and cross over it, right? So typically we have rights of way, that allow access based on whatever other safety requirements already met. They're allowed to enter those rights of way. This we created apparently on the right of way has created this limited access. So now, which kind of locks it in place. So now what you're doing is allowing legally folks to access your right of way because you've created a barrier to that now. So that's the distinction. It's not accessing their property; it's them accessing yours.
Understood. And Mr. Zabel?
Yeah, I think where staff was, we needed to know where council sat on this, because we don't want to, if council wasn't willing to consider this, I would not want to put the applicant through the effort of doing the design, having a review on our side, the city side, and making a determination under what conditions this would be safe, then come to you and then later to find out that council didn't want to entertain it. So that's kind of, we're chicken and egg thing kind of here going on.
I appreciate that, and that's fair. And I think the general sense, unless Mr. Grimm's going to throw a rock towards me,
No, I was
get you all marching on whatever the process is with the applicant. We'll leave that to you. But Mr. Grimm,
No, I was just going to add, I appreciate our legal's point of view that it's a limited access road. The idea being that, it's a thoroughfare. It's downtown's access to the highway there, and it's even 45 through there. So yes, I appreciate the sensitivity to that, but at the same time, it does make sense to allow this applicant to have access to their property like that. So thank you.
sounds good. So with that, it sounds like staff knows that what the direction is, right? Thank you. Comments from the public on this one. And Crystal, if we can reset the clock. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Hi, I'm Paul Knutson with Knutson Engineering, so I'm the applicant's engineer. We submitted an application for a new engineering plans actually for a driveway back on November 19th of this last year. Not even realizing with the survey that we had, the title report, there didn't show any restrictions that on record, on title record, to not having access off of Lewis. We thought it was simply a permitted action. We turned in a right-of-way permit that showed our engineered driveway. A month later, December 12th, we received the comments back that that ordinance mentioned 1085, I believe, from 1968, when Pasco was certainly a different town. Quite fortuitous when we see the BF Cogs layouts of where the studies show the top 10, highest impact of traffic, and it's not on Lewis Street. But it's Broadmoor and other areas, and other driveways are closer to intersections. We went back and forth with city staff asking for the easement, officially the easement access back on shortly after December 18th, I believe. I actually printed 8 different sets of plans. I hope that's enough. If council, I didn't see it in the packet, so if it's worth sharing, I brought copies here to share if you guys would like to consider these, because it wasn't in the packet. Perfect. No, I can. So back and forth, and finally on January 13th is when we made our last submittal and told the staff to take it off a hold. We'd like to have that considered. Now, what the right action is from the council's part, that's Mr. Ferguson brings up a good point as to whether or not that's just simply allowing an access easement to this right of way, which has restricted access. Maybe it's something more larger, such as maybe looking at amending the Pasco Municipal Code or that particular ordinance, which is over 50 years old. Pasco's changed, and maybe it's time for a change. But I went over my 2 minutes, I think. Thank you guys very much, and I'll leave these with the clerk. Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. Appreciate your do we have any additional public? Appreciate your input there. Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment on this? Going once, going twice, and I know the clerk will be sending those down for us. Going 3 times. With that, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you again. Item E, which is introduction to revenue requirement analysis for water and sewer utilities. It looks like Director Sarah is going to kick this one off.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. There we go. So we're going to be talking about water and sewer revenue requirements, and this will be a topic that we will revisit throughout the coming months. This process will also look very familiar to you because we have already done it with 2 other utilities last year, and this time we will be focusing on water and sewer. So you're seeing in the map our service area for water, that is potable water, and then sewer, which is our municipal wastewater utility. So we're seeing what the facilities look like. There are treatment plants, conveyance system or collection system, pumping stations, and so on. And what this effort will look at is how to make these utilities continue to be sustainable with their revenues to be able to meet all the obligations that already exist, such as operation and maintenance costs, debt service coverage, debt service repayment, and having reserves for the utility to operate, as well as covering capital costs. The analysis will also look at how those costs are allocated to different classes of customers, and when we do this analysis we look at each utility separately to really protect the different utility ratepayers so that it is an fair allocation of cost, since our ratepayer base is different for each utility. And so when we look at rates specifically, we're really focusing on that continuous effort that is needed for the utility to be run, to be maintained, to be operated, to cover for the costs that have been incurred, and of course having that reserve, right? And so ensuring that our rates are set at such a dollar amount that allow for that utility to maintain the level of service and also continue to be sustainable. So financially sustainable, right? And when we talked about connection fees or capital expansion fee, actually we're looking at that system and we're looking at a couple of things. So how much money has been already invested in the system to have capacity available for new users to join in, as well as how much does it cost to expand capacity if the number of customers joining will exceed the capacity of the system. So this is, of course, highly regulated, and these analyses are performed to calculate a maximum connection fee possible or allowable. And just like we did for irrigation or even PWRF earlier, we would be coming back and providing the analysis results as well as alternatives for what does that rate and connection fee look like, and then alternatives on how to balance those to meet our goal of having utilities that continue to operate and, again, maintaining level of service, right? It is important to note that connection fees cannot pay for anything related to maintenance and operations, and so the connection fee really focuses on that capital expansion, the expansion of the facility or capacity that has been reserved for future uses. And of course, this is a already seen by you calculation on how that maximum connection fee would be calculated. CC stands for connection charge, but again, this is capital expansion fee, connection fee, capital charge, all synonyms in this case. And so I did explain existing cost for capacity that is not quite used yet, so remaining capacity in the system that would be sold to new users, or future expansion needed in order to serve those new users. So that's how this calculation is. Existing ratepayers are paying for the system that is providing service to them. New customers pay for the cost to support the additional demand, both on water and sewer. And so with that, it's a quick introduction. The process is already underway. We're working through all the data requests and identifying, in our capital plan, what is the purpose of each project, how much of the project really addresses existing deficiencies, how much is for expansion, and then allowing for that calculation to occur, looking at imbalances and so on. So it's a complex process. We have FCS working with us in that process, and we plan to be back with results. So the next steps, today we're doing the introduction to this item. Later in May, we plan to come back with results, and then we will work in an outreach to the community to share the findings and alternatives for both connection fee and rates. And then after the outreach is completed, we will collect all that feedback and do a recap here in the council meeting. And finally, our targeted adoption date is in July. And I will just bring up something I missed before, which is when we did budgeting and CIP last year, we had noted that there were a lot of needs for the utilities, and the cost for running the utility have increased since the last time we did a rate study, which the latest rates went into effect in 2021 with an plan to be increased throughout the following 6 years. So we're still within that period where those new rates are still applying to the rates that are today in order. But of course, that analysis was done before we knew fully what impacts of COVID would have in our utilities. So it is a good time to be revisiting those and evaluating what the cost of service is. And with that, I hope I didn't go too long, just able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I think that was clear, and we look forward to continual discussion on the issue. Do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to move on to item F, which is the 2025-2036 year Transportation Improvement Program revision by, again, Director Sarah.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council members. So this item is pertaining the already approved Transportation Improvement Program. This program between 2025 and 2030 was approved last year by Council, and the revisions proposed are to accommodate some needs related to our transportation impact fee. So a quick recap of what was approved last year was a 6-year plan for transportation improvements. The plan included 43 projects, 3 programs, and 5 studies. Out of those 43 projects, there are 3 revisions that are recommended by staff, and those are as follows. So Burns Road Extension used to be a single project, and we are proposing dividing it between the actual extension of Burns Road, that is between Road 68 and Convention Drive or Three Rivers West, and having the intersection be separate from it. This ultimately has no change in the dollar amount for the project, but is easier to track and cleaner in our analysis for traffic impact fees. We are proposing the inclusion of the Harris Road realignment. This is Harris Road on its eastern end, ties to Broadmoor Boulevard in a location that is difficult to navigate currently with the current volume of vehicles, and will become harder as more development occurs. We are proposing the realignment of this road to eliminate that connection to Broadmoor and instead connect to Sandifer. And I do have some graphics for this, but I'm doing the overview right here. And then finally, the inclusion of the Court Street and Road 100 intersection improvements. This item was discussed last year towards the end of the process of the TIP and found to be valuable as a safety and need for further control of that intersection as more volume is expected in both Road 100 and Court Street with development occurring. Okay, and so you are seeing just a quick summary of the first project we talked about. This is Burns Road Extension, the missing link, as we often refer to, and we would be splitting that project into 2 projects. Again, an intersection project and a roadway extension project. No bottom line changes to the cost. Harris Road realignment, again, eliminating that, what we call dog leg, that ties close to the northern ramp on Broadmoor on I-182, and instead having that Harris Road continue north without that 90-degree bend that you're seeing in the screen. So as it's shown in the blue color in the bottom. And finally, the Court Street and Road 100 intersection improvements. The transportation system master plan recommends a traffic signal there. I think there were discussions about having a roundabout. The project will actually evaluate based on volumes and characteristics of behavior in the road, whether a roundabout is better suited for this location, and again help mitigate the impacts of increased volume in both corridors and especially left turns from both corridors onto the other one, but mostly south, exiting the freeway onto 100 and then 100 onto Court Street. Okay, so not for you to review this in the screen, but we have highlighted in a orange reddish color the 3 items that are modified. There's 4 lines that are modified since one of the projects got divided into 2. One is towards the top, it's probably line 6, and then at the bottom of the 43 projects. So those could be the changes. And just recapping what the RCW mentions is that while this program needs to be adopted once a year, and we're already working on next year's version of it with you, we have already had outreach and we discussed it last week, this program can be revised at any time provided the council has a majority vote on it. So the proposed plan is to make this revision. Should council be in favor of it, there will be a public hearing in order to be able to act on it. The public hearing is scheduled for May 5th during a regular council meeting that is next week. And should council decide to do so, could pass a resolution to approve these revisions. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Director Sarah? Seeing none, just from my perspective, I understand the splitting and the Burns Road is more for project management or internal tracking. Is there any potential benefit for grant applications? Like, we're taking two chunks of smaller dollar values so that there might be more of them, or it might be easier to get an award?
Yes, that is correct. So the intersection improvement itself is more attractive as a standalone project, especially when we can verify volumes and crash data and other things, where the extension of the corridor is harder to be grant funded because it's a non-existing connection.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I had some friends ask about the extension and, how you're four-wheeling out there even if you're not in a four-wheel. That said, that's the county's problem. But I guess becoming ours. No, I appreciate this thought of bifurcating the project, especially if we can get some of it paid for, or maybe all of it. Seeing no further lights, do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time? With no comments on that, we're going to move along to item G, resolution West Pasco Water Treatment Plant phases 3 and 4 professional services agreement acceptance. With she who gets the kudos, she gets the work. You got the kudos early in the meeting, now you get the heavy load, Miss Sarah.
Thank you again. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item is a professional services agreement for RH2 Engineering to provide design, permitting, and bid support during the design of the next set of improvements at the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant. So this will be phases 3 and 4 as shown in our CIP, and the purpose of these improvements is to expand the capacity of West Pasco to reach the 18 million gallons per day production mark. As a refresh, this facility has been operating since its original construction at 6 million gallons per day. Recently, phases 1 and 2 have been able to expand that capacity 6 million gallons more, so we're at just about 12 million gallons a day. Yet, with the anticipated needs for Butterfield Water Treatment Plant to be replaced in a phased approach and having major construction, it is important we increase our reliability of service at the West Pasco facility. This will also help us meet the high demands in summer as demands increase. This is part of the original plan for the facility, and we have received a low interest loan from the Department of Health to allow for this project to be fully funded through this low interest loan. Now, the improvements are listed in the screen, and it's a combination of treatment improvements like the membranes that do the filtering, as well as dealing with drying beds for the solids that are then discarded and dried out and hauled away, increase pumping capacity, increase power reliability through generators, both at the plant and the intake facility on the river. Next slide, please. So the scope of this professional services agreement is for design, so full services of design, as well as support for permitting, getting the approval from the Department of Health for the construction, and then support during the bid process. And finally, this total dollar amount for this professional services agreement is not to exceed $749,753, and that is just under $750,000. This is consistent with cost for design of treatment facilities. This project is anticipated to be in the just about $14 million of work. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harpster.
I'm just curious more than anything. When do we go with most qualified over low bidder?
Thank you. So most qualified is used for professional service, specifically engineering, surveying, and architectural services. Now for construction, when we bid a project for construction, contractors are selected based on competitive bid rules. And so that is lowest bidder. So there is a way through Washington state law where bids can also be conditioned to supplemental criteria where we establish specific set of qualifications besides just the price for the contractor to meet. For example, it's very typical in treatment facilities where we want to hire contractors that are the lowest bidder of those that have a certain set of experience. For example, have built a water treatment plant in the last 10 years. So that we're really not the learning ground for something critical like water or wastewater treatment. But again, as far as they meet those qualifications, then they're chosen based on the lowest bid price. On the other hand, when selecting consultants, like RH2 in this case, we are not allowed to consider price. We consider only experience, and then the negotiation of scope and fee happens after the selection has been made. Should we not reach an agreement and we're very far apart, not enough funding to hire them, there is also an opportunity for exhausting those negotiations and moving to the second most qualified based on the scoring that has been done by a committee.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Looks like we have no further comments. Thank you for that presentation. I anticipate we'll see this in a future meeting for action. Do we have any additional, or do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, third time. With that, we're going to go to item H, which is request for zoning code text amendment and draft ordinance amending Title 25 of zoning. Mr. Raymond, looks like you're getting your fair share of the light tonight.
Yeah, thank you. It's bringing this item back again this evening for further critique by the council and any other adjustments you may want to see prior to the next meeting on the 5th. The draft ordinance being presented tonight is brought as a response to emerging development opportunities, identified regulatory obstacles, as well as a perceived need to address policy gaps regarding the impacts of commercial drive-through uses. While researching potential ways to address these and other related ongoing issues, it was recognized that in 2021, CED staff did considerable work with the Planning Commission and presented a draft ordinance to the council at that time. And unfortunately, those issues or that ordinance was not officially acted on, but here we are today discussing it again. Several different types of businesses utilize drive-throughs in their service delivery to patrons, from fast food restaurants and coffee shops to financial institutions and auto-related services. Each have their own unique characteristics and requirements that suit their business model, which in turn produce varying impacts on surrounding properties. In addition to individual design preferences, each site will present unique opportunities to emphasize and take advantage of, and or present compatibility challenges which may include vehicle and pedestrian conflicts, traffic congestion, noise intrusion, and potential artificial light trespass. As an example, a fast food restaurant or coffee shop drive-through may account for up to 70% of the business volume during key periods of time, but that other 30% may still heavily influence the need to account for pedestrian safety, ADA accessible site design, as well as compatibility with adjacent properties due to things like menu board speaker systems or idling vehicles, whereas a drive-through at a car wash may account for nearly 100% of the vehicle traffic volume, except for employee parking or vendor deliveries. So car washes would be unique from coffee shops in regards to perceived noise potential and should be addressed accordingly. Each business type will have different volumes and therefore require varying amounts of stacking potential in order to effectively manage on-site circulation as well as potential off-site conflicts. This ordinance provides for flexibility in design relative to different business needs and potential, and it also provides for ample flexibility in design where sufficient documentation is provided that clearly demonstrates alternative measures will indeed accomplish important safety and compatibility priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
I hope I can make it easy, but we'll see. I'd be in favor of amending the code as presented with these revisions, or additions rather.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, I do have a question. You kind of talked about opportunity for modifications. I'm not fully reading that. Where am I missing that, Mr. Raymond, for these allowances?
Good question, and let me get to it here.
I mean, I see certain ones maybe related to noise, and maybe that's the best one. I'm just trying to make sure. I'll give you kind of, as you look, I'll speak kind of at you, but also to you. One of the concerns that I think I have is if we're going to revise a code, we tend to come, you come to us because the code's inflexible, historically, and I'm not knocking the staff here. I mean, perfect example tonight. We may have to have an ordinance to repeal an ordinance or have an exemption to an ordinance. We're not really sure what we're doing with Airbnbs or not doing with them. Point is, if we're going to adopt something new, I would hope that we have flexibility built into it so that you're not constantly coming back to us to say, hey, this one's 112 feet instead of instead of 125. What do I do with the 13 feet? There's noise attenuation that really meets the threshold of the code. So, long-winded way of asking. You mentioned built-in flexibility. I'm not quite seeing it. Maybe I'm reading over it.
Noise number 4.
So yeah, I mean, I've noticed the noise, but is there anything else that should have flexibility of the stacking, or does that kind of achieve that attenuation and flexibility? That's all I'm asking. Is if we're going to adopt this, I'm good with moving forward as quickly as possible, but I want to make sure that we don't have like a stagnant code that you're going to come back in 2 months and say, holy cow, there are 4 businesses in the Broadmoor area. We got to modify this to get them there.
Yeah. Well, and those are very good comments and certainly a great question. And we do our best to foresee every possibility. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't. But definitely in 25.176070, more specifically under noise, number 4, it says alternative measures designed to mitigate noise impacts may be permitted as authorized by the Director of Community and Economic Development, where demonstrated through a noise mitigation study conducted by a qualified professional that such mitigation measures adequately provide compliance with what is ultimately the underlying noise ordinance, PMC 9.130. We provide prescriptive measures where they seem to make sense because the applicant and staff need a target to shoot for. But inevitably, somebody disagrees with that analysis or that requirement, or maybe doesn't have the room to provide it, or something else along those lines. And we always do our best to leave open the opportunity for analysis. But sometimes when we ask for analysis, what we get in return is more of a, well, we just want to, or prefer to, or prefer not to. But we try to always leave that door open. That being said, we're also careful to be respectful of the council's authority to write the regulations, and for staff to not overwrite those regulations without coming to you first. So we just try to find that balance. You can also look at the competing demands between consistency and flexibility, because different parties really prefer one or the other, sometimes both, but you're oftentimes sacrificing one in favor of the other, and we always try to find that balance the best we can.
And I appreciate that. And again, I do recognize the noise, but just for example, looking at some of the drive-through facilities, does it make sense that they're not permitted in Central Business District, which they probably don't work there? I don't know for sure. C2 zoning district, just there's some things that, if you look back at this, are there any particular issues where it might be nice to give your organization a little more leeway? Because we've done that with the noise section, and that addresses an issue that may or may not come before us. So to the extent that we may want to look at all of these in the cumulative effort, I'm good with adopting it. I'm good with adopting it as is. I just don't know driving through or what may be, and I'm not asking a crystal ball, just something to help look through it and say, you know what, we really should be more flexible on this one, and send us a quick note. We're going to present this next week or whenever. We're going to change this. Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, I would just echo some of the sentiments that Mr. Raymond said, which is the reason why the quote flexibility is built into specific things like noise, for example. And then also I think 050 mentions paren 3, talks about drive-through establishments only a parking reduction of 50% may be approved if the application clearly indicates that the establishment is carry-out business. Then it talks about how parking reduction shall be approved by the Community Economic Development Department. So the reason why I think those are limited to specific provisions rather than more broadly is because, as we all know, the number one way to challenge these types of ordinances is through the arbitrary and capricious standard, which when you essentially make someone the decider, for lack of a better word, they get a lot of times in the past, that person or whoever's in that position will get constantly kind of bombarded with everybody wants to be special and have a special exception, and then that lays the groundwork for the next person who says, well, now wait a sec, that's exactly what I'm doing, so how is that not arbitrary? And so anyway, that's why I think it's in there kind of on a case-by-case basis, or I guess an issue-by-issue basis. But to the extent that there's interest in doing that more, then I think we could probably maybe look for some other spots to do that. But yeah, I think that's where that comes from.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think my sole position is, if we stuck the landing on the 2 or 3 that really makes sense, I'm good with that. If there's maybe more where we have flexibility, again, knowing that we've got a lot of building coming in the next few years, quite frankly, it beats having every Monday be a drive-through setback question. Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, I did have one additional place I would like you to look at, and that is 176060 at number 4 in the table. At the very end, it says, as far as stacking capacity, capacity requirements determined on an individual basis and shall require supplemental documentation, including the most currently available traffic counts, no older than 2 years, level of service, operational efficiency, and customer projections. So that, again, leaves another opportunity where people have the ability to kind of prove their case or sell the sizzle, if you will, when they submit something.
I appreciate that. Thank you for catching those things that I glanced over. So appreciate that. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you. Is there a way that we can work in maybe perhaps a variance wording in the code itself?
There's already ample provisions for variances of any of our provisions in code that would go before the hearing examiner.
Okay. And is it, I don't want to strike it right now, but I would just like to get maybe perhaps some background as to why we're not allowing drive-thrus in the C2 business area.
That's a great question. That's something that we discussed internally as staff. When you look at the enabling sort of section of the C2 zoning district, and additionally the downtown master plan, they're really trying to emphasize and promote not quite so vehicle-centric businesses. So that's really kind of the motivation for that, and so it's kind of in keeping with our current sort of theme, if you will, and the current code.
Do you think there's a way for we can explore perhaps allowing drive-throughs in those areas as long as they're can kind of conform to those stacking lanes policies?
Of course.
I mean, it just, I think of like Kennewick, and there's a couple of coffee shops with some drive-throughs like Dutch Brothers, and maybe it's not considered C2 over there, but, and then we still have them. It just, I think we're, cutting our legs off when we could probably be having a coffee shop or two with a drive-through access, but obviously the layout would have to be able to allow that. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Yeah, if the council desires that, we're more than happy to make that change.
So I guess there's a question before the council. Let's start with, are we good with seeing this? Are you asking to bring this next week? Is that correct?
That was my plan.
Okay. I guess the other question is, are we good with as it's written to come forward next week? Or I know Mr. Prowse suggested a change. Or
I would like the wording of that change. I would like the wording of that change to the effect that if evidence is provided and along with other policies are being followed, that perhaps a drive-through could be used in C2. But that'd be my only suggestion. Other than that, I'd be willing to vote on this next week.
okay, do we have a general consensus that we're ready to bring this forward in some fashion next week? Okay. Do we need to see the change requested by Mr. Perales? Is the second question. Please.
Oh, do you mean ahead of time?
Do we want staff to revise this
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
to address his concern?
So the way it's currently drafted, Mr. Raymond can correct me if I'm wrong here, but the way it's currently drafted, if we strike C2, then all these requirements will still apply to them. There would be no additional requirements that they would have to show that they meet. So if C2 is stricken out of this ordinance, they're going to have the exact same requirements as everybody else would.
Okay.
The way it's currently drafted.
From my perspective, I'd just like to know, I mean, if it's written there, if there's a basis to leave it in C2. If there's a hot map, but I defer, there are 6 of us here tonight. You want to see it? Go ahead.
I was going to say I'm in support of what Mr. Prowse suggested.
Okay. Do we have any other thoughts?
I'd be fine with that too, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ross?
Just a quick question. How does this align with our master plan for downtown?
The master plan and like I mentioned, the current code, really does not seem to favor the fast food drive-through sort of occupancies. There's one obvious drive-through occupancy that comes to mind, and that's banks, and they certainly exist in the downtown, and would be existing and legal non-conforming if this were to pass today. Sure. Or next week. But it seems to kind of steer the downtown away from kind of the quick auto-oriented sort of occupancies to a different sort of character and feel, if you will.
And so my question is, because we worked on a master plan that drove people to come down and walk the streets of downtown and visit the businesses. I move that we proceed with your suggestions as written.
So you're suggesting code as it is, no modification, okay? Do you have a particular preference, Ms. Blaisdell?
I guess I'm with Leo and what he suggested.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would be in favor of retaining it as is with not modifying the C2 elements. Obviously, there may be some thoughts there, but it sounds like the general consensus of council is to strike the C2. Certainly, if you see something in your research that indicates safety or otherwise problematic, advise us ahead of going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate your feedback.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this issue? Yes. Mr. Wilson.
Hi, thank you. As we discuss this issue, I keep hearing the inconvenience of noise over the matter of safety. It seems like conversationally we've been talking about the inconvenience 90% of the time, the safety aspect 10%. Going forward, I'll be listening for a little bit more of the safety type element and what we're looking at as far as transportation and pedestrian traffic. So that's what I have.
Thank you. Mr. Granwell.
Good evening. I like the as a downtown property owner, I know a lot of my neighbors in the area, and I really like the idea of supporting drive-throughs in the area. A lot of our buildings are already there. They're probably not going to knock anything down, but there are a couple that I can think of right at the top of my head. One specifically is the old Bank of America building that has been vacant now for, since COVID. And I'm sure that those property owners would love to be able to use that old drive-through there that's on the south side of the property. And then there's another one at the other end on 5th that there's opportunity for that as well. So I think that there's opportunity for growth and to bring other customers in without increasing traffic right in the core on the main drives, but sort of on the outside of C2. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Seeing none, we're going to move on to item I, and that is transportation impact fee study by Fair and Pierce. Deputy City Manager Sigdal, you're going to kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. We have Kendra Breland and Jessica Bracken from Fair and Pierce attending the meeting virtually, and they will be presenting some findings of the work that we've been doing on transportation impact fee. As you're aware, the city has been working on this for the last 4 or 5 months, and I'm really proud of all of the hard work that has gone in from council's part, from staff's part, and from Fair and Pierce to get us to this point. And I'll state the incredible discipline that it took, because our city has a lot of needs, but we also recognize the fact that this is a significant financial impact for the development community, and the fact that we need to be stair-stepping into increases to such fees, but also keeping in mind that we're able to provide a sufficient transportation network for all of the people who will be joining the city, and for the people who are currently at the city. They're able to drive around town in a way that is not stressful and aggravating, I will say at times. And so with that, what we have for council today is some options, and we're looking for your feedback, your guidance, and our next steps after Kendra and Jessica have presented will be for us to take your feedback, make any changes if we need to, and then go out to the community at large and do some outreach, get their feedback, make any changes if needed, come back to council. And our goal is to get this adopted by early June. And we will do our best and work really hard to meet that deadline. And with that, I'm going to ask Kendra and Jessica to move forward with the presentation. Kendra, we cannot hear you right now. Give us just a minute.
It's not my side, it's going to be on hers.
Do you still not hear me?
Yes, we can now.
You can now. Okay, great. Wonderful. Well, I'll get going. Good evening, council. My name is Kendra Rayland. I'm a principal with Fair and Pierce, and I am joined by Jessica Bracken, the project manager for this effort. She's here to support question and answer. She has many of the project details at her fingertips. Okay, and with that, hopefully everybody can see my screen. Okay, so tonight's discussion includes First, a review of background concepts relevant to transportation impact fees. I'll go through this quickly as we covered much of this information in depth when we were here last on March 17th. Actually, hold on just a minute. I have a little technical issue, and I think that should deal with it. Oops, sorry about that. Uh-oh. I had the Facebook running and it's on a little bit of a lag. Okay. So tonight's discussion includes a review of background concepts relevant to impact fees. I'll go through this quickly as we covered much of this information in depth when I was there last on March 17th. And then we will present draft service area and district options in response to feedback that we received at our last council presentation. So with that, I'm going to dive into the background information. First of all, this slide outlines the state prescribed process for developing a transportation impact fee program. We start by with the projects that are in your adopted transportation improvement program, and we evaluate those projects for their eligibility. So those eligibility assessments that we do are, one, making sure that projects include capacity for growth. We remove the percentage of those projects that are addressing an existing deficiency, as that's not an eligible expense. And then we understand where trips are coming from and to for each project, since we can't charge for growth that's coming from outside of the city. And then the last step is that we take those eligible costs for all projects in the program and we divide those by the growth in trips that Pasco expects over the life of the program. And these rates can vary by district or service area. So I'll come up with much more specific information in Pasco's specific context later in this presentation. So just kind of at an individual project level, this includes the following steps. One, starting with the project's total cost, or if the city's expected contribution, if the project's expected to generate outside funding. Then we remove the percentage, so again, the percentage of the project that's addressing an existing deficiency, and then we use the travel model to understand, again, where those project trips are coming from so that we can understand the percentage of growth that's coming from Pasco, and those calculations really result in the impact fee eligible cost for each project. As a reminder, the City of Pasco has an impact fee program in place today. It's been in place for 20 years and was last updated 16 years ago. The rates are quite low and are based on daily trips. You can see the rates that exist today for a single-family home, a multifamily home, and a commercial development. They're significantly below your peers in the region. And just stepping back a minute and thinking about Pasco and transportation impact fees in the broader Washington state context. There are more than 74 cities and 5 counties around the state that charge transportation impact fees and have these programs in place. Rates range from the low end of $907 per PM peak hour trip all the way up to over $15,000 per PM peak hour trip. The average rate statewide is $5,700 per PM peak hour trip, and you can see this slide highlights kind of what your neighbors are charging today, and we'll give some more details in the next few slides. City of Pasco has a 4-zone program, or excuse me, City of Kennewick. My apologies. The City of Kennewick has a 4-zone program with PM peak hour trips that range from $434 at the low end for this small district, really right there on the river, to $1692 per PM peak hour trip. So Kennewick's got some variation. Again, that's based on the amount of growth and the projects that are being funded in different parts of the city. And then Richland also has a 4-zone program. Rates range from $1,816 to $4,952 per PM peak hour trip. So now shifting our focus specifically to Pasco, just as a reminder of the process that we're in right now. We've been working with the city since the beginning of the year and last appeared before council in March. We are here tonight to present some of the updates that are hopefully responsive to the feedback that we received from you all last month. And as Risha mentioned in the introduction, our next steps will be refining the program based on what we hear today, and then going out and sharing kind of the draft program and some of these concepts with the broader community, including the development community, to kind of hear their thoughts such that we can finalize program development and come back to you for council adoption, hopefully in June. So going into the specifics of your proposed program, this slide shows the 20 projects that are proposed for inclusion in the program. These are all great capacity oriented projects. They're in your transportation improvement program. I believe projects 19 and 20 were added since I presented to you back in March. And then, really in thinking about how these projects will be funded, we want to talk about the TIF service area and district servicing options. And again, we looked at these service options based on desires shared from council last month. So as a reminder, TIF service areas and districts, council really shared with us that was a strong interest. It was familiar in the region, particularly as we see our neighboring jurisdictions having multiple zone programs. And also council expressed a desire for us to think about logical TIF service areas. In general, we look to do this by identifying service areas of the city that are distinct in terms of growth rates, land uses, travel sheds, and logical barriers like highways, railroads, and topographical features that really define access. Looking at an individual project and the calculations we walked through, we wanted to just walk you through one of the projects that we have on the program. We have proposed to include in the program the intersection of Rainier Avenue and Karchner Street. So you can see that's a project that's in your TIP to really improve kind of access and mobility at that intersection. So first, starting with the initial part of the calculation, we start with the city's expected contribution to the project's cost, which is $1.7 million. And I would note that this is not the full project cost. Full project cost is $2.4 million, but this project is expected to generate external funding. The next step that we took is we removed the portion of the project that's related to addressing existing deficiency. That's 22% of the project cost. And then the next step is using your travel model to understand where trips are coming from and going to through this intersection. And we found that 83% of trips are related to land uses in Pasco. And so once we've done these calculations, we found that of this $2.4 million project, approximately $306 million of this $2.4 million project, 306,000 of that project, or 13% of total project costs, are impact fee eligible. And we then repeat these calculations for all of the 20 projects on your list to arrive at impact fee eligible costs. So I've got just a few more slides now to present kind of really the interesting stuff that I hope is responsive to kind of the request of council from last month. We've come up with a few district options. The first option is pretty simple. It's 2 districts in the city. You can see the North District, which really aligns with where much of your new development is, and then the rest of the city. And as you can see on this slide, the rates would be a little higher in the north, $2,215 per PM peak hour trip. And this is really just based on the number of projects that are needed to be constructed to support mobility in the north part of the city. The remainder of the city, when we run through those TIF calculations and understand where projects are going to and from, that rate is $1,651 for the rest of the city. Again, just noting, a lot of your growth is in the north, so that higher, and a lot of the project needs are in the north, so that higher amount felt like a logical option to present. The second option that we wanted to share is more of a 5-district program. This program here provides, you can see the 5 districts on the screen. You can also see overlapping with them the TIF projects. It's the same project list that we're pointing to, but we have run the eligibility assessments to really understand what the costs would be in each of those districts. As you can see, costs range from, at the low end, $812 in the east part of the city, where we really don't have a lot of projects, and also a lot of your trips are going outside of the city, to the highest costs, which are in the north, the south, and the central. So again, these are where a lot of your project trips are going to be using your infrastructure, and so those costs are a little higher. Again, the west part of the city has a relatively low impact fee cost because a lot of those projects do leave the city. So that's kind of that option. And then this last slide that I have to present, and then definitely want to move on to your questions, just a comparison of these 2 options. So again, you can see on this page just, kind of what the maps look like, also variation of the rates. The 2-district program, it's relatively simple, so we thought that was a real asset of the project, or of that option. The 5-district program provides a little more nuance, probably smooth some of those variations amongst districts, but it's a bit more complex just because there are multiple districts. So with that, I'll stop talking, and really excited to hear council's thoughts and feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Breland, for your presentation, and I appreciate you giving us background on the other municipalities. I believe you said there were 74 different cities that utilize this form of funding for their transportation priorities, and one of our priorities as a council was to find more affordable housing, but we need to be sensitive to that, but also prioritize our transportation network. And we're always looking for ways to draw developers to Pasco instead of across the creek, but at the same time, our residents deserve a functional road system. And I kind of have vacillated back and forth on what would be better, a 2-district or a 5-district. But Mr. Mayor, I think I'm leaning more towards the 5-district, but I'm amenable to the other, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Harpster.
I would also be in support of a 5-district program. I think, like that map showed, it more accurately represents the needs of each individual region. Going with like the 2-district model forces the East region, which would have been at around $800 in the 5-district model, to subsidize projects in the South region or other regions. Again, as mentioned, I think they mentioned it, the different parts of the city are growing at different rates, and so the TIF fee should be reflective of those rates and the projects in those areas. And then included in our agenda packet was some information regarding the Sheets decision from El Dorado County and the nexus that the city has to show. And I think the 5-district model helps in doing that. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Well, any additional comments? Personally, I was leaning towards 2, but I think for my sake, the further we delineate these, I understand that there is, sometimes maybe the east won't feed into because they're driving out of the city. Same thing with the west. It just seemed to me that the more bifurcated we got on this, the more difficult it may be to justify why one is almost 5 times the amount being the south versus the east. I understand that's likely to have more people stay in the same area or stay in the area. But, presumably that, I guess that Road 100 is coming into the city instead of leaving the city. I would hope that wherever we land, it's easily justifiable through that nexus decision. And again, for that reason, it seemed to me that the 2-district would really help with that. And then just understanding, the rates. If I understand, like, let's say the 2-district, the 2200 really pulls into the fact that there were more programs, thus more resources will be required. Is that kind of the basis of having it, like 1.2 to 1.4 times the amount of the other one, or about 1.5 times? Or am I missing that? Kind of how we justify the particular TIF rate?
If you're asking me, I can start that, and if I miss anything, Jess can certainly chime in.
Okay.
For each program, we ran kind of all the calculations. So we started with these 20 projects. We also used your city model, and we ran calculations to understand kind of the interplay between development, where the trips are going, and how they headed through the project. So that it's really just falls down to the math and the calculations that we performed. I don't know, Jess, you came on camera, so if you have more to share, that would certainly be helpful.
I think that's a pretty good explanation. Unless there are further comments on individual projects or specific zones, we could get into some more detail if that is helpful.
No, I don't think I need detail, just to make sure I understand it in my mind. Basically, there's a project that's going to generate X trips, and Y level of trips will stay within the city. Thus, there's a particular cost associated with that project. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood it right. It's there's a lot going on here, and I appreciate the work you've done here. Again, with that, from my perspective, I still prefer the 2, but we'll see what council does. Mr. Prowse, your light's now off. Okay, you threw me for a curve there. Clearly, we all agree that we need to move forward. I'm not sure that we agree with how we need to move forward, whether it's the 2 or the 5. I don't know that we necessarily have to get there tonight. Maybe we have this presented in the above fashion, and you guys can just swap-a-roo once we make a decision.
Absolutely, we can take both options out to the community. There will be a lot of discussion, and I'm sure there will be people who would prefer one or the other, but we can definitely bring that result back to council if that helps with decision making, and you have one more set of data maybe that is more decisive. Both of these options are defendable, so we would not bring something forth that would not be, and you can make the decision then if that's more amenable to you all.
Certainly reasonable to me, Mr. Officer.
I just didn't hear the first part. You said pulse who?
With our outreach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I thought you said. My only follow-up would be tonight would have been a great opportunity for the public. I mean, we have public comment. There's been lots of outreach with the development community, who then complains that staff doesn't reach out to them enough, and then we have an opportunity for outreach where they can show up and provide comments, and nobody shows up. So my preference would be that we move this forward to next week, and we can take a vote on either model. Just again, personal preferences, I don't think we need any more feedback from the public. Thanks.
I guess my one comment there is we have scheduled the outreach in April, May. Is there a statutory requirement that we need to do more?
No, we do not have a statutory requirement, and we've not scheduled anything yet. We were waiting for today's meeting and get your feedback. And then because if there was any other work that we needed to do, we did not want to schedule anything in terms of outreach.
Okay, so I think we have two potential paths charted here. One, which would be Mr. Harpster's preference to bring it back next week for adoption in one form or another. We've seen that in many cases where we may have an A or a B, and someone can make a motion accordingly. The alternative is to continue with the public outreach through the end of next month or some portion of next month for finalization of the report in June and adoption shortly thereafter in June. Anyone have a preference towards the June or the excuse me for calling it this, the Harpster approach of next week?
I would just say maybe perhaps send an email out, send over the packet. If anyone has any comments, if you don't hear anything really back, I say we just bring it back on Monday.
Ms. Ross.
I'm of the thought that we should, even though people don't normally respond on a timely basis, but I think we should still have an interest in hearing one or two people that do show up for input. So that would be my take. We still engage the community, we still do the outreach, and we follow the schedule of having it done by June or end of June.
Okay. I'm honestly indifferent. I could vote on this next week. I could collect more data, and I'm not sure it'd sway me one way or another. So, I mean, Mr. Prowse. Oh. Man, that's Mike tonight. Mr. Graham or Ms. Blaisdell, you have preference either way?
I'm probably with you, Mr. Mayor. I'm indifferent to it, whether it be next week or down the road. I'm good with either. I know that doesn't help, but.
I don't have a preference.
With that, Mr. Perales offered the suggestion of an email. My suggestion is, since we don't have a strong indication, maybe at least one public opportunity, and just if we shoot that down, bring it next week. How does that sound?
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite understand it.
Send us an email, suggest one date for public outreach. If we shoot that down, just bring the ordinance back with the two options and let us vote next week.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Sounds good. Hopefully we're all one happy family. Jessica and Kendra, thank you so much for your time and effort here. With that, do we have any public comments on this issue? Yeah, Mr. Wilson.
So when I researched this issue before I came in, I didn't know there were any other options besides the 4-district version in Kennewick or one giant option. The 2-district option doesn't appeal to me at all because I'm vigilant about Pasco remaining intact and represented well. What I've seen happen over the years, and especially more recently, and I expect it to happen going forward, there's a small but determined contingent of people who are wanting to break away and call it West Pasco. So as I see that 2-district solution, that's exactly what that looks like. What that says to me is that will give West Pasco authority, money, power, position. And so I'm watching for that. So for me, I'm sorry. Thank you. Wouldn't work. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time. Looks like we're closed with that. Kendra and Jessica, thank you for your time. You can hang out or you can head home. Or stay home, I guess. Just digitally leave. With that,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. With that moves us on to item 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have Mr. Zabel?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A few items. Wanted to just remind the public, Council's well aware, but city's big signature event, or one of them, Cinco de Mayo this weekend, with the parade starting at 10 and the festival at noon at Peanuts Park. And then wanted to thank the council and extend staff's appreciation for starting early tonight. Issues we have, time we don't always have, and there's a lot of issues on the table. Usually not an end to code issues or projects or budget-related items like rates, things like that. And it was nice to have the luxury of having some time to talk about short-term rentals and having an in-depth conversation about that and the traffic impact fee discussion tonight. And as a result of starting early, we're out of here at 9:30 instead of, 8:30 instead of 9:30 or later, talking about some really complex issues. So, and then I would ask council, we had talked at the retreat about maybe using a 5th Monday. So there is a 5th Monday coming up in June, and we had a good discussion today, staff level, and we'll continue those regarding budget. And we're hoping to be able to spend some quality time on that one singular issue at the June 30th, 5th Monday. So right now, save the date, and maybe we'll do a little poll a little bit later and see who'd be available and who may not be available, recognizing that's getting into summer vacations and things like that. So then the other thing I mentioned, apologize, a little remiss in not getting this out earlier today, but we got the end of the session legislative report from Brianna yesterday afternoon. Yeah, I just sent that out a little earlier, but have some good news on capital budget items with the Road 80 Neighborhood Park, the MLK Center, and Pasco Boys and Girls Club capital request approved. Unfortunately, Lewis Street demo request didn't go very far. So just transportation budget's pretty challenged. That's all I had for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With some trepidation, given the complexity of our last issue regarding the TIF, though, I would love to see staff bring back this ongoing vendor issue we have next week. We talked about it a few weeks ago, and it was going to maybe come back tonight, but staff just had some vacation, some illnesses, and other things that kind of prevented that. And though being understanding of that, I had somebody send me a picture of the vendors, and I've witnessed it and a couple times this week, and it just seems to be more and more plaguing our city, and would just see if we could possibly as a council give staff some direction to come back even as soon as next week with this, with a presentation and options, so we could immediately act on this.
Are you seeking for ratification on that position?
I am, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Harpster, is your light on for this or something else?
For something else, but I'll provide my support for that.
Mr. Perales?
I wholeheartedly support that. It's just getting out of control. I was out taco crawling this weekend, and every other corner it had people on. I mean, I think I drove over into the port area, and there was just a woman and her, I looked like her daughter, just sitting in that intersection right where that mobile home park is, right there at that Y, and I'm just middle of nowhere. I don't understand it. So I think we really need to get a handle on this.
Okay. I'll provide my support for that, and I think I'll slightly caveat it with, as long as we're able to bring something fully baked. We don't want to get halfway there on this. It's going to be an issue that's pervasive to the, well, echo the sentiment. The more you drive around the city, the more you see people that are clearly not permitted vendors, if you want to call them that. So if we could have something move quickly, I think especially with the fine weather, we're going to see more and more. So if we can see it next week, I think that would be ideal. Just let us know a couple days into the week. Thank you. Mr. Harpster?
Yeah, just, we welcomed Director Miller earlier this evening. I wanted to give kudos to Ms. Sigdell for filling in as interim director for the last several months. And I'm sure that it was a pain in her butt, though she wouldn't tell us that. But just want to mention my appreciation for that and the extra time that went into that. And I will say that I think we're quick, maybe rightfully so, wrongfully so sometimes, to bring up when things don't, when there's no progress made on items that we have a sense of importance on. But during the absence of a director for that department, there was a lot of progress made on a lot of items that council's given direction to make progress on. And so I think it would have been well within staff's purview to say, hey, there's no CD director, this is all going to sit for 6 months. Instead, a lot of progress was made. And so thank you for that.
Seeing no further lights, next item would be executive session. I see none listed. Is that a typo? Okay. Hey, I got to try my luck. I'm ready to roll. With that, we are adjourned. It's 8:35 p.m. Thank you for joining us.
For research. Animal control, Angela Zeiler's quoted in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were the ones the shelter would have had to kill anyhow." See Animal Control Zeiler-Ziegen's files with Bell, Kilo, Jack, and more, as well as WSU Animal Control dog videos. Give Angela Zeiler's rehire date at Tri-City Animal Services. For all details, call Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. Animal Control has botched many euthanasias, calling it popcorning the dogs and cats. That is, dogs and cats suffer painful and violent deaths. Provide Zeiler-Ziegen's education and certification for humane methods of euthanasia required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, the Missing Rainy Day Fund. See Chambers, Hernandez, Howard, and Angela Zeiler, respectively. Provide insurance policies for Tri-City Animal Services and cat bonds for Pasco. For a list of all WSU dog and cat research providers, call the WSU president at 509-335-4200 and WSU's Dr. Guy Palmer, also of the Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health. He can be reached at 509-432-3385. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
City Council members, my name is Amber Wade, and I have lived in this community since 2001. I'm here today to again address the ongoing water issues in our mobile home park at the Sands Mobile Home Park located on 1st and Court Street. Recently, it took me 30 minutes to fill my bathtub. That is completely unacceptable, and it is not just me. Other residents have experienced low and inconsistent water pressures, and we have taken measurements to confirm this issue in multiple homes. Instead of fixing the problem, management is now threatening me with another cease and desist letter for speaking up. I already received one, and when I reached out to their attorney for a response, they never even acknowledged my email. And I am not the only one. Other residents are afraid to speak up because they fear retaliation. Local politicians have come to the park, spoken directly with residents, heard their fear firsthand. They acknowledge that what is happening, that what is happening is not right, and something needs to be done about it. On top of all of this, this ongoing fight is affecting my mental health, which I have spoken before. I have worked hard to regain my stability, but the constant stress, intimidation, and fear of losing my home are taking a serious toll. This is not just about water, this is about our well-being. No one should have to fight this hard just to be in a livable home. So I am formally requesting that the city step up and send an independent third party to contractor to measure the PSI levels multiple times at different locations with both myself and Bruce Schnabel, the owner of the mobile home park. So we need transparency, fairness, and a real solution. This is not just about me. This is about holding mobile home park management accountable and protecting all residents who live under these conditions. What steps will the city take to ensure that we have consistent water pressure and that the residents like me are not threatened for speaking up? It should not take somebody 30 minutes to fill up their bathtub on any day.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is our reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? I think Mr. Grimm, I see a flashing green. We'll see what that does.
I was wondering the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, Thursday night I attended the Benton Franklin Transit meeting and just really heard a report from our CEO, Thomas Droist, about the key performance indicators, and it was a real brief meeting, but I appreciated him challenging himself, his team, to standards there that are measurable and that they can follow up on and just really have some accountability in trying to better the organization. He's, several months in now, but I'm sure still getting his feet wet, but yet he is more comfortable, confident, and I believe he's off to a great start there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll go with Mr. Harpster because it looks like Mr. Milley's struggling. If we have to, slide my mic over, David.
Yeah, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, along with Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Council Members Grimm and Brajas. Outgoing Port Director Randy Hayden gave a presentation on really how the port's done over the last 25 years that he's been there, and certainly exceptional. And they still got a lot of great stuff in the pipeline that I'm sure we'll hear about. That was it.
Thank you. There you go.
Now it's working. Okay, yes, last Thursday I did attend the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and it was a great report, but the highlight for me was the Highland Park. I was a Pasco youth football coach for a while there, so they talked about installing sidewalks, possible walking paths in the future, and then of course a little bit updating some of the landscaping. So yeah, it's just good to see that our youth are being well taken care of, and some of the fields that have been around for a number of years are improving and making them better and better. So glad to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. All right, I just know I saw some flashes with mics that weren't working at one point. So with that, it looks like that's what we've got for item number 7. We'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. None are listed tonight. That moves us on to item number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating to hearings. We've got item A, which is ordinance number 4764, Columbia Riverwalk Apartments West rezone from I-1 to R4. This is zoning matter Z2024009, and it looks like Mr. Raymond's going to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Your Honor and council members. Good evening. The owners of the property addressed as 2326 West A Street have requested to rezone parcel number 119740115 in Pasco from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential. The subject property is approximately 1.38 acres in size. And as you can see from the aerial map, the surrounding area contains a mix of high density multifamily residential along with some commercial and even some single-family residential uses. Next slide, please. The comp plan land use designation is mixed residential commercial. As such, the requested R4 designation is allowable and fitting in this location. Under the mixed residential commercial land use designation, the applicant has the ability to develop a residential use in the 5 to 29 units per acre category. Next slide. The surrounding zoning designations vary from R1A2 low density residential alternative district to the north, C1 retail business district to the west, and R4 high density residential to the east. Given this, R4 is a fitting continuation of recent development trends in the area. Next slide. This slide speaks to the requirements on how to evaluate zoning petitions like this, and in consideration of all the criteria, application package, and public comment, staff finds consistency with this criteria. Additionally, the hearing examiners held a public hearing on January 8, 2025, and subsequently recommended approval of the requested zone change. Next slide. At this time, staff is requesting that the City Council adopt Ordinance 4764, amending the zoning designation of the subject property from I1 light industrial to R4 high density residential district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? This hearing? Sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, I just need to go through the script real quick for quasi-judicial. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, any member of the public wishing to seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have any questions or comments of staff from by council? Seeing none, can I go ahead and get a motion?
Yes. Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to adopt ordinance number 4764, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located at 2326 West A Street on the south side of West A Street at the intersection of West A Street and South 23rd Avenue in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from I1 light industrial to R4 high density residential, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Sorry. I got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, which is resolution number 4581, fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement with Benton County Emergency Services, BECS. Mr. Ferguson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, first of all, I must say I'm very disappointed. I worked very hard on trying to get multiple colors in this document to show you the differences, and they were there, but then they got lost in translation. So anyway, I was. Do you ever? Okay, good.
At least on
I had it up to 3 colors at one point, but anyway, long and short of it is I won't drag you through it. I'll just show you the things I really wanted you to focus on that were different from last time. Were on page 14 of the document. I guess it's page 330. Well, gosh, I guess mine may be off now, but it's page 14 of the fourth amended document talking about the public records. Essentially, the first section describes ownership of the records. Now that all the member agencies will be, or participating agencies will be members of they'll have ownership of their own records. The second part really talks about retention, and that the BCS will be solely responsible for retention values, but will not go below what the state law minimum is. So that's a significant concern that we would have, and it's ameliorated by that that provision. Next part that really is focus is that the member agency will be the ones who are responsible for processing their request. And further down in that section C and D, you can see that BCS, because even though the records are created by each jurisdiction and they, quote, own them, they don't actually possess them, because BCS has a lot of these records in their bank. So what is, and the big key, or I guess the big, not bone of contention, but the big concern was how then, if they have the records and we're responsible for providing the records to make sure that it's compliant with the Public Records Act, how do we know that the search was adequate? So the part that you see in D, where it talks, you see the 1 and the 2 there, that is really the part that came in after a lot of discussions, because what it said is that if BCS does the search, they essentially are indemnifying the agencies for the adequacy of that search. Now, there's pretty strict requirements to get to that point. It has to be the only portion that if somebody was to have been found liable for not providing records, it has to be the only reason that it would have been subject to liability. But then also they have to go through and the city, you'll see 1 and 2 there, where the agency has to prove that they responded promptly and diligently, and that they promptly notified BCS, the staff, of their requesters' communication of additional searches. So those are two of the big concerns that we had that are taken care of by that provision. And then finally, the legal review is done by each agency now, instead of BCS's attorney, who is the administrative agency, is the City of Richland. So those are done by each jurisdiction now, that any kind of legal review is done by each jurisdiction. So those are the big things that I just want to make sure that we're spotted. A lot of work went into making sure that got written correctly and that everybody could live with it. So yeah, if you have any questions, happy to try to answer them. But
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have any questions or Mr. Corrales? It looks like you're making an attempt.
Oh,
Brad again.
there you go. I was just gonna ask, so BCES is as approved our changes. So what we're approving here, I mean, it's not gonna get changed. Okay, thank you.
that's correct. Yeah, everybody's gone through it. I think we are one of the last 2 to go. So everybody else has already approved it, so it won't have any changes.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4581, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a 4th amended and restated interlocal agreement for the Benton County Emergency Services.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Moves us along to item number C, and I'll read it and then kind of talk about why we have 2 distinct motions here. Ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code section 3.35.220 and 3.65.150, and creating 113 or 13.85.095 with regard to irrigation utility rates. And as I mentioned, there are 2 options that we talked about. I know Ms. Sarah will get into detail, but that's why anyone following along sees the "or" in the motions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are going to be talking about irrigation updates to rates and connection fees. And we have discussed this item several times in the recent past, starting in October of 2024 and through most recently in the beginning of March of this year. So this slide is familiar to you as all the things we have discussed in prior meetings. So I'm not going to go into detail here. The service area shown in light purple. And then there are 2 proposed ordinances. The ordinances are very similar. The only distinction is the rates and connection fee established in each of them. And we'll get into the detail of that. But what do these ordinances do? Each of them, regardless of which one you were to act on, they both update rates for the next 6 years, so between 2025 and 2030. They both create a section in the code that addresses the connection fees, which was not established prior for this utility. And they both extend expand actually the program of low-income senior discounts to the irrigation utility. So that is common for all options provided to you today. And so what is the difference between the two alternatives? So alternative A, which coincides with ordinance alternative A, provides a connection fee established at the maximum calculated by the cost of service analysis, and that is the $1,468 in connection fee, and then establishes the rate increases at the lower alternative of the two. So that is 17% for the first 3 years, and you're seeing annual cost for the utility in the screen, and then the following 3 years at 3%. Alternative B has a lower connection fee, which is proposed at $1,000 for connection fee, and then the increases to rates is a little bit higher than the option A. So in this case, is the first 3 years is 17.75%. So that is just under 18% for the first 3 years, and then the last 3 years in the schedule is a 3% update each year. So that is all I have to present tonight, but I'm happy to address questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council staff? I know we wrestled with this for quite a bit of time, and we narrowed it from 3 options down to 2 options. Now we have 2 before us, and we'll take action on one tonight. Mr. Harpster, and I can circle back with some thoughts.
Yeah, no questions for staff. Appreciate the presentation. I did just want to point out to the rest of council that in the staff report that was prepared, it does a good job of breaking down the 3 reasons for the need for this fee. One being the upgrades that are needed to the existing system because of existing use, and then 2, to support future growth. And so the way that, and then 3, to cover rising operational costs. So the way that I would look at that is the first reason needing upgrades to fix existing issues is because of existing users, and that, so then the existing users should pay some share in a raised fee. And then the second reason, to support future growth, would tell me then developers need to also be paying a fee to support the growth of the system. And so just based on that, I'd be in favor of option A. Wanted to share some math that I did. So option B, at a connection fee of $1,000 per dwelling unit and a total rate increase of $173.69 by 2030, is a 475% difference. So it's not necessarily fair, but I do think it's the best case that we've got of the options, right? And there's a definite need. With option A, those numbers are very different. So connection fee of $14.98, total rate increase of $166.19. By 2030 is a difference of 801%. And so just another reason that I'd be in favor of option B. And then lastly, again, this is a need that I think can easily be explained. But as Ms. Copeland from Tri-City Association of Realtors mentioned a couple weeks ago, this does effectively end up as a tax on new homes. And so there, just that again is a third reason for why I'd be voting for option B. Knowing that this is necessary, but giving us the option to keep it a little bit lower. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Yeah, when we talked about this, I think I was in kind of somewhere between like a B plus, somewhere in the middle of A and B. Looking at it, I think, I'm supportive of option B, and my thought is this: we opt in for maybe the lower connection fee if that's the desire of council. And then maybe we revisit in a year or 2 years, and if the connection fee doesn't seem to be doing the right thing, we can uptick it again at that point. But I do agree with your sentiments there that we're assessing a cost to growth, paying for growth, but we're also assessing a cost to users paying for historical users, which new growth can't account for any wear and tear, if you will. They're just adopting the system as they get it. So Yeah, I'd be in support of B. Certainly, if we lean towards A, I think it is what it is, and we've, at a minimum, we're getting the opportunity to make sure that our system's going to have longevity. I see no further lights, and that being the case, I guess, Mr. Millie, you pick and choose. Choose your own adventure, buddy.
Why don't we just shoot for option B first, and we'll see how that goes. So we're going to redo the reduced connection fee. I move to adopt ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 3.35.220 irrigation water utility fee and section 3.65.150 senior discount, and creating section 13.85.095 connection fee, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Because we have two options, let's go ahead and do a roll call. I think that's just going to be cleanest.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Harpster.
Yes.
Prowlis.
Yes.
Barajas.
For clarification, this is for option B?
Correct.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes 6-1.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll move on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. It's a number. There are 3 items. Sorry, Dave. Did I cut you off? All right. Just, with the mics not working right, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. Item A is transportation impact fees study, Fair and Pierce, and that's going to come from Deputy City Manager Hugh Sigdell, who's not celebrating her birthday this week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. I would like to introduce Kendra Breland. She's representing Fair and Pierce, a leading transportation planning and engineering firm. They have extensive experience in planning and designing transportation systems, and they're very innovative in their solutions for urban growth and infrastructure challenges, which we're very well aware of. And she will be presenting updates on Pasco's transportation impact fee process, and talking about the process itself and how it helps manage growth and fund some critical transportation projects, and also, and probably more importantly, ensure smooth development process for our community. And with that, welcome, Kendra.
We can turn now on the bass.
There we go. Thank you very much. And good evening, Council. Again, my name is Kendra Brandlin from Fair and Pierce. And I'm going to I've got a fairly lengthy presentation here. I'm very open if you want to ask questions as we go, or if you want to wait until the end. Either way is fine with me. So first of all, just a few kind of basic slides. What are transportation impact fees? They are one-time charges paid by new development. They were authorized under the 1990 Growth Management Act. And generally, they're provided to fund improvements that are needed to serve new development. So can't go towards things like filling potholes or addressing existing problems that we have on our transportation system, but they are really intended to fund projects that really provide capacity for new growth. So new trips, whether it's more cars, whether it's people walking, biking, transportation impact fees are really just helping people to move more effectively. So a few other kind of details about transportation impact fees. One, and this is a requirement of state law, once you collect them, the time clock is there to encumber those funds. So once you collect them, you do need to encumber them to a project within 10 years, or you need to pay back development. Also, they need to go towards projects, first of all, that's on a transportation impact fee project list, and we'll talk about that later, but those projects need to be a part of your capital facilities element. So they need to have, the way I like to say is they're projects with status. They're projects that are in your plans, projects that the city is very serious about. And what are those types of projects? State law allows them to be anything from streets and roads to bike and ped facilities that provide kind of some capacity for multimodal commuting, so that could include trails under state law. Generally, what we're seeing communities fund impact fees for are really just kind of what we put in that umbrella of complete streets. So those are intersection improvements, whether it's adding a signal or a roundabout, whether it's adding sidewalk, curb, and gutter to a street, or adding a median treatment, or adding additional lanes. So a lot of need on your guys' capital list, we know. So they're a good funding source to kind of help move some of those projects forward. I wanted to just quickly go over a few important terms that relate to kind of plans that the city of Pasco has developed. First of all, the Transportation System Management Plan. So this is a long-range plan that outlines the vision, goals, and strategies for the city's transportation network. So this is really a kind of a long-ranging plan that really attempts to describe kind of the universe of your transportation needs over a long-term horizon. The Transportation System Management Plan, master plan, important to note, it is not fiscally constrained. So it really is kind of the starting point for transportation planning for the city. The next plan that I wanted to quickly summarize is the comprehensive plan, and in particular the capital facilities element. As I noted, this is an important plan to have in place and important for transportation impact fees. This is the city's long-range capital plan, but it is more fiscally constrained. The capital facilities element, of course, covers more than just transportation. It covers public buildings, utilities, parks, as well as transportation infrastructure. But it's important to look to this plan as a source of projects for funding transportation impact fees. And then the one other plan that I wanted to discuss was just the Transportation Improvement Program. This plan is a 6-year plan. City adopts it pretty regularly. I'm sure this council has seen it a number of times. And this plan looks out to kind of needs that you have in your transportation system over the next 6 years. It can include capital projects, but it can also include safety, maintenance, and congestion relief projects. And then last but not least, of course, is what we're here to talk about tonight, which is transportation impact fees. And in particular, the transportation impact fee project list, again, as I stated, it needs to have projects that are coming from your capital facilities element. And these projects really need to provide capacity for growth and be system improvements. So impact fee projects really should be addressing the city's most critical needs. And really, again, they're projects that are helping make sure that your city is ready to accommodate future growth. So this is a very busy slide, but what we've attempted to do here is explain how impact fees can bring consistency and order to the development process. So in talking with your city staff, these are issues on the left-hand side of the slide that have been raised, and on the right-hand side of the slide is really kind of how impact fees can help address some of these issues. So current structure of your kind of development review process requires extensive analysis and weighing of impacts against nexus and proportionality on a project-by-project basis. Impact fees help to establish that nexus and proportionality in advance, streamlining analysis so you're not having to do that process over and over again. You have a lot of one-off analyses that are being done for every project, which can result in mitigations that don't align with other city plans. And the kind of benefit of impact fees is that they are minimizing that one-off analysis, and they're generating revenues that go towards a project list that has importantly been council approved, because council would be adopting this program. Current system leads to drawn out negotiations, long process, pretty expensive, requiring a lot of outside expertise. Impact fees are streamlining that and reducing the need for negotiation and outside expertise. And fair share calculations don't always provide for full project funding. Impact fees, once they're generated, can be spent on any project on the list. And kind of the last kind of issue and benefit I wanted to raise is that while many impact fill projects today don't result in any off-site mitigation, that's resulting cumulatively in issues, a more congested, a more impacted transportation system over time. Impact fees apply to all development, so every development would be paying in and generating revenue for expanding your system. So generally, when we think about impact fees and how can they address Pasco's challenges, one, you have a gap of funding for transportation that impact fees can help to fix. There's a perception potentially out there that development is occurring without paying for adequate mitigation, and impact fees ensure that growth is paying for growth. And last but not least, the current system right now is very drawn out, very expensive, time consuming, which has impacts to the community, to the developer, to city staff. So impact fees are attempting to address all of those issues by helping you to kind of streamline your processes. I would be remiss if I did not note that with impact fees, that doesn't mean that you're not going to do TIAs. TIAs are still going to happen in the city, but in adopting an impact fee program, the city has the ability to potentially modify the TIA development process to streamline it, to reduce the scope of that analysis and make those analyses more expeditious. So again, the hope here is that by imposing this fee, on the plus side, we're speeding up the process and making it easier. I want to make sure that there isn't a question or a comment.
If you can turn off your mic, I think it allows his mic to turn on.
Just a quick question on the first slide, third bullet point. It said funds that traffic impact fees funds improvements that are needed to serve are reasonably related to and reasonably benefit new development. And then the second most recent slide said impact fees can be spent on any project on the list. So reasonably benefit new development, is it the particular project that's being applied for or new development in general?
If you can go back to your mic, sorry. I know this is...
I will be trained. I promise you by the end of this meeting, I'll have it down, or maybe not. No, very good question. So first of all, impact fees, and I apologize, we're using projects on both sides of the ledger. We're using projects to talk about transportation infrastructure. We're also using projects to talk about development, and that is very confusing. My apologies for that. In terms of projects on the list, impact fees at the very beginning of this process, and we'll talk about this in later slides, we identify what projects are a part of that program. So those are transportation capital projects. And not to get ahead of myself, we have roughly 18. We'll talk about that as kind of a draft set of capital projects the city has. It's on your capital facilities element. It's actually on your transportation improvement program as well, that we think are, a really good move. These are going to benefit citywide mobility. What the impact fee program does is it establishes a nexus. So it says, if you're a development, you're coming in, you're generating this many trips, your fair share for this whole list is X amount, but then the city, that money kind of goes into an account, and the city is able to direct that opportunistically to any of the projects, the pre-described 18 projects that are on that list. Does that answer your question? Okay, I will keep going.
Wait, Mr. Prowlis has a comment or question or something.
I was going to say that on that current slide you're on, we didn't get that in our packet. So it was apparently added. I don't have that. If you keep on going. The last slide you were just on. I just want to make a note of that. It's not in the packet. Keep on going. Slide that we were just on before we went back. Keep on going. One more. This one. It just wasn't in our packet, so the presentation we have is, like I said, I wish I would have had a chance to review that.
It's the last slide. Yeah, it's the last slide.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It's on the very last one.
Okay, great. Thank you. And yes, we thought it would make more sense to bring this slide in at this part of the presentation. So apologies for that confusion. I'm just making sure we're here. Okay, yes, and we already went through this slide, so I'm going to keep going. So state law provides a pretty clear path for how impact fees programs should be constructed, and should Pasco move forward with developing an impact fee program, we would absolutely be following kind of that state prescribed process. So again, you start with a list of eligible projects that again have status. They're on kind of either your capital facilities element, that's kind of the general source. Transportation impact, transportation improvement program is also a great source. Then for each of the projects that were added to the list, we'd be kind of assessing their eligibility first, making sure, taking out any elements that are addressing existing deficiencies, and then also using the travel model to understand who's using those projects, because that also helps us to assess the eligibility. And once we kind of go through that process, we'll understand what those eligible costs are, then spreading that over the growth that Pasco is expecting over the next kind of 20 years, the life of your current transportation or your current comprehensive plan, to arrive at a cost per trip. And it's really that cost per trip that then is assigned to a fee schedule, which is related to the vehicle trip generation characteristics of development. So really, just put simply, this process allows us to figure out if you're developing a single family home or you're developing a certain amount of commercial square footage, how much should development pay into this program that Pasco can then use to help develop projects that are providing capacity for all this growth. So I would be remiss if I did not note that Pasco does have a transportation impact fee program on the books today. It's very old. It's first established 20 years ago and last updated in 2009. So it's been around for a while. And the rates, as you can see on the screen, are quite low. The fee is $709 for a single family home. It is $435 for each multi-family dwelling unit. And it is $43 per daily trip for commercial development. And so these rates were established quite a long time ago based on a different list of projects, based on different growth projections. So they're out of date. Also, they're not generating significant revenues for the city. So a scan of kind of Washington State and kind of what the context that you would be walking into, we looked at, there are more than, first of all, there's I would say there's even more than 74 cities in the state. There's a large number of cities in the state and counties that have transportation impact fees. Citywide rates generally range from $907 to over $15,000 per PM peak hour trip. So there's huge variation across the state, as you can imagine, across geographies, across different preferences of different communities. And on the average, when you look across the state, the average is $5,700 per kind of PM peak hour trip. So that just kind of gives you a sense of kind of that variation. When we look at your neighbors within the Tri-Cities, you can see the rates on the screen. Richland and Kennewick both have multi-district programs, so the amount that you pay per PM peak hour trip kind of varies per where you're developing within the city. Richland varying from $1,800 to about $5,000 per PM peak hour trip. Kennewick currently varying from $400 to $1,600 per PM peak hour trip. I will note that Richland's program is pretty recent. I think they adopted it within the last couple of years. Kennewick's program is a little bit more outdated. I was going to look up the date on West Richland's program, and I apologize, I did not do that in advance.
Do you have a question for Mr. Harps?
Thanks. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. If the previous slide that detailed the state's required methodology says on that fourth bullet point, remaining eligible program costs divided by Pasco's expected growth in PM peak hour trips for next 20 years gives us the TIF rate. And if so, why on some of these cities, or all of them, does it range so much? And what other data kind of gives us that rate?
So this is just a single cost. So when you see, for example, that range in Kennewick and Richland, they're going through the same process, but they're actually breaking their city into little pieces. And so it's having just a different rate based on where you're developing and what that nexus is with the infrastructure in their program. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, so I want to now zoom in on Pasco, because this is where it gets a little more fun. So first of all, we've been working with city staff to look at potential candidate projects that might be included in a program. And this map on the screen is by no means final, and we'd certainly welcome council input. But we've got 18 projects here. These are all on your transportation impact or your transportation improvement program. And I think staff was really mindful of striking that balance between having a list of projects that had citywide benefit, but at the same time, not such a large list that it would lead to an overwhelming rate. So just looking at kind of starting from kind of a reasonable balanced spot. So that's kind of the projects just for preliminary discussion, again, not final here. And I wanted to talk about the calculation, and I think Councilmember Harpster, you might appreciate this. We will actually go into kind of some of that math so you can see it here. But first of all, at an abstract level, we start with, kind of the cost of the project. And I will note in particular, I'm going to go back quickly to this slide. When we look at the projects that are on this slide, and if you really kind of squint at them and you see them, some of these are really large projects. We've got some overpasses in here. And I want to note that we don't have to put 100% of the overpasses costs into the program, and we probably wouldn't. It's not reasonable to assume that Pasco would be funding 100% of that. We recognize there's a shared cost. So for these projects, as we're bringing them onto the list, we're certainly recognizing that the city pays a portion of those costs, sometimes most of it, but in other cases, a lesser portion. So again, we start with the project costs. So again, we have 18 projects. So we look at that. And then for each of those projects, we assess whether there's an existing deficiency. So we need to extract that from the eligible costs in the program. And then again, we run the model to understand who's using them. Trips that are starting outside of the city or ending outside of the city, we have to actually give haircuts because we can't charge for growth that's occurring outside of Pasco. And after we do that math, we arrive at an eligible impact fee cost. So I think it's probably a little bit more concrete if I give this an example. So we picked one of the projects on the list, the Burden and Madison Avenue intersection improvements. This is a project that's on your transportation improvement program. Its cost on that program is $2.17 million. And kind of the haircuts as we go through this process that we would take, first we recognize that intersection is not operating great today. It's side street stop controlled, so folks are stopping at a stop sign. We've got kind of lengthy queues today. The intersection certainly could benefit from additional capacity, even in the absence of development. So given that reality, we take a deficiency kind of haircut out of that project. Then the next step is that we use the travel model to understand, who's kind of traveling through that intersection, where are they going, where are they coming from, and we arrive at 81% of those remaining costs are left. So when we take a $2.17 million project, we remove the existing deficiency, which we've estimated for this particular project at 70%, and then we recognize that of those remaining costs, only 81% can be assessed to Pasco given the trip profile of who's using it. We are left with $527,000 that could be included in the program. So we do that sort of calculation for each of those 18 or however many projects are in the program to arrive at kind of what the costs are.
So let me just make sure I summarize this for the audience, but really, quite frankly, for my benefit. You start with the hard cost. You've determined that it's 70%. In other words, it's a congested area, so we can only allocate 30% of the issue to the future growth. And then we look at the 100% of the growth within the city, but assume that only 81%, because there will be places on the east side, there will be places elsewhere. So that 81% would then have a potential to impact that, and that's how we come out with the total kind of project fee eligibility, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure I wrap my head around it. You may have to re-hit your mic.
I just had a question real quick. So that means out of the fees that we can collect, only $527,000 can go towards that? Okay.
527,000 of that project contributes to kind of getting to a cost per trip fee. So it actually doesn't mean you can only put that amount in. That project is only contributing, because what we're doing is we're looking at all the projects you have in your program, we're assessing their eligibility. That actually isn't a limitation on how much you put to this project. That's the beauty of impact fees. When once you've got the program and you've got the projects on your list, you have a lot more flexibility in how much you're putting. You're not limited to a specific amount that's calculated on that table. Okay, one other piece, and I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on it, but I think it's an important one to consider, is TIF districts. So one of the questions that I received here was, why do some cities have a range? And that's because they have multiple districts. That is something that we could certainly look to for Pasco. We could look to having many districts. We could look to just having a few, but it allows us to look at kind of, the nexus between development where it's occurring, what the infrastructure needs, and making sure that the fees make sense in the city. Certainly no requirement that you have multiple districts, but it is something that we could consider. And, if we did consider different districts, we just want to make sure that they're logically set up. We're using, highways, railroads, topography features, or land use and zoning classifications to really make sure that, kind of those edge issues are as logical as possible. And the reason why I bring it up is just, it does seem like a regional norm here to have multiple districts. So here's Kennewick's program. You can see they have 4 districts. And you can see kind of how the fees vary by those districts. Similarly, Richland, with their kind of newer program, here's how their fees vary by district. So I think this is my last kind of content slide. Just wanted to share with you where we are in our process before collecting any more feedback that you have. As you know, we've been kind of working on this analysis since kind of the beginning of the year. We are here today kind of to seek your initial feedback. Our next step would be ideally to kind of come back to this, first of all, to get your feedback tonight, and then kind of work on kind of developing a program that's responsive to kind of what we're hearing from you. Hopefully kind of coming back to you in April. And once we have a program that I think we feel is a good representation of meeting the city's needs, we'd also want to go out and speak to both the community and the development community to make sure they understand how this is moving forward and to seek their feedback. The end goal would be to have an impact fee program adopted in June. So I think that's it for me. Happy to take any feedback you have.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very helpful. Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and just start it off. I think the only 2 notes that I made was that I wanted to see if you can provide a recommendation to the city in regards to updating our TIF fees every so often. I think you made a comment earlier that, like, the city of Kennewick looks like they haven't updated it in some time. The city of Richland has recently done it. So, and according to our staff report, we hadn't done anything since 2009. So if you guys could look into that and see, probably around 3 years, 4 years, probably look into updating it we can hire a firm, update our values and go from there. So that would be my ask or feedback. And the second one would be, I would like to see perhaps a draft for districts and what that would look like across the city, whether it's 2 districts, 3 districts, 4 districts. Obviously, you guys have the data. You see certain parts of the city aren't as developing as other ones, and we're more focused on the west side of Pasco. So I would just like to see what a district kind of rate fee structure would look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My sentiment's similar to Councilmember Perales, that I think districting would be an important part of this. I think that having the same fee all across the city makes no sense at all, and would love to see it broken down into districts. But I think we should be very careful when we do draw those lines, even as an example or sampling, or because I think the second those lines are drawn, there's going to be a lot of eyes focusing on it. And, maybe there'll be some minds will be made up, and if we go back and change some of those lines too, and I know that's part of the process and everything, I just see the potential for I just upset people in that if we move those lines a whole lot. So again, Mr. Mayor, just to summarize, would love to see districts. This is probably 2009, long time coming, and this being updated, and we should just be, real careful. We want to be completely transparent, but at the same point, once those lines are kind of drawn, I think we just need to be really careful to speak how they are a work in progress. So people don't have their, hearts set in stone on what those lines are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, one question for you is if you look at the Richland Kennewick zones, the zones with the highest fees are where the most development is occurring. So what kind of a process informs where the boundaries are proposed to be? Is it based on the amount of projected development?
It is really city by city how we approach it. So I think the level of development, the travel sheds is important. The infrastructure quality and needs is important. I think if you can make a reasonable argument that there are certain areas of the city where people travel differently, they use the transportation system differently, those are things that kind of drive it in that way.
I think to me at least, it seems fairly simple. I mean, we know where the most development's happening in Pasco. That'd be one zone. Just looking at Kennewick, their biggest zone is zone 3 that they named all other areas. That's where development occurred decades ago. And, there's not going to be that much more development. So I think it'd be a little bit of an easier process than what maybe we're all thinking up here. Although we're not the ones that'd be doing it. So, one comment that I did want to make is we hear from folks in the development community, they want more predictability. And this would help with that. It's, looking at, I was involved in a project in Richland and looked at their traffic impact fee areas map, and it was extremely easy to do the math to figure out what our fees were going to be. On a project in Pasco, we couldn't even come up with math that made sense to try to at least get an estimate because it was so unpredictable. And so this would take away that unpredictability. And again, like with the irrigation fees, the process to create these boundaries and the proposed fees, as long as we can explain it, I think I'm good with stuff like that. And what I typically hear from most folks in the development community, at least those that are level-headed, they're good with it too, as long as it can be explained. And the process you described, I think, is at least to some extent easily explained. With the proposed list, I did want to just make a couple comments. I was glad to see Convention and Sandifer on there, and then Lewis Street and Heritage. One that I would appreciate staff potentially looking at adding is Road 90 in Sandifer. And I'm not even sure if that's on the tip. I don't recall. But that's a intersection that's gotten very busy with all the commercial development on the north side, and then the schools going in even further north of there. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no further lights, so I'll kind of throw out some thoughts. One, I do appreciate this. I think to your comment about predictability, you mentioned kind of financial predictability. I want to ensure that this also dovetails into process predictability. And I know we've talked about process improvement, and I'm looking to my right, not directly at you, ma'am, because it's more of for staff. I want to ensure that if we're going to adopt a new fee structure, that it kind of lays the pathway for these folks so they know what they're up against. They have a good, clear basis on their timing because that's the predictability I think I hear more of, hey, you know, we expected one iteration, we're down on 6, or we expected 1 month, we're on 4. Ms. Sigdal?
Yes, Mayor, that's a big outcome of this whole process. And as we mentioned, it does not eliminate the TIA process altogether, but it definitely limits it significantly. For example, our Tier 1 TIA right now is 25 trips or over, which is not that hard to exceed. So we would be looking at what the next tiers look like for the city once an appropriate level of transportation impact fee is set. And also just the scope of that, because you might have a big project, but we might be just looking at the neighborhood transportation rather than citywide transportation and having to do a TIA that is a lot more complicated, that takes many months, and a lot of back and forth between the two traffic engineers. So it would definitely eliminate a lot of time in that process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my other comment is, you know, I'm not really sure if I'm sold on the districting approach. I understand, as Mr. Harpster mentioned, we have obviously a very well, robustly built out, very limited infill on the east side. If the donut hole ever comes into the city jurisdiction, is annexed in, you know, those are going to be infill projects, and I think that's going to be a different approach. I don't know if that means we need to zone it or just look and contemplate the rate accordingly. An infill versus a growth project, maybe that's the appropriate way to do it. That way, I think it really helps set the stage of not we're arbitrarily saying this is a particular zone or not. This is impacting through adding where maybe there's not capacity, as opposed to we're going to have to build a new road on the north side of the city, and there wasn't capacity ever needed. So those are my thoughts, but I think bottom line is, you know, I appreciate where we are. I appreciate the update. I think this is something that's a long time coming, obviously, and it'll benefit, I think, both the city as well as the development community in understanding what the roles and responsibilities are. So we appreciate your expertise here, and staff, thank you for bringing this. I think with that, I see no further lights. It looks like you're off for the rest of the night, so enjoy the rest of your St. Patrick's Day. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is city manager recruitment. Looks like Miss Matson, you're coming to join us.
Do I just use the arrow? Okay. All right. So, Mayor, Council, thank you for letting me present tonight. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the proposals that were submitted by 3 firms for the city manager recruitment, GMP Consultants, Prothman, and Trepepe Smith. So the objective is for council to select the best recruitment firm to assist in the city management recruitment. In evaluating the proposals, we focused on 4 key areas. Each firm's experience and past work with Pasco, their proposed recruitment timelines, any guarantees offered if the selected candidate doesn't work out, and just the overall fit. So for all 3 firms, the recent experience working with the city, so GMP Consultants, they recently recruited the Pasco's Deputy CED Director and led the 2022 City Manager recruitment. Prothman recruited our current Public Works Director in 2024 and the HR Director in 2023. Trepepe Smith led searches for our IT Director in 2024 and our CED Director in 2023. So for the recruitment timelines, all 3 are very similar. They all propose a similar timeline of 12 to 13 week process. With the first 2 weeks would be initial stakeholder meetings and profile development. In weeks 3 through 7, they would do candidate outreach and advertising through weeks 8 through 10, they would do candidate screening and preliminary interviews, with final interviews and candidate selection around weeks 12 and 13. This would ensure an efficient and thorough process regardless of the firm selected. So next steps, council has 3 options to choose tonight. Option 1 would be to make a selection based on the submitted proposals that are in your packets. Request presentations from one or more of the firms that have submitted proposals, or solicit additional proposals if desired. If a firm is selected tonight, we can move quickly to finalize the contract and begin the recruitment within the next 2 weeks. That concludes my presentation.
You made it under 3 minutes as promised. But as also promised, there may be some back end questions. So we have 3 options. I will tell you this, I think we can, let's just start here. Can we scratch number 3, solicit additional proposal from other firms off? Can I get a head nod from council on that? Okay, so we're down to 2 options now. I mean, I think I could personally probably make a decision tonight, but let's talk this through. Who would like to schedule or discuss with these firms? Is there anyone on council that wants to participate in that selection process? You mean like speak with them? Yeah, I mean like have an interview process with the firms ahead of selecting one. Go for it. I'm off now. No? Sarah, you're on. Charles is on. So Charles, you go off. Leo, you go on. No?
It's my light.
Oh, Harpster.
There we go. I was just going to say I would go with GMP, but I think I kind of want to go with a firm that hasn't chosen this position before for our city. So I'm going to go with TSTS. That would be my recommendation. And then I'll make it easy. If they're not on the table, then I will just go with GMP.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. So, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would agree with your take, Mr. Ronald, that we make a decision tonight based on the materials submitted. I would think that any presentation is just going to be a repeat of the information that was already provided to us that we all should have reviewed in depth. And so then with that, I'd be in favor of selecting GMP based on their history with the city, and also especially based on their very recent history with the city of Kennewick. Out of all the 3 firms listed, they have the most local recent experience. And I think that would be helpful. You know, there's a number of candidates for the city of Kennewick job. One got it. There's obviously potentially still some candidates out there that they've already made contact with. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm, you had your light.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Harpster. We should make this tonight. I mean, I have a little more GMP or Prothman, either one would be fine with me. But yes, I don't think there's any reason to further interview. The information submitted is great, and we need to get moving on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ross, you can go.
Try that one. It's working. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we need any further information from any of the 3 that we have there. I would personally go with Prothman. I'm looking through their paperwork submitted, and I like their placements. We have worked with GMP. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zabel is here through GMP. So for that, I would like to go through Prothman.
Okay. Like with that, you know, either Mr. Zabel or Mr. Ferguson, do we have any concerns if we were to select the firm that, if you can just put that on the record for us?
I'm sorry, what's the question? That there's any concerns that if you went with a firm that you're currently already contracted to for a different service?
Well, there's that, and Mr. Zabel, you still work with them, correct? Well, albeit not. Can you explain your status, and let's just have Mr. Ferguson speak to it?
Yeah, the city has an agreement with GMP Consulting to provide city manager services. I was the selected city manager to assist the city here.
Okay. Do we have any concerns with that, Mr. Ferguson?
I'm not aware any. There is no ethical relationship in terms of like a reason to particularly cordon anyone off or keep any kind of I mean, obviously, Mr. Zabel could be involved in that or not, depending on what your preference would be. But yeah, I don't think there's any ethical issue there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barajas, I see you're on.
Yes, one quick question. On that note, Mr. Zabel, are you still a consultant, considered a consultant with GMP?
I'm a consultant acting as the interim city manager.
Okay. Mr. Milne or Ms. Blaisdell, do you have any input here?
Yeah, basically.
Hold on, dude. Oh, sorry. You spoke once. You're great.
Okay. Yeah, I like GMP as far as what they had to say in their packet, so that's where I was going on that.
Okay.
I don't have a preference.
I was just going to ask Mr. Ferguson that because it appears we're a little bit split, would we need to make a motion to select a firm and make it official?
I think we can do that. It does sound like the GMC is leading. Mr. Milne, do you want to make a motion? That's what did I say? I don't know. I drive a Ford, so I can't be GMC. I promise. Yeah, let's start there and let's go from there because I only heard one for TSTS, Mr. Press. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Milne.
Okay, I make a motion that we use GMP consultants as our search for the next city manager.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. So, it sounds like you will, Ms. Mattson, contact GMP, let them know, and roll this out.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zabel can start breathing into retirement soon. With that, we got item C, which is a request for zoning code text amendment. Mr. Zabel, go ahead and kick this off for us.
Okay, great. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Council. So we're discussing this item as a result of a resident or property owner initiated text amendment to the city zoning code. This particular item pertains to a proposal on a parcel located at Outlet Drive in Sandifer Parkway, and that proposal includes a car wash. The property zone C1, which does allow car washes. However, it requires that a car wash in a C1 zone be located more than 300 feet from a residential district. And the property itself is not large enough to accommodate a car wash and meet the 300-foot separation from the residential district that it is near. That includes the right-of-way of the street as well to the east of the property. So property owner, or at least interest, Mr. Mario Borszowski submitted a request for a zoning text amendment to reduce that 300-foot distance requirement contingent upon installation of noise mitigations or the ability to demonstrate noise levels that were equivalent to that 300-foot separation, that there's measures that potentially they could take to give that equivalency. Provided for you the PMC section 25.210.020 subsection 2 subsection Z, which allows those processes. And so for council on a resident or property owner initiated text amendment, the PMC provides that such a petition does not obligate the council to follow through with the petition amendment. City Attorney and I had some discussion about what does that mean. Well, it means you don't have to necessarily agree with it, but you do probably have to hold a hearing. So tonight is just staff recommendation that council hold a public hearing at your earliest opportunity. Probably is going to be April 7th when you won't want to do some advertising and so forth, and then get that back in front of you along with the petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. I'll note that I attended that meeting with you as well, and what I expressed that same concern. If 300 feet is kind of an arbitrary carryover, and we just talked about 15-year-old traffic fees that we're updating. it seems that there may be basis to look at whether or not a true noise ordinance, that being the case, or if it's a traffic issue, that we're able to mitigate whatever the concerns would be of those adjacent residents. So, I would be in favor of conducting the hearing, and I'd be interested in hearing the issues of whether or not this is truly a distance issue or if it's an audio issue. In other words, the sound emanation.
If I could, Mayor, I think instructive, and I don't mean to second guess past land use decisions, but if you think about Court Street and car washes on Court Street, right up across the alley from residential uses, that's my guess, just, knowing the city a little bit and land use and how these things happen, I would think that's probably why you have this ordinance requirement.
Yeah, I would anticipate so. And just knowing the area, there's a brick wall. I mean, there's stuff that could actually already mitigate some of the concerns. So, again, I'm in favor of hosting the hearing. Whether or not August or April 7th is the right date, I can't speak to that, but I think soon is wise. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment 100%. I'm always eager to make things easier for property owners. And one item that I noted was that this parcel being Zone C1 has been Zone C1 for a while, including before the development on Aldridge Court occurred. So the folks purchasing a home on Aldridge Court had the opportunity to realize, whether they did or not, that they were buying a house right next door to future commercial development. And then I think the applicant noted this, that car washes that are built today are much quieter than they were 20 years ago. And so exactly what you said, I'd like to hold the public hearing and, let the 0 people that'll come out share their opinion. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I would be in favor of entertaining this at another hearing. I agree with all the comments that have been made. I'll just note that, like right on Convention and Burden, there's a car wash, and right behind that car wash is a home. So, again, I think people had the time when they bought those homes right there on Road 90 to, well, not really. They bought homes and they developed it, and that was already a C1. So, I think we need to make things easier, like it's already been said, and I think we need more commercial development. This is going to go right across from that Corwin dealership that hopefully will be expanding there. So, I think we should be looking to entice more commercial development. So I'd be in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to clarify, this is one of these weird curveballs. So this is a petitioner, not an applicant. So it's a petitioner for a text amendment, to your zoning code, which means it's a legislative act. It's not going to be a quasi-judicial act. So you can have an open record hearing, but it's not going to be to determine the specific rights of any particular applicant. It will be, you're going to hold an open record hearing to determine whether you want to change your own municipal code. So it won't, even though obviously we have a particular person who's petitioning for this change in the text of the zoning code, it won't be specifically related to them. So I just want to clarify, because that's where it can get a little fishy.
Right, so just a summary, this is a blanket change to the code, not specific. It's initiated by a property owner, but it's not specific to the property. Excellent. I'm still good with that. I don't think that changes my analysis. Any difference for anyone? Good.
It doesn't change for me either. I was just going to add that that's why it was okay for you to meet with them, because it's legislative. And tonight reminded me that I have a voicemail from him I forgot to return. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Seeing no further lights on this issue, it sounds like staff has direction. Mr. Zabel? We're good? Okay. With that, moves on to miscellaneous discussion number 12. Mr. Zabel. Oops.
A couple different items. So, one, just a reminder for council, the police department's conducting a business watch meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow at HAPA. So, business community is invited to attend. Second, just a couple of transitions I want to discuss, and I did send you emails about them, but I want to share that our finance director, Darcy Buckley, is transitioning to a new role with the city as, and that is finance training and compliance lead. And it's a really great opportunity for Darcy to be able to continue to provide leadership in the department and mentor and work with our professional staff. And also is a great opportunity for the city as it is. We have a really strong leadership team in the department. Obviously, this will vacate the director position, and we'll be recruiting for a new director in the next start that recruitment in the next couple of weeks. But you know, going through this process I will share, it wasn't super easy for Darcy because she wants to make Pasco the best it can be. And yeah, I think we hired Darcy 11 years ago? No, not 11. 8 years ago. 2016. So about 8-9 years ago, and came to us and has just done an amazing job. And Richa was here at the time as the finance director, and that department has just transitioned so far from where they were back at that period of time. I could go on. If I do, it makes the people that were look here earlier than that bad. So I'm not going to. But it's an incredibly well-run department, and the reliability of the information and so forth, and the sophistication that Darcy and her staff have brought to it are just nothing short of amazing. So I'm, you know, as the city manager that hired her, you know, I have maybe a little bit mixed feelings. I'm super excited for her because this fits to where she wants to be professionally and personally. And we are lucky to be able to hang on to her in this position. Her family's lucky to get more of her, and it's kind of the perfect balance. So it's an exciting, a little strange. I've never given a presentation like this, but it's I don't know. I think it's super exciting for Darcy, and it is for the city too. Secondly, I also wanted to announce a second departure of sorts. So Richa Sigdal soon will be relinquishing her second title. Huh? Pretty good, huh? Yeah. So she'll be relinquishing her title as relinquishing her title as interim CED director, and will be going back to full-time duty as the deputy city manager. So happy to announce the appointment of Haley Miller as community and economic development director. Haley brings about 15 years of professional experience in community development planning, worked her way up through that system, has spent several years, I think about half a dozen years as a director in 2 different cities, and I think it's Ferndale and currently Marysville. So she'll be starting here on the week of April 28th, and we're really looking forward to her arrival. And probably nobody more so than Richa and Craig. So, yeah. So with that, that's all I had for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Ms. Buckley, sounds like we're excited for you. I'm really grateful that we get to keep you, and grateful that we get to keep half of Miss Sigdal, or maybe all of her in one role instead of half her in 2 roles.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, and I am very happy to continue to work with everyone here at the city. So thank you.
Well, we're very grateful for the work that you've done. Watched your countless hours and effort, so appreciate it. And see, anyone that's not paying attention online or wherever, the city of Pasco really is welcoming. We try to keep our people around. So I see no lights from council. Mr. Graham, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on a comment earlier about Mr. Redfield of our abatement program. And I too have had interactions with him, and it is worthy of his name being mentioned and how good of a job he is doing for the city. Mr. Mayor, I commend him to you. And also, I want to call out a couple of my council members there at the far end. Maybe not the way my tone suggests, but somebody brought a website to my attention recently, and Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Blaisdell were the only 2 Tri-Cities council members with perfect attendance last year, Mr. Mayor. You were always quick to thank us for our involvement in the community and how, we go above and beyond at events, but I know some of us had to attend remotely or perhaps even miss a meeting last year, Mr. Mayor, but to your left are the only 2 Tri-Cities area city council members with perfect attendance last year, and I think that's worth noting, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to know that at least a portion of Pasco achieves perfection as well, so thank you. Maybe we'll have to present some banner for you guys. With that, we do have need for an executive session. It's slated for 7 minutes. It is a single item to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood the disclosure would increase price under revised Code of Washington, section 42.30, sub, 0.110, subsection 1, subsection B. Again, for 7 minutes, it's 8:38. We're going to go at 8 till 8:45. I'm guessing city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, anyone else? All right, with that, we'll see you at 8:45. So you got his once. Okay. Okay, I think maybe. It is 8:45 and we are adjourned. Thank you for joining this evening.
My son.
Is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
La celebración más grande del 5 de mayo de Tri-Cities es en Pasco, el sábado 3 de mayo. No te pierdas el desfile que comienza en el Volunteer Park a las 10 de la mañana. Luego dirígete a Peanuts Park para un día lleno de entretenimiento y comida, que incluye boxeo, competencia de caballos, bailadores, camiones de comida, zona infantil, música en vivo y mucho más. Lo esperamos este sábado 3 de mayo en el centro de Pasco.
I guess photography for me is really about storytelling, and I feel like my photography really tries to show the story of a space, a community, an environment.
Alfred John Contreras says his interest in photography began as a child and grew into a unique way of observing the world around him.
I would pass by people walking on the street and I saw certain things, patterns that I noticed, and then I would just start photographing just things that I saw interesting. It could be anything like something discarded on the ground that kind of interacted with different light, or how it interacted with the environment.
Contreras captured those observations on film, now being showcased at Pasco City Hall with the exhibit Urban Tableau, Synchronicity in Everyday Life.
An urban tableau is capture a moment and you freeze it forever, and you can make up your own story behind that, and you'll see the different patterns within that picture. And I just really love to be able to showcase that's fraction of a second that can be captured, and that stories can be created from that. It will never be reproduced again the same way, because the lighting is going to change, everything's going to change, so it'll never be captured again.
When looking at the photographs on display at City Hall, look for subtle patterns in the scene.
If a person really takes the time to stop and look, you'll see that there's patterns in the chaos of like a everyday street.
Contreras says his photography is a celebration of the beauty in simple things.
And there's also beauty in people just on the street walking and their interactions with each other, an unspoken glance between strangers on the street. And if you capture that, I feel like if it resonates with me and it gives an emotion for myself, it'll probably do the same for somebody else. There is beauty in everything, you just have to really look for it, and that's what I hope people take away from my photography and my exhibit at City Hall.
Get ready for the ultimate Cinco de Mayo celebration. Join us May 3rd for the annual Cinco de Mayo Parade and Festival in Pasco. It all kicks off Saturday at 10 a.m. at Volunteer Park with the lively Cinco de Mayo Parade. Then Peanuts Park will come alive in celebration with local bands, interactive entertainment, Kids Zone, delicious foods, and much more. It's a fiesta you won't want to miss. Saturday, May 3rd at Peanuts Park. See you there.
Try that again. Hopefully this isn't going to give us feedback. Welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting this Monday, March 24th, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of the city here. At workshop meetings, the council, discuss issues, but we don't take formal action. Agenda packets are available on the city's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for anyone present here on that small table under the little post-it of agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland, and it's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager's office, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Peralez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
If that, you'll all please rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for that. With that, that moves us on to item number 4, which are verbal reports from council members. Do we have any? Ms. Blaisdell.
I attended the Pasco Facilities District meeting. PFD signed a final maximum completion number of 4.4 million for the aquatics, 40.4 million, sorry, for the aquatic center, and the estimated completion date would be May 2026. Also, Councilmember Peralez and I both attended Business Watch meeting with Pasco PD. It was a very good and informative meeting, and I highly recommend anyone that wants to attend a community watch or business watch meeting, if you get a chance, please attend one.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On this past Thursday, I did attend the Northwest Wellness and Northwest STEM Cell grand opening. It was a dual ceremony, and never had that happen, but at the exact same time. But it was a really good facility, very organized. I mean, again, top notch. I would recommend, if you get a chance, to check it out. They have a lot of services, health services as far as cosmetic and other avenues for your wellness. And again, it was really top notch, and it was glad I was able to attend for the city.
Thank you, and thank you for filling in for me, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended the Home Builders Association meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday this past week. And the group there is very pleased with the city of Pasco, and they said that it's the best place to do business in Tri-Cities. And I know that has a lot more to do with the folks over here than up here. So as a council member going there for the first time, that was really great to hear. And they did, Jeff Lewis did also talk about the fact that the city of Pasco consistently, and he had some slides to go along with it, is responsible for 1/3 of all building permits pulled in the 4 cities, so Tri-Cities including West Richland, and so that was great to see. And then also attended Trideck board meeting and Hanford Communities board meeting. Conversation was pretty much the same in both meetings. Lots of concern over federal government and how that impacts us locally. So just a lot of discussion, no real action items out of that, but more to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Council of Governments meeting on Friday. Port of Kennewick Executive Director Tim Arnson gave an excellent presentation just about how many great things they have going on across the river. And what really interested me the most was perhaps what they're doing at the Columbia Artisan Village there, right on their side of the cable bridge. And just considering everything going on out at Osprey Point and what Mr. Sexton has going on and what he's trying to do, just about how we can connect this all for the greater good of the Tri-Cities to really just bring tourism here and give people more things to do when they are here and to draw more people to the area, and just about how all the communities can be connected, potentially even with a water taxi or other things that would be just really, really nice, especially during the busy tourist season. So anyways, that was good. And of course, I was with several of you on Saturday, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. With that, I'll like to report that on Saturday, I attended Pasco Water Reuse Facility and Pasco Recovery Center, Resource Recovery Center grand opening with several of you. Appreciate you all being there on a Saturday. It was actually nice weather, so that was great to see. Looking forward to our partnership with Burnham and the other folks who have been out there to support that project. Looking forward to really seeing the dent that that's going to make, and not only, water conservation efforts, but also in the ability to get more out of what we're doing to clean our environment before we release the water. And so it's exciting to see, transmitting the natural gas, the opportunity for potential nitrogen-rich fertilizer, all coming out of what otherwise is just wastewater that'd be sitting there in ponds and maybe eventually dissipated into the fields. The other event that I attended was on Thursday when Mr. Milne covered those 2 ribbon cuttings. Thank you for that. I was at the TRIDEC board meeting. Prior to the TRIDEC board meeting, former Senator and now Commerce head Mr. Joe Nguyen came down to visit with the Tri-Cities to talk about some opportunities the state may be looking at in investing in our community. He certainly seemed to be seeking proactively for opportunities to bring money down here. Whether or not that can happen is always a separate question, but at least he listened and was engaged in a way that I think was productive. So hopefully we'll have a new partner in Department of Commerce. And again, with Mr. Nguyen at the head, he certainly seemed to be keyed in. I mentioned his presence to Senator Banky, and Senator Banky had some really positive things to say. So I think we've got some positive assets in our legislative conglomerate here throughout the Tri-Cities that may be able to reach some of the new folks in the administration. Obviously more to be determined, but always a good sign when folks are willing to come across the mountains. So with that, I see no further lights. We'll move on to item number 5, which is our items for discussion. And this does have an opportunity for public comment. For anyone who's not been following along, there is an opportunity for up to 8 aggregate minutes of public comment. That is 2 public comments, either pro or con, weighing in at 2 minutes each. And I'll be paying attention to the clock over there if we do have public comments. So again, up to 8 minutes, total of 4 comments, 2 pro, 2 con, up to 2 minutes each. With that moves us into item 5A, which is our introduction to the 2026 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program. That's going to be Director Sarah. And I would be remiss if I did not thank staff for the participation Saturday. I mean, you all made that happen. I know we had some folks out there early on to set up, got the coffee hub or whatever that guy was out there, the balloons. I mean, everything was prime. So really appreciate you all making us look good. It's nice to just show up, get talking points, and pretend to cut a ribbon. So thank you, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to our Transportation Improvement Program, and it will be looking at the next 6 years, so 2026 to 2031. As you saw in your packet, this is just the introduction to the process that we'll be following. There is a statutory requirement to have a transportation improvement program for cities and counties, and this program is intended to be a guide for the improvement of our transportation system, identifying the needs, creating a schedule, and including bicycle and pedestrian facilities. That is important language straight from the statute. This program is required to be adopted before July 1st of each year, in this case 2025, and is to be filed with the Secretary of Transportation 30 days past the date in which it is adopted. Okay, so the TIP, Transportation Improvement Program, identifies projects and creates a project name and a brief scope that is for planning purposes. It identifies the proposed schedule. It generates estimates for those projects, and those estimates are divided between the different phases of the project, including planning, design, right-of-way acquisition, if there were any, and construction. And then, of course, identifies funding sources. Those funding sources may be secured in some cases. In other cases are planned, for example, planned grants. While it is not fiscally constrained, the intent for this list of projects is to be reasonable, so that is reasonably expected to receive those funds. So typically we utilize historical knowledge of how many dollars we have received to be able to plan and schedule. Okay, so at this time, what staff is doing is working through the existing program, the one that was adopted last year, and identifying which projects have been completed. Those will fall out of this list. And then identifying any changes. For example, grants that have been received will not be shown as secured funding versus what we had before. There was maybe planned funding. If there were any updates to schedule, because anything say, got delayed or changed in priority, that will be reflected, as well as any updates in cost if we were to be further along in the design and identify that the costs were different from the originally planned ones. Additionally, we identify new projects, and we'll talk about how we identify those in the next slides. And we confirm the prioritization that we had in that list last year is still valid for the new list. And if not, changes are made. Okay, so where do the projects come from? Well, there is a variety of sources. Typically, the starting point for those projects to be identified and included is looking at any planning document the city has already developed. Also looking at any regional plan that has been developed and available. So we look at master plans, we look at safety studies, we look at all the things, transportation, that are available to us to identify which projects are recommended and need to be incorporated in this program. We, as part of this process, we reach out to the public and other partners in the community to identify which other projects are needed. The outreach program with the public is typically via a mix of online and in-person events and platforms where we can receive comments, and then stakeholder engagement, for example, with other agencies or the school district, for example. Those are done, basically we reach out to them, we explain what we're doing, we try to figure out if there is any need that has been identified by them and incorporate that. And then finally, from our own staff, any issues that are experienced, for example, condition of the payment in specific locations or something that is failing, and therefore we identify operational needs and incorporate those in our list for consideration. So this, I'm not expecting you to be able to see this, but this is just a reminder of what our previous TIP looked like, the one that was adopted last year. There were 51 items in this list. There were a combination of projects, studies, and programs. And all of those are listed in this list. Of special importance are those that are funded through state and federal grants, because those are then transmitted to the Council of Governments and then to the state to be incorporated in the State Transportation Improvement Program. And that's the way that we gain access to those dollars that were already allocated to those projects via award. Okay, and probably the most important part of this is the schedule moving forward. So our plan is to come back in front of you later next month, almost thinking that it's April, in April. We'll come back with a draft of our TIP proposed for 2026 to 2031, and we'll begin our outreach. Outreach will be done, again, in a combination of online comments, a website, social media, events, in-person, hybrid, and with a remote, obviously, if I'm saying hybrid, with a remote opportunity for people to participate. All that input that we receive from the outreach process will be then shared back with Council in late May or mid-May, and there is an opportunity there to balance those comments with that draft that you have seen. There may be an opportunity to make changes, edits to that TIP draft. And then there will be a public hearing. This is a formal process. A public hearing is required per state law. So we'll have a public hearing that will take place here during a council meeting. Again, another opportunity for input if the draft that we have at that time is not yet satisfactory. And then again, another opportunity to have edits. So we're building in some weeks in there to have opportunities to make edits and refine prioritization, number of projects, funding sources, cost of those projects, all the things. And finally, adoption is currently tentatively scheduled for mid-June, allowing for 2 additional weeks if we had to extend this process and say, for example, extend the public hearing, if maybe there were more items to be discussed and what we could fit in that one public hearing. So that is the schedule forward. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments? Mr. Harpster.
Thanks, Director Sarah. First off, I just want to mention I appreciate you guys bringing this in March. I think it was last year. I forget when it occurred, but I remember Council was a little upset that it was pretty close to the statutory deadline. So appreciate the, whatever the word is. Yeah, thank you. One of my questions that you already answered that I'll bring up anyways was whether or not public hearing is a statutory requirement. And it is. And I remember when I got on council last year, I was so excited for public hearings like this to hear what the public had to say. And as we all know, 0 or maybe 1 or 2 people show up and provide comments. Between comments from us and the public, what would actually change? What kind of feedback would change what you and your staff are looking at to include in the tip? Because obviously I'm relying heavily on you guys and your team to bring us what you think would be the best fit. But let's say one of us has some intersection in mind that we want to take a look at that is on the TSMP. How does that process work?
So typically that is weighed based on what is the concern based on. Safety concerns are typically top in the criteria for inclusion. There's also an opportunity for identifying, for example, potential funding sources. So there might be some strategic thinking on what can be included because we know a forthcoming opportunity for funding. And certainly we will take council's direction on inclusion and modification since certainly this is your program for the city, for transportation specifically.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to echo the first part of Councilman Harpster's comments that I appreciate this getting to us nice and early because we have been vocal when things do seem to be coming at us at the last minute. So this is really, really appreciated to get this out to us that early. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, appreciate the brevity of the presentation, appreciate the information. I do just want to call attention to that far right, the funding source. You see certain things for those following along at home or here in the audience. Some are bolded, which means that we've secured a grant, we've planned a grant, or we have partial funding. I think it's important that we call out the city's efforts to make sure that these things aren't just funded through our fee structure, but also through external sources, which is the whole purpose of this project, to then get it to the state, etc. So I do appreciate the work that staff's been doing there, and I'll echo the comments. Thank you for getting this out ahead of it, and I look forward to seeing whether or not public thinks we have our priorities aligned with reality, and we'll see where it goes over the next 2 or 3 months. So thank you for that. With that, I know it's coming back to you, Ms. Sarah, but we'll go on to item B, which is Introduction to Utility Capital Improvement Plan Update. And again, sticking with you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Very similar to the prior item, we will go over the capital improvement plan.
Sorry, I apologize. Do we have any public comment on that issue? Going once? Oh, Mr. Mallon, you're a commissioner.
I'm here as a citizen tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. And since you wanted some public comment, I'll provide a little bit of that. As you address the Transportation System Master Plan or your 6-year tip, something I'd like you guys to do with me is I've been doing an unofficial survey of some of the things that we use and don't use. The new bike path we put on Argent, we don't use. I travel that path almost daily, certainly weekly, and so far since that has been opened, I've seen 2 bicycles on it. And so I recognize that with shekels come shackles sometime, and I think that that's what that was, so please consider that carefully. In my other role, I will try to do that as well. Another place I'd like you to do an unofficial survey with me is on Oregon Avenue. The taxpayers of this state and this city and county put millions of dollars into improving Oregon Avenue, and I have counted 3 pedestrians on that sidewalk in 3 years. I am on that almost daily, and nobody uses that, but we put 7-foot wide sidewalks on both sides, full length. And if you'll look at that with me, we don't even clean or maintain those sidewalks or the ADA ramps to a clean and sanitary and usable condition. So do that with me as you consider this transportation plan that you're looking at. There's some of those that would be highly utilized and others that are not necessary and will be burdensome for some of the businesses that use them. To put 7-foot sidewalks on both sides of, I think it's called East James Street, is going to be a bit difficult for those businesses that run heavy equipment in and out of there, and it's a sidewalk that will be used almost none. 4-foot sidewalk on one side, I can understand that. I also appreciate standards and why we use them, and think that that's a place that the city could save a significant amount of money if you were to cater to the use of that street instead of to a standard that we don't even use. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the feedback, and I appreciate the invitation to do the side-eye inventory, or however we want to call it. Any further public comment? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we will move on back on, I guess, to item B, which is introduction to the capital improvement plan update. Back to you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So this item, very similar to the prior item we discussed, approaches the capital improvement program, and really is an introduction to what the process will look like and how the events will occur from here until later this year when the plan is prepared for adoption. So this presentation will be very similar to what you saw last year related to CIP, but we have some items of interest to highlight through it. So the capital improvement plan identifies all projects that are delivered by the City of Pasco in the next 6 years. So again, it's another 6-year view between 2026 and 2031, and it is really a strategic plan where we identify and prioritize the needs, the potential funding sources. We evaluate input from external partners and our community to identify what are those. Typically, a capital improvement plan includes all kinds of projects from buildings, parks, transportation, utilities, and anything that you could imagine throughout all the work that the city delivers as part of their capital program. Now, this helps with the long-term planning and also with strategizing on funding sources. So let's move on to the next slide. Oh, there we go. So of interest, we're talking about strategic planning, which I just mentioned, transparency and accountability, since this, just like the DIP, identifies schedule, a brief scope of the project, anticipated cost, funding sources, and so on. What is important about this plan is that we also look at the coordination between the different disciplines, where we look at, for example, transportation being coordinated with utility work to avoid rework, and we look at fiscal responsibility. Again, this is not a budget, and I think we'll see in the next slide that this is part of the presentation. While this is not a budget, it is important to identify that if we have an expectation of a certain number of projects being delivered within a utility, for example, that's what is close to the work I do every day, we need to identify how are we going to receive that revenue to be able to accomplish those needs or satisfy those needs. So we are going to be this year looking at our CIP with a lens of what are our available revenues, where are those revenues coming from, is it reasonable to expect a certain amount of dollars from grants and loans, and how does that play out with the established rates, for example. That's pretty clear for utilities specifically, which is my focus tonight. So, as we said, CIP is really a plan. It is not a budget, and it is a plan that can be revised as opportunities arise or maybe priorities change. And so, again, just like we talk about TIP, if there was an opportunity to receive funds for a specific project, maybe we would be able to move that project forward earlier. But not so fast that we lose that coordination between projects, right? So that it's important to have everything together. Okay, so similar to TIP, how do these projects get identified? Well, again, we look at master plan, comprehensive system plans, facility plans, if we're talking about a water treatment plant improvement, or we're talking about a sewer collections improvement. We look at building and facilities needs, we look at infrastructure condition, we take in community input, and we talk to external partners, and of course, we look at funding availability, which we already kind of touched upon. And we identify how much could we really deliver? Along with that is how many resources do we have to be able to deliver this? Is it a reasonable plan so that we don't disappoint? Next slide. Okay. So the TIP, which was the subject of our previous presentation, will be incorporated into the CIP as the transportation component. So that way you have consistent plans. Once you approve the TIP, that portion is incorporated into the CIP, and that allows us to have the rest of the projects, so utilities, parks, facilities, be coordinated with those projects. And again, we want to ensure that we are consistent with the goals that have been set up for the city by your work. Okay. So the schedule forward, again, probably the most interesting part of the presentation. Later in April, we hope to come to you with maybe a rough draft of what the CIP will look like, mostly identifying projects that will fall out and projects that need to be included. Then outreach will occur concurrently with TIP, because we identified that last year we had a lot of outreach opportunities with not so much participation. We think that maybe there was some kind of exhaustion of asking for input and participating in many, many evenings for the public to devote to be part of this program. I think we're going to try something new. We're going to try to do this consolidated meetings where people can come and explain what are seeing as deficiencies, give us input, look at our list of projects, look at a map, and take that input at once for both transportation and the rest of the public infrastructure. And then again, we'll come back to you in May with what we heard in that outreach process. The outreach process, as we explained for TIP, will include both online and in-person opportunities for comment, including not live events, so forums, for example, for comments and feedback. And we'll use social media and traditional media. We'll be bilingual in that outreach. And then, just like you saw in the previous slides, during May and June, we will focus on TIP. And so we'll really hunker down the transportation component. And then in the summer, we will be focusing on water and sewer, focused also on how those utilities will be able to afford that capital plan. As we discussed this last year, we identified that we're expecting maybe some raise in rates in the coming years, and I think there was a request for evaluating if we could make that analysis happen faster so that there was not such a big increase later on. So we are going to be looking at rates and connection fees for water and sewer. That work is underway. And then once rates have been identified and we had the opportunity to do outreach and share with you our findings, hopefully we'll get to a point where we're ready for adoption for those, if there is a need for that. Then we will continue moving forward with the rest of the CIP, consistent with that revenue that has been identified, moving all the way to a proposed November adoption of the CIP. The CIP is a big document with lots of work in how it is displayed. While you have a very good outline of what the CIP will look like probably towards the end of summer, just getting to the point where we have a document that is ready for issuance, we think it's prudent to plan to go all the way to November. Anyways, with that, I am happy to answer any questions that I may not have covered with my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Harpster.
Once again, I just appreciate this presentation. It makes me think of Michael Scott in the office when he says, "Explain it to me like I'm 5." I just really like seeing this is what the CIP is, this is the process to get there, and what to anticipate. And then, as you mentioned, appreciate the kind of change in efforts to get public input and doing it on a Saturday. Because like I mentioned, there is a frustration that we don't receive it, but I do feel like it's so important. I know you guys too, so appreciate that change up. Thanks.
Seeing no further lights, do we have any public comments on this one? Going once, going twice, third time. Seeing no public comments, with that we'll move on to item C, which is financial review by Director Buckley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. tonight, we are looking at a financial review for the biennium. So it's we tried to be very comprehensive and view both the narrative document that was part of the agenda packet and the, to a lesser point, of course, the review tonight through the presentation. Both the adopted budget that we prepared back in 2022 and then amendments that occurred during the biennium. And then finally, activity that occurred at each year in the biennium, so you could have a review of many and very different viewpoints of the activity. I guess one thing I want to point out first, and I know you've seen it because it's in the packet, but we did take extra time to look at operational elements and capital elements of activity so that, because if we put those together, the outcome is muddled. And so we've separated those so you can have a better picture of what's happening throughout the biennium. So when we had the adopted budget, that produced an expectation of a net reduction in fund balance citywide. That was anticipated at that time when we were planning that reserves would be used to cover those shortfalls. Primarily, that was related to, or a lot of it was related to capital spending using revenues that we had achieved in prior years. And then as the biennium passed and we are now to the beginning of a new one, we have actual activity to review that's in your packet and we'll look at tonight. So as I mentioned, we do throughout the year have budget amendments. They often come to you at meetings like this when there's a new project that has funding needs or a new source of funding. Then we also have a mid-biennium review that we do each year that has to start, can't occur before September and has to happen by December. And then finally, if necessary, a supplemental amendment at the end of the biennium. So I'm going to dive into general fund. Let me move this because I would like to say my eyes are that good, but it's a long look. Okay. As you can see, we have a graph that shows revenues, the various types of expenses, and then that blue line is the fund balance expectation over, from the just reported on biennium and into the new 2 years that we're working into. Revenues were ahead of operational budget, so that was a good outcome. And some of that, we actually had improvement in 2024 over 2023, which was beneficial to the net results of the biennium. That was in retail sales tax, and then we also, for all the funds, were able to take advantage of interest earnings because of a higher interest rate just from the economy, and so that was a net benefit to all the funds. And then expenses were slightly under budget, which was very, that was a good outcome, which was a product of staff working on various areas to be cautious. And then also when we budgeted labor in the biennial budget, there was some ramp up of hiring people and that took time. And so there were some savings realized there. And then this graph, as you can see, is talking more about that ending fund balance consideration and the difference between results that are available for operational spending into the next biennium versus restricted or set aside for capital. And so when we take out that, as looking at the preliminary ending fund balance, we're finishing up, closing up the year-end results for 2024 and are very close to the end. But as of now, the ending fund balance is $64 million, which is a large number and higher than we talked about during the budgetary planning for 25 and 26. But a large portion of that, the $38.7 million, is either dedicated to capital spending in the coming biennium or it's restricted for specific programs. And so it's just not available for regular operational costs. So we wanted to make sure that that's very clear and that there's a plan for a large portion of that fund balance to be spent already. And then moving on to the water utility fund, and I kind of, well, back up a tiny bit. We're not going to cover every fund in this moment of talking about the review, but wanted to touch on the funds that we thought we would have an opportunity to talk with council about again as the biennium passed, looking at rate studies or different decisions that we need council input on. So those are the focus of tonight's presentation. And so we have talked a little bit about the water and sewer utility funds are going to have a revenue requirement study undertaken this biennium, or this year really, in 2025. And so, water-wise, operationally, revenue was ahead of what was budgeted. And primarily that's just a factor of new customers and or more consumption in the year. Expenses were under budget, and that is primarily related to when the budget was created. There was great caution taken towards repair and maintenance setting aside budget for those repairs should they be necessary, and we came in under budget in those areas, both in supplies and services and quite a few of the utilities, so that allowed us to be under budget. One thing that I will point out between all the utilities is that while the other funds will have that line on the graph that shows funding balance and our ending fund balance, and you can see it move up or down. The utilities are more dependent on many different elements in judging how well they're financially performing. Partially that's because they're very capital rich or intensive funds, and so if we looked at all their assets, most of them can only be used for as infrastructure. They're not spendable, so that fund balance are not in the utility fund graphs, but instead we look at information like if there's a prescribed bond reserve of dollars that must be set aside until the bonds are retired in full, and debt service coverage ratio saying that there needs to be a certain amount of revenue collected above debt service to make sure that we are adequately funding and secure in being able to pay off that debt that we've got an obligation for. We always want to have an operations and maintenance reserve for emergencies and to make sure that we're well planning. And then also one element of all rate setting for utilities is the idea that, those assets that are the utilities are very invested in depreciate. And we want to make sure that we are collecting as part of the rates a certain value of that depreciating asset to replace and keep the utilities infrastructure in good health. And so that's another part that we will collect rates for that might not get spent every year. Instead, it's building up and then getting spent and then building up. So those are some of the elements there. Irrigation utility fund. I know we've talked about the irrigation utility quite a bit lately with the rate review and rate setting. Operationally, revenue-wise, against our budget was higher than we budgeted. But as far as results of expenses and revenues, they had a net expense by the end of the biennium, or for 2024. So with the rate increases that were recently implemented, that will make a big difference and help, because they're elements that we consider like debt service coverage are below where we would desire and be required to have that at. So that rate increase will help us to make sure we fund that utility appropriately. And then we move next to sewer fund. Not a lot to add here. Very similar to water, we're going to have a rate study looking at those elements that are, same thing. Revenues were a little above budget. Expenses were, not significantly necessarily, but 85% of operations budget was spent. So we had some savings there, and primarily that was due to that underspending of repair and maintenance. And then we're being cautious about looking at those different elements that we want to make sure we have the right ending fund balance to cover, like O&M, replacement of assets, debt service coverage ratio. And then why we don't have a slide for the other utility funds, one thing to point out is that we will, as you discussed earlier, there's a new process water treatment facility and a lot of new changes there. And so when we made the budget for 25-26, we kept that as equal to past practice as we could, so it was comparable. And with a little bit of caution about, we had an anticipated expenses and revenues, but we'll learn a lot more this year, I think, and have information. So as we move towards the mid-biennium review, we'll have that to amend the budget and talk to council about. And then finally, Stormwater Fund has not had a rate change for some time. The last increase was in 2022, and we will be making that reviewing the rates and revenue requirements there in this biennium as well to make sure that we're funding it sufficiently. Okay, and then here we'll move into just a quick review of the different funds that, well, I think we will probably delve into a little more, or want to point out items that would be good for council to be aware. The City Streets Fund, you can see that blue line for ending fund balance is diving low, and we need to evaluate revenue streams to make sure that we can sufficiently fund the fund. And right now they have motor vehicle fuel tax that is based on gallons of fuel sold. So it's very dependent on what kind of vehicles are being driven, how much fuel is being purchased. Utility tax funds, the utility streets fund, the streets fund as well, and a franchise fee. So their revenue streams are not keeping pace with the expenses of the fund, and we need to dive into new revenue streams, potentially a transportation benefit district, and that will definitely take more discussion and evaluation. The I-182 impact fee fund, most notably in that fund, the value and quantity of projects that might fit that area or do fit that area where the revenues are collected are sufficiently large. And you'll notice on the slide it says that within that boundary there's unknown funding in our past CIP of $37 million, but the receipts over a similar past 6-year period was only about $4 million. So while all the revenue funding for those projects would not necessarily come from this fund, it's kind of a good gauge of that there's a lot to do, and discussing that funding source and will be important. Moving next to ambulance, we are completing a rate analysis or a revenue requirement study in 2025. One thing that's changing in 25 or this coming biennium is the end of our SAFER grant, so that's kind of driving that ending fund balance lower, and we want to make sure we keep revenues in line with expenses. The American Rescue Plan Act Fund, which is ARPA fund, will be all spending has been obligated, and we will close that out in 2026. Just need to have all those funds spent, so that's coming close to an end. Finally, there's a cemetery fund and boulevard maintenance, and we're doing some work in the cemetery fund. You see that peak of revenue, that's interest earnings coming from the permanent fund, which is funded by people buying grave sites in the cemetery, and it did infuse cash into the cemetery fund, but we'll want to we want to keep pace with that and make sure our tabs on it to make sure that the revenues and expenses are keeping pace with each other. And then Boulevard Maintenance Fund, we do have a pilot project to kind of zero-scape a boulevard and see how we can manage that, and which will in turn, the cost side of the boulevard maintenance, which in turn will let this revenue be well used into the future and last longer. Okay. And then animal control, there's a new interlocal agreement that is being completed soon. And so the results of that interlocal agreement may change the city's contributions towards animal control fund. So that's something that we'll bring back to council. HAPO fund also, you can, that's I know been a point of discussion, and during 2025 review of the HAPO reserves and activity will be pursued with the county and then addressed with council as well. The Park Development Fund, similar to the I-182 fund, there's a lot of projects that could be done related to parks and community amenities that fit that category, and the costs of especially the community parks or larger amenities are outpacing revenues coming into the Park Development Fund. Equipment operations and maintenance. In 2025, we are going to evaluate the shop rate to make sure that it can keep pace with expenses, and that is a fund that takes care of city vehicles and equipment by city employees. And then the Health Benefits Fund, we are evaluating that carefully. We have a employee group and a cross-section of city staff that are looking at just all elements and trying to make sure, along with the financial accounting element of adequate funding and expense coverage and mitigation, we're looking at all that together. And so that will continue in 2025 and 26. And then wanted to point out, I think you'll recall that during the budget, we for 25 and 26, we purposefully contracted savings for the equipment replacement fund, just mindful of budget restraints. And so that's going to need to be a temporary reduction, and in the future we'll evaluate that more. And then, the future steps are that we are finalizing the year-end close, and we'll be able to, with that finalized information, look at capital projects, reviewing what was in the budget for this prior biennium, what continues to need to be done in 2025, and we'll come back to council with a carryover request. And we will also be setting up those new funds related to public safety, tax, permitting, the TIF construction, and TIF debt service, so that we can, be very purposeful on the accounting for that, and that will align with also just ease of reporting and quick answers for council. So we're looking forward to those changes. And then we're moving into budget to actual results for 2025 with a monthly general fund report and a quarterly report to cover all funds. Also leaning into this separation of operational versus capital activities so that we can communicate well with council. And then if you have questions, I would be glad to try to answer them. It's very possible that we'll need to take some of those and get some information back to you too over time.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. I see Mr. Grimm and then probably Mr. Harpster, but 1 minute's your way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one general question, just back to the general fund, Ms. Buckley. The projected preliminary 2024 ending balance, you said was 64 million, of which, just reading here, 38.7 is unavailable as it's already been. Does that include the reserves we're planning on spending, or is that another? I guess what I'm saying, I did the math on it. It looks like it's about $25 million balance, the 38.7 minus that, just for round numbers' sake. And does still the 13 million that we're planning on spending on reserves come out of that? So at the end of 25-26, we'd potentially just be at 12 million in reserves. If I just want to make sure I'm understanding this exactly right. And sorry, you're blinking green down there, I see.
That's okay, no problem. Yes, it is the same bucket, for lack of a better way to say, of money. So we have that ending fund balance now as of the end of 2024, and that will carry forward into 2025 and be used through general fund spending or offset by revenues. So it is the same balance of funds.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you. And I guess just one follow-up, and maybe this is something better discussed, as you said, later in our retreat or something like that. But, you know, just thinking about you or our deputy city manager, are we getting close to where you guys are concerned a little bit, you know, getting down to this point of 12 million? Or, you know, I guess I don't mean to ask for an emotional response per se, but, you know, how does this make you feel as both, you know, finance people that I really respect?
It is something when we were building the budget, you know what my answer would be if you asked me, but it is definitely something that we save money for over the years, and that's kind of what we've done over the years with specific things in mind. So, for example, we built quite a few new fire stations, and those things have been saved over time. Council for over 20 years did not bank their property taxes, and then in 1 year they were able to take those property taxes and be able to build large amount of capital. So usually you use fund balances, or essentially your savings account for that reason, is you're looking out for something particular to do at some point in time. Ideally, those one points in time are mostly one-time things, and here we're not looking at one-time items. So it's a little bit uncomfortable, but we do have a good cushion. And if you remember, we were talking about what the post-election economy looks like, and what a little bit more information, and then needing to revise our budget if needed.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's all I have for now. I look forward to visiting this a little bit more at the retreat, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Herbst.
I appreciate the layout of the report, not just the slides, but the report that was part of the agenda packet. As I read through, I had lots of questions that I wrote down, and then as I kept reading, they were answered. I still did have probably a dozen questions that I emailed to staff in the interest of everybody's time, Mayor. And most of it just to deepen my understanding, make sure that I'm, you know, what my understanding is correct or not. The only question I did have for this evening that I couldn't quite reconcile is, from my understanding, looking at that budget, the planned usage of reserves was around 10 million, and then it ended up being just 700,000. And so, what was the reasoning for that outcome?
Okay. So I recognize that this slide says 700,000, but if you look at, and that's an error, if you look at the orange bands, it really went down, I believe, by about 5 million. And so between the 2 years, I believe that 700,000 had to do with 1 year instead of both years. And that has to do with the restricted. I think the hard part is we're looking at it from a couple different perspectives. We're looking at operational, and they're all important, operational impacts, revenues versus expenses, capital impacts, revenues versus expenses, and then this restricted fund balance and how that's available or not. And so we can definitely, in our response, itemize those things out so it's very clear what thing ties to which outcome, if that sounds okay.
Okay, yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herbst. Mr. Zabel.
I did just want to invite council. We've had a pretty high level review of the budget, $600+ million budget and biennial budget. And the report obviously provides some additional detail, but similar to what we did with the traffic impact fees, want to give council an opportunity for those that have the time and want to dig a little bit deeper into a small group meeting, 3-2-2 type meeting, if all 7 want to come. You know, we could do it over 3 meetings, but give you an opportunity to really be able to dig in. And we've talked to Councilmember Harpster about that already, and we're probably setting up something for early or later part of this week, you know, probably Thursday-ish, or early next week, depending on how many council wants to take us up on that offer. I think it's really important for council to have a good understanding of this information before we go into the retreat, because I think the retreat's going to be a little more focused on potential solutions and evaluating those and discussing those, both from a practical and political standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Zebel. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd look forward to having a meeting like that, because I guess I'm a little confused based on previous presentations, because I look at it as, I guess we had a $3.3 million deficit in 2023, but then somehow it really just equates to $700,000 now. And I'm thinking, I saw the presentation where you guys presented the budget 2 years ago and said it was going to be close to 10 mil. We said we really didn't have a $10 million deficit. So I'm thinking, well, shouldn't we have $10 million more in the bank? So maybe, I guess I'm just missing something, because then that doesn't really equate to, I believe, what our general fund reserve currently was when we did the last budget, which was somewhere around, $28, $30 million. And then I kind of wanted to know what portion of that is that $12 million in a economic development fund. Is that part of the reserve amount in here?
Not here, because this is just the general fund, right, on this slide. So
I guess I would like to know what is it our actual reserve of money we have available to us?
I think we'll want to line that out so you can see by fund what is reserved and available, because we can't use one fund's like the general fund versus the economic development fund. We can't use economic development fund for general fund purposes. So we want to be very careful on making sure it's clear of what funds are available for which purpose.
Okay.
So
yeah, because the way it's presented today, it looks like everything's healthy, which depends on your perspective, like you were talking about. And I don't want to take that from this, like, oh, hey, actually we're fine, but kind of we still need to watch what we're doing. So I guess I really want to know what all the numbers are. I guess there's a difference between the economic development fund. I think there was a presentation where it was presented to us to take that. Hey, well, we have this $12 million that essentially we could transfer out at one point if we wanted to cover anything. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay. So I guess I need to know. I would like to know all those numbers, all those values, so that I can wrap my head around what's in reserves, what it's going to be, essentially what's being used for other stuff. It seems like there's a lot of pass-through stuff. We didn't spend some of that money or expend it out during the last biennium. That's the reason really why we have this, perceived $64 million, but that's not really the case.
and timing does make a huge difference. And when we make the carryover budget requests, that will help a little bit too. But you're right, there are a lot of items to consider.
Right. The other question I had was with the ARPA funds, and it looked like that was being used to program in future years once we expend those ARPA funds.
That would be a decision that would have to be part of the, a consideration of the funding source. And it's right now as part of the ambulance fund, and then the ambulance fund is being reimbursed for that cost through the ARPA fund. But you are correct that once that funding source goes away, there'd need to be a different one.
Did we use any ARPA funds for any operations?
ARPA funds for any operations? No.
No. Okay. And then the last one was, the last couple of years we've been rolling on all cylinders. We've had Amazon, we've had Dairy Gold, so we've had a lot of construction. And that brings in the sales tax. With a couple of those projects, we're not having any more expansions or anything. Well, nothing that we can see right now. Should we be worried to an extent of seeing that increase of $3.2 million going down, or kind of just plateauing a little bit in future years?
I think you've already seen the sales tax from those big construction projects kind of plateauing. Like, for example, Dairy Gold is a project that has a lot of components. It's a big ticket item, but not all of them are, many components are sales tax exempt. And so we would not receive those. So if you're worried about a high peak from just that specific project and then a drop, it's not as high of a drop, but a drop nonetheless. And those are accounted for in our new budget. So you will see the accounting for some of the big projects that we've had and that one-time funding that they usually bring. In years past, many times we would have just 1 year where they would be building a school. And so those are the things that we would be getting, and we would time that out and estimate the sales tax. We've been fortunate in the last 4 or 5 years that we've had a string of industrial projects that bring that one-time sales tax. So we do account for that as we're accounting for our revenue. But you're right, if there's none of those projects that are happening in future years, then you would expect to see the drop. But it really depends on what type of projects they are. Like I mentioned, in years past, it would be a school district project that would bring in that peak, and now we have a much more diverse industry base. So it's great, but it also makes it a little bit hard to predict.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I think, yeah, there's definitely a couple items on here that we'll take offline, but I mean, I'm glad to see animal control costs are somewhat coming under budget, but I do know that's came up a few times where we just kind of have like a, you know, I guess if a dog or animal needs to be worked on, they pretty much just have like a blank check. Obviously, structural deficits, the ambulance fund, I think we need to look at. What about that county assistance money? Is that something of concern? It was went from 460,000 to 82,000, and now it's pretty much zero.
It's just, it's not a concern in that it is not a huge amount of money for the general fund, but it does result in there being less money coming into the general fund. So I believe when we were budgeting 2025, we did not have the information that it was going to disappear, and we budgeted about $200,000.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take my other questions offline. Thank you guys for your presentation.
Mayor, if I could address the Economic Development fund balance, I just want to assure you that there's different ways of restricting a fund. One is if it's a debt proceed, you cannot use it for operations because the bondholders gave us the money to build something. There's many state laws, so if it's a gas tax, you cannot just use it for any operation. It has to be related to street maintenance, things like that. However, our Economic Development Fund, we did move that $10-12 million that we talked about from general fund to Economic Development Fund for a purpose, and we're still working on that purpose, but there's other avenues of solution there. And if council chooses to in the future, you can change. This is a council action, so you can choose to move it back. So it's essentially a different savings account, but you are not restricted by any bondholders or state law or federal law.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I know as a business owner, I look at numbers all day long, it seems like. So I'd love to sit down and next week, obviously not this week, it's kind of booked, but next week and go over just because there's so much. Obviously my reports are a lot smaller than yours, but I just want to say I did appreciate the report. And then I know what Councilman Perales was talking about. I kind of took his question was more like, you know, the people coming in to do these projects, amount of money that they're spending locally, and was there any concern? Because I know there's times where people come in from different states on big projects, and you know they'll plop down thousands and thousands of dollars on tools or supplies, stuff like that. So I don't know if that's exactly where he was going with it, but I kind of thought in that degree, or are you guys any kind of worried? Because there's some of these projects have been hugely effective even for us when you have local projects that are really big and there's a lot of money, and then once it's done, you know, we don't see any of those big PO numbers. So I was, again, I don't know if that was exactly where he was going, but that was kind of what I was thinking. Is there any concern when these things come to an end that the local economy will go down more as far as the sales tax revenue, or what are you guys feeling?
It definitely, if we go without a period where there's not any large investment, the peaks that we've seen in recent times are unusual. And unusual for any city, unusual for us. But we do have a lot of industrial land and a lot of interest in the area. We have accounted for, I believe we have accounted for less or lack of any major construction projects. So how the money comes to the city, especially if it's industrial. So if it's commercial, you're seeing sales tax on an annual basis. If it's industrial, if it's a home, then you're seeing one-time construction sales tax. And we have accounted for the reduction in sales tax in our future sales tax projections. But our commercial base overall is growing as well. So yes, it's a concern, but it's a concern that is accounted for in our budget.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With no public comment on this, we'll move on to item D, which is resolution. Professional services agreement with Consort North America, Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass Pedestrian Bicycle Access Project. Back to Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to a pedestrian and bicycle bridge proposed to be built along Sylvester Street, linking the east and west segment of the corridor as we cross 395. Currently, there is a narrow bridge that does not accommodate pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and of course is non-ADA compliant. A previous project that is just about completed has created pedestrian and bicycle facilities along the corridor, and this is a little gap that we have. So we have full funding for this project, and the funding has been received through 2 state grants and just a minor local contribution. At this time, we are presenting to you a professional services agreement with Consort. They are a selected consultant that will perform design if this contract is approved. The scope of this contract is for preliminary engineering up to 30%, so it's not a full design, and it is allowing us to do an analysis on the preferred alternative for installing that bridge, coordinating with DOT, doing outreach, doing all the site investigation that is required from cultural resources to survey to geotechnical and so on. This contract, as proposed, is for a dollar amount just under $365,000. So I will move forward to show funding as received from the 2 grants, local contribution for $80,000. So this is just under $4 million in this project overall. We anticipate the design will be in the order of $600,000 if my eyes allow me to see that number. Let me confirm. Yes, so $540,000 is what we anticipate will be the cost for design, but at this time the agreement is for a lesser amount to allow us to get through the selection process, preliminary investigation, and this conceptual and early design to 30%. And with that, I am happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Mr. Harpster.
Just one question. Did Consort do the design of the Sylvester Street improvements project that just wrapped recently?
They did not. There was a selection done through a request for qualifications, which is standard practice for projects in engineering. And while the designer that did the design for Sylvester Street corridor competed, they were not recommended for selection from the committee that did the analysis of their qualifications and interviews and so on. Some of the criteria that was used for the selection had to do with bridge construction and bridge design, and Consort was selected as the most qualified consultant on that realm.
Okay, so just read back. They weren't necessarily the best for the previous project, but because of this being a bridge specifically, they were the most seemingly qualified to take this on.
I think I understood that. Consort was deemed the most qualified for the bridge design. The prior consultant that did the corridor had a lot of experience doing corridors, not so much the bridges.
Okay, yeah, we're on the same page.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, Director Sarah, thank you for getting this grant and all your work on that. I know there's some places in the city where the commuters would love to see some overpass infrastructure improvement, but just hearing you discuss this tonight, I'm thinking of a high school student, my very first week on council or so. I'll call him Mr. C because he's a minor, I assume, but was just talking about walking over that overpass and just how narrow and dangerous it is. And here he is, quote, "Today I was walking home from practice. It was raining. I almost got run over 4 times walking over the bridge." And then he even highlights that 4 times. And so, you know, that corridor borders my district. I drive it every single day. And with all the rest of the Sylvester Street projects that even Mr. Harpster was talking about, that was obviously a missing piece of the whole thing. And so I think, I mean, I can say just about every time I drive over there, there's nearly somebody walking or riding a bicycle over. So that is one area. I appreciate some of the conversation we had earlier about unused improvements, but I believe this one, being, you think about it, one of only 3 places to cross that highway that runs east-west in all of Pasco, being Court and I guess Argent doesn't really cross it, but I think this is an important infrastructure improvement that will get used. I appreciate your work on this. You're getting the grant for us and keeping our local funds to just $80,000 if I saw that correctly. So thank you so much, Director Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Thank you for the pre-inventory on that project. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also want to just echo Councilman Grimm's. I also use Sylvester quite a lot, as in usually twice a day. And even though I haven't hardly seen any bikes, I do see pedestrians quite a lot trying to go over that bridge. So, yeah, I'm glad to see it's on there, and glad to see we're finally addressing the situation, because you do wonder about how close cars are getting, and people don't seem to want to stop for the pedestrians because they're hugging the shoulder there. So, anyway, very glad to see this. So, thank you. Thank you to all your staff as well.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3rd time. With no public comment, we'll move on to item E, which is a resolution. It's project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project, and that's also coming from you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I will be brief, but please feel free to ask questions at the end. I will try to be as brief as possible. So this project is associated with our irrigation utility. As you have been hearing me talk about irrigation recently, we rely on both river water as well as wells. This project was one of those projects recommended by the 2018 study on well capacity improvements, and there were 3 wells that were targeted for these improvements, and they're shown in yellow boxes in your screen, and those are Northwest Commons well, Village at Pasco Heights well, and the I-182 well. So these 3 wells were the top priority for rehabilitation and improvements. We can right size the pumps that were being used in those pumps and perform some rehabilitation. And because everybody loves the before and after, you are seeing some pictures of the before, where you see a lot of things accumulated in that screen in the well, and then the completed work towards the bottom right of your screen. That is a clean well. Same is true for the other wells, so I keep on showing you some incrustation and other things occurring in that well, the bottom of the well, maybe showing some debris. And then once it's been cleaned and completed, as part of the work, we also pull those pumps, replace motors, did upgrades that were needed, replace filters, or whatever else was necessary to make sure that these wells were performing adequately. This is the 3rd one. Again, you can see the difference between before and after. And so today we are presenting to you this project as a project that is completed, and to accept the work of Carpenter Drilling Company, and their work had been awarded at $517, I'm rounding, $1,000. There were a handful of change orders, including a change in tax, that occurred while the project was occurring, as well as some newly identified needs to repair those pumps. When we pulled them out, there was additional work from what we had planned for. Ultimately, the total dollar amount in change orders is just under $4,000, with a total construction contract cost of $521,000. So that is the work Carpenter Drilling performed for us in these 3 wells. There is also a report from the consultants that recommended this work and have analyzed the performance of those wells for another set of wells that could be monitored and potentially needing rehabilitation in a future phase. But for the time being, this project is completed, and we hope to accept the work of the contractor and release retainage and allow them to just receive their bonds back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Director Sarah? Seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the public on this one? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item F, which is another resolution, River Shore Sewer Interceptor Upsizing Phase 1 Design Loan Acceptance. Back to you, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you so much. Good evening. This is the last item for me, I promise. So in this case, we're talking about a funding award for work to be performed in our sewers collection system. You are seeing a map from the Comprehensive Sewer System Plan that identifies an interceptor that runs on the southern end of the city, running from the west end of the city to the 9th and Washington lift station, which then conducts that wastewater into our wastewater treatment plant. So through the analysis of the 20-year projections for demands, that whole interceptor will be a bottleneck. And so we have identified the priority 3 segments that we could move forward with design and applied for a low-interest loan from the Department of Ecology. Okay, so you're seeing the 3 segments. There's 2 segments right around the Blue Bridge crossing, just under there, and then further west, another segment. Those 3 together are about 10,000 feet of main line that needs to be replaced for an upsize pipe to avoid any near-term bottlenecks and any kind of surcharge in those manholes. So the award from the Department of Ecology is just under $1.3 million at a 20-year loan with 1.2% interest. This is a very affordable loan from the Department of Ecology. It's similar to other awards we have received and utilized for other sewer infrastructure in the recent past. The agreement with the Department of Ecology is a standard format, and it includes all needs for the project for the pre-construction. So it covers design, geotechnical exploration, again, cultural resources work, any permitting work, and the design itself. And there are some efficiencies with doing more than one segment at once so that we can better utilize our dollars and perform more work with one selection for a consultant and just moving on with a process that is typically lengthy. I mentioned that this is although it's only 3 segments and it looks small in the map, it's about 10,000 feet of pipeline that needs to be replaced. Currently, that pipeline is between 30 and 36 inch, and we're looking at somewhere between 48 and 54 inches. The final design will determine the size of that pipeline depending on slopes and also what areas we anticipate will be connected to this system. This interceptor, I failed to mention this. This interceptor really connects all these main lines that are coming from the northern area of the city and across the city and collects all that and takes it to the wastewater treatment plant. So really, it is a reflection of the growth that is happening not adjacent to this pipeline, but really throughout the sewer system, because really it connects all those other pipes. It's like it's a consolidation of all that flow that gets to this line. Okay, and with that, I am happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Seeing no lights, do we have any questions or comments of the public? Going once, going twice, Third time. With that, you're finally off the hook, Miss Sarah. That moves us on to item 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Zabel, do you have anything to kick us off?
I do have a couple just quick items, and one, I'm so glad I'm back here because the animal shelter, all the animals are relocated this week, so I got to see it. So, yeah, it was still under construction when I left, and there you go. But we do have a couple of more of the community meetings that PD's hosting. Those were mentioned earlier tonight. So Tuesday, tomorrow 6 p.m. at the Grange Hall, and then Thursday at Franklin County Museum at 1 p.m. So a couple more opportunities to attend that. And then just another piece on the animal control. So one of the things that in taking this over the city, meaning the operation of it, staff has clearly worked very hard to professionalize that operation. And a little bit of a storied history with what's happened over the last 20 years out there. One of the things that staff's worked really hard on doing is getting the proper certifications of the animal control officers. So we did have a couple graduate. Sherry Jackson and Chris Ferguson completed Washington State Criminal Justice Training Center Animal Control Officer Academy. I have a couple more going to next year's academy as well. So we continue to see good improvements, not just the facility, but also the professionalism of staff at that facility.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. I see Mr. Graham, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of want to throw it out here. I know we're discussing our retreat a little bit tonight, and I, know that eats up a fair amount of our Saturday, and just I may get booed out of here. But think about, I'm just so used to coming here on Mondays, and if next Monday, if we have that much on our list, and next Monday's available, and people don't have other plans, it might save a bunch of our Saturday. If many of us are used to that. I can only speak for myself. Again, maybe the rest of you all boo me out of here, but I was thinking that may alleviate some of that Saturday time if we have enough on the agenda. And then just another thing I would love council to start thinking at some point is the fluoride in our water. There is a lot. I'm looking at a National Institute of Health. This is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I mean, a study that was started 10 years ago, and it says that with moderate children, that high levels of fluoride exposure, such as drinking water containing more than 1.5 milligrams of fluoride per liter, are associated with lower IQ children. And I think not only just this study that they spent a decade doing, but there's so much information out there that is something that we should potentially look at in removing from our water here in the city of Pasco. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Certainly happy to explore the fluoride, so at least you got some support over here. I didn't quite follow. Are you asking that we potentially shift some of Saturday to Monday if our agenda's light? Is that your request?
Well, next Monday, I'm pretty sure, is the 5th Monday of the month, Mr. Mayor. So,
okay.
Yeah, and so, I mean, just in my schedule, this is me every Monday, and so if we can free up some of that Saturday, and if we have that much, Mr. Mayor, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'll kind of defer to staff on that. I'm open to exploring that. Mr. Harpster?
Yeah, I would express my support for that as well. Sort of a pre-retreat to get started on some things. I did want to know from my fellow council members if they had topics they wanted to discuss at the retreat. I was discussing items with Mr. Zabel earlier, and he'd indicated that the staff's struggling a little bit with all the different desires of the 7 of us to kind of get a consensus of items to discuss at the retreat, of which we've got limited time. And so, for me personally, I wanted to ensure that we discuss the budget and then Broadmoor development area. That's all I've got on my list. But if maybe anybody's got anything else that they want to ensure we discuss, maybe we can come to a consensus on a few items, not 10 or 20, but a few. I'm guessing that we're concerned about similar issues for the most part.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Milne?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also open on next Monday if it's up to the staff. If you think you want to do something, I mean, we come here on Monday anyway. So I'm just saying, I'm more than welcome with that. Since I've been on council, I've been for the removing fluoride, but again, it kind of never went anywhere when I brought it up at other retreats. So I'm definitely be a vote on that. And yeah, I guess my two big things would be also the Broadmoor development, and then maybe having a better discussion on the Hapo Center where council would like to go with that. It's kind of important to me on those two topics. Other than that, I'm pretty much that's my main goal in this retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Melny, Ms. Blaisdell.
I am in agreement with both what everybody said. But I do want to talk about, prior to Mr. Zabel coming back, we had talked about getting information regarding the levy lid lift and relieving some pressure on the budget and focusing on public safety. I'm still interested in getting some information regarding that. And I'd like to talk about it in our retreat.
Thank you. Mr. Perales.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be in favor of coming next Monday and doing like a kind of a pre-retreat prior to the April retreat. I think that would be beneficial. I have Mondays carved out to be here as well. So no, I think that would be good. And I really would just like to know what the list is of items that we're going to discuss at the retreat. And, I think we could all go through and say, don't want to talk about that one. Just kind of prioritize what we want to tackle, I guess, in the next year and a half. I think that would be beneficial. And I will also be in favor of bringing a presentation or item to us to evaluate taking fluoride out of the water. I have been asked that by many residents, and obviously it's a controversial issue, and I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm a scientist or anything, but I think we can all do our own research, and we represent people in the city of Pasco. We got voted in, and these are some of these items people care about, but they are controversial. So I think it'd be beneficial to explore that and look to bring that maybe to a future item where we can vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. So it sounds like direction as the fluoride is worth exploring. So any clarification on that?
We could certainly come back with a discussion on fluoride. Past councils have discussed that item previously. So.
Right. So I don't know that it's one of those pressing issues that's going to overtake any of the other ones that we have that are pressing issues. Is that a nod, Mr. Graham, that it is a pressing issue?
That is, I totally agree, Mr. Mayor. Those other issues are more pressing, but it'd be nice to get done by the end of the year if we can.
That's about where I was going to pivot, maybe late summer or fall, or if so be it, pushed to the end of the year. So just something on the warm radar. As to Monday, I guess the question that I have for staff is are you prepared to present a pre-retreat on Monday? I know we have an outside facilitator or someone, Mr. Mercier is going to participate at some level on this. Obviously, you can't just pivot to Monday, presumably.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, there's probably a couple items we could, if that's something council wants to do. I don't know that we need the facilitator here to talk about a couple of these very specific items. Budget, I don't think we would be ready for. We want to do the mini budget for those discussions for those council members want to get in there, and then we're still evaluating some of the options to share with you. And we probably need a little bit more time than to try to turn that around by Monday night and do a really good job for you. But there's a couple items, probably executive session items, in fact, having to do with real estate and so forth, that relate to items you brought up tonight, and a couple more we can think of. So if you could give us maybe tomorrow to talk among ourselves, see which ones we could be ready for. We can get a little poll out to you as to if that's going to be worth your while. We could probably cut it hour and a half, maybe 2 hours off the retreat with a little bit of time on Monday night.
So I appreciate that. Speaking for me, I'm not interested in coming in an extra Monday and then a Saturday as well. Just to be straight honest, if we're going to cut a significant portion of the time, I think there's value. But if it's cut 45 minutes out of a 4-hour retreat, then let's just be there for 4 hours. That's my take. And obviously, you all defer to your ability to organize whether or not you can get something together, pulled together for Monday, whether it's an executive session that's extended or if it's simply whatever it is. Just send us an email, pulse us. Ms. Barajas, I see.
Yeah, just wanted to agree with you in regards to the fifth Monday. That would be a no for me. If we can tackle as much as we can tackle on over the weekend, that would be perfect. And any other pending items, move them to the following council meeting on a Monday. That's my preference. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Officer, quickly.
I'll just add, and I'm not looking to be argumentative, but you've got 5 council members who want to meet next Monday. So it's more than a quorum. So do we need some official action to ensure we meet next Monday?
Sounds like you need to make a motion.
Okay. I make a motion that we hold a city council workshop meeting on Monday, March 31st at 7 p.m.
Second that.
Got a second by Mr. Miller. Let's do a roll call, I guess.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
No.
So it's 4-3, and that means we'll have a meeting or a workshop.
Sounds good. With that, that takes us to item number 7, which is our executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel regarding agency enforcement actions about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1 Roman numeral 1 or I. Do we have a need for a break before 5 minutes? That puts us starting that at 8:33. I see it's listed for 45, but I've been told I think we can get through in 25. And I'm happy. I'm going to caveat this, Mr. Ferguson. I'm calling it for 25 with the anticipation that we will extend. So, take the time you need. So let's see, at 8:38 plus 45 minutes, that's like 9 something. I'm not a math guy. I'm sure someone will figure that out in like 9, 13-ish, 18-ish, 19s. We'll see you back in a while. Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, well, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I am here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Nola. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes from March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, two things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Milne, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're unlisted. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're red. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb, and it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge the gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping their front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope, making the transition without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce the abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actively protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's a couple examples. I did.
Oh, okay.
It's two steps.
With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney. Can you make sure the mic's on? Looks like it's off.
Is it on? Is it on? Yeah. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain Road 48 Park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582. Provide all LID designs for Pearl Street, past and present, and for my property, indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. Forced LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the Wow Factor or wave machine, costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center, opening in June, costs only $10.8 million total. Pasco's CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provide a permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider. Include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4119 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell, Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. See Animal Control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Ziegler-Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen's School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop in third and palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I too attended the Lucky Leaf opening. Had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name, and it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. And really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to, share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year. Hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowse. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen, I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have 2 pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that, taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan. They expressed a lot of interest, and so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it, and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay. In addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it has served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and then take action on each? Okay. So with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Perales?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this vehicle, this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones, are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. that would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowlis?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. And it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis, that satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So, and then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but the contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you. So that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon at one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I just I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that, that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
Yes.
is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on the number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I. Listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief or
police chief? Sorry.
Okay. All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager or city clerk or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell. Here. Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services. And it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies: Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings, they reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency, agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed, agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise, we bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have 1 role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have, it's a special meeting, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Barajas. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That too passed unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they had called a meeting, and there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department, and it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch, so it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting, and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was big good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row, and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Kalima will be coming and visiting the Pasco, and yeah, again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids. The cooperation between Kalima and Pasco. So it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Harpster.
I thought somebody else would have mentioned this, but I attended a council retreat on Saturday and saw a few of you there. Just want the public to know your council's doing work on Saturdays and discussed our priorities and spent a lot of time on budget. So again, appreciate staff's time that was there and everybody else's time up here.
Thank you. They were certainly well prepared and well armed with information. So hopefully we'll be able to nail some things down here over the next few months, and we appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public comment is limited to an aggregate of 8 minutes. It's going to be two minutes segments, pro and con. So if you have a position, please state that when you come up and offer your name and county of residence for the mic. So aside from that introduction, we have a few items. The first one is item A. Pasco School District is here to discuss their district impact fees. Looks like Mr. Zabel, you're going to kick us off there.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just to kick this off a minute, the school district, through in its very, very regulated process, is allowed to work with the city under the city's authority to impose school impact fees for new growth, new development in the community. And in the case of Pasco, that's been occurring since 2012. Back in March of 2012, city imposed ordinance 4046, which set rates for single family and multifamily residences $4,700 per unit and $4,525 per unit each. And those have been in place since. Annually, or I think semi-annually, is it? Yeah, semi-annually, the district's been to us, and part of that process is a capital facilities plan. So the district goes through a very public process, has consistently invited city officials to participate in that process of school needs for schools and a process that accounts for growth, the impacts of growth. And through that, in a very, I think, a very tightly designed formula, you basically crank out an impact fee, and that's been a pretty steady thing throughout. This school district just went through this process over the past several months, and this evening Denise Stiffarn, who is the legal counsel for Pasco School District, and Michelle Whitney, the superintendent, are here to talk about the results of their latest efforts. I believe they've already met with the school board and shared that, but want to share that with council. Ultimately, it'll be up to council to consider the input they hear tonight and make a determination on future impact fee schedule. So with that.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here again this year. It's been a couple of years since the last time we came and talked about school impact fees and the district's capital facilities plan. I appreciate the city manager's intro and also the staff report in your packet. And I'll try not to be too repetitive as I walk through, but just some history on why we're here, what the capital facilities plan is. So, there we go. So again, the school district has been preparing this capital facilities plan since 2012. The last time we were before you was in February of 2023 with the 2022 capital facilities plan. And just as some additional background, the school district's board of directors goes through a process, as the city manager explained. They go through a SEPA environmental review process, and then at the board adopts the capital facilities plan and forwards it on to the city council for review. So being back here this year establishes that 2-year review. What the reason why we are here at the city and talking about school district capital facilities planning is that the Growth Management Act requires that to the extent a school district wants to request school impact fees, it works with its local jurisdictions by providing a capital facilities plan, and in turn, if that jurisdiction chooses to collect school impact fees on behalf of the school district, that jurisdiction adopts that plan by reference as a part of your own comprehensive plan, and then of course adopts a fee ordinance. So coming in every 2 years, we've gone through this process, and in that capital facilities plan since 2012, the fees have remained consistent. And that's something I'll touch on a little bit more in this conversation tonight, because for the first time this year, the fees look a little bit different. Now, when I say the fees have been consistent, every 2 years, the district has updated its plan. It's had different projects related to capacity needs and different impacts related to growth. But as they've run that through the formula, they've applied a discretionary discount in addition to the city's 25% required discount to get to what's been an even fee across the years. This year, for the first time with new projects in the 2025 capital facilities plan, the fee is actually decreasing below what that threshold has been in the past. And I'll dive a little bit more into that in the coming slides. So from the Growth Management Act, we know that there are 5 basic requirements. And in the school district context, the elements of that capital facilities plan first are establishing a locally adopted level of service. For school districts, that level of service is based upon educational programming standards. And so essentially this is how many students per classroom based upon the educational program, and in turn how many students per building the school district has across its service levels. We then look to existing inventory. So you'll see that the capital facilities plan delineates all of the different school facilities, including the non-educational facilities. We compare the district's 6-year enrollment projections, so looking out towards the 2030-31 school year in this case, looking by grade level, and comparing that specifically to the existing capacity to identify what, if any, needs there are related to that expected growth. When we've identified expected needs in the financing plan, the district identifies projects planned to address those needs, what they're expected to cost, and how the district expects to finance those projects. And then that finally establishes the basis for the impact fee. So talking first about enrollment forecasts and capacity, this district has been a strong growth district since 2012 and even before then. And that growth has continued fairly consistent over the years with some slight dips happening or some lowering in the rate of growth during the pandemic and then immediately thereafter. That has started to pick back up to pre-pandemic levels, and the district over the next 6 years is planning to see about 200 students or a little bit more per year coming into the district, and that's growth at all 3 grade levels. Now, in determining growth projections, the district looks at various demographic needs related to projecting. They look at the experience in their district of the cohort survival, so students progressing traditionally through their grade systems. They look at development data across the district from both the county and the city. They also look at the rate of the birth rates. How many new students do they expect in those kindergarten grades? They've worked with outside demographers and have taken information from 2 outside demographers for purposes of this study to pull together all of that information to generate their 6-year enrollment projections. So a lot of work goes into looking at what realistically is expected in terms of growth, and in this case, continuing to see growth and seeing growth at all 3 grade levels. This district has been very fortunate in that the district's taxpayers have been quite generous over the years in funding capacity projects and non-capacity projects. So in 2017, of course, the Three Rivers Elementary School and the Columbia River Elementary Schools were funded and constructed. There were also expansions at the middle school level and some portable adjustments. And then most recently in 2023, the 2 new high schools were funded, and those are moving along and will be open for instruction in just a few months in the fall of 2025. There's also been modernization at the Chihuahua and Pasco high schools and some athletic field improvements and land acquisition. All of these projects are starting to have either come to an end or soon will come to an end. And so for purposes of planning the next 6 years, the district has started to look at what's next on their agenda. And so that really is the basis for this capital facilities plan. It's looking to see, based upon that projected enrollment growth, their existing facilities, what do they need to plan for? And what they've identified, and this is discussed more specifically in the capital facilities plan, is a need for middle school capacity. And that's where we turn to looking and thinking about that middle school capacity and that planned project now as a basis for school impact fees. So thinking about school impact fees, basically school impact fees at their highest level are a one-time charge on new residential development. They are intended under the Growth Management Act to address the capacity needs created by new residential growth. That's specific to schools. They can only be used for capacity-related projects related to growth. That's why enrollment projections and capacity analysis is so important. They cannot be the sole source of funding. There must be other funding in the mix, and that typically is your school construction bond. It could be a capital levy. It also could include state school construction assistance program funds. Impact fees are one of the funding sources, but they typically tend to be not the primary funding source. Impact fees also must be spent within 10 years of collection, so they have to be linked to that growth in a way that they are providing, if not at the time the home is sold, soon thereafter to provide that capacity. And they must be designed to be proportionate to the impact of each new dwelling unit. And to do that, we rely upon a formula that's been developed over the years and that's been recognized as consistent with those Growth Management Act proportionality requirements. Now, the formula is in the capital facilities plan, but just to high level, try to break it down for you. In looking at the formula, the first step is to identify that growth-related project. So here again, we're looking at a new comprehensive middle school needed to serve growth. We use what's called a student generation rate to measure the impact of each new dwelling unit. What the student generation rate is, it's looking at recent history of new development, actually pulling building permits, comparing them to student addresses, and identifying on average how many new students reside in newly constructed units. The district looks at single-family units as one category and multifamily units as a second category because they each have a little bit different in terms of demographic reach. The student generation rate then compared to the cost of the new high school capacity per seat drives a construction cost per dwelling unit. So that's the proportionality that's required under the law, meaning that you're not charging new development more than its specific impact based upon that formula. Once you get to that point, you need to apply credits. So you have to apply credits for any state school construction assistance program dollars expected to be applied to the project. And then importantly, credits that a new homeowner will pay towards that same capacity improvement. So you need to anticipate bond payments that will be made towards that new middle school project and credit that against the impact fee. Once we get to the bottom, after applying those credits, we then apply automatically that 25% discount to bring it to a final fee. So, I've alluded to this, but there have been changes between 2022 and 2025 in that the fee has decreased for both single family and multifamily dwelling units. And there's some important reasons for this. In the 2022 capital facilities plan on which the existing fee is based, there were projects at the elementary grade level and projects at the high school level. Those projects all identified to serve new growth that was happening within the 6 years. Those projects all again are at completion or near completion. And while they've all been built in such a way that they will continue to provide new capacity over the next 6 years, meaning that any new students coming into the system at the elementary or the high school level will benefit from the voters' front funding of capacity at those schools. Because those projects are near completion, the district is removing those from the fee formula and now looking to that near-term future planning, which is the middle school project. So now there's just a middle school project in that formula. And the important thing to keep in mind is that the middle school student generation rate on its own is much lower than an elementary school project and a high school project. So just in the fact that it's just a middle school project, that drives a lower cost per dwelling unit. And what is even more curious here, but it is the operation of the formula, is that the cost per dwelling unit for a single family unit is less than the cost credit that the single family tax payment will provide against that fee, meaning that the tax credit component nullifies the fee in its entirety. So you have a fee of 0 for single family. And then for multifamily, the impact per dwelling unit is lower than what it has been in recent years, but the tax credit does not nullify it in the same way that it does for the single family dwelling unit. So where we get to through that formula are fees that look, instead of $4,700 per single family unit, which you've seen in the past, we're at 0 per single family unit. And instead of just at about $4,500 for multifamilies, we're just under $2,600 for multifamily units, and that's per dwelling unit. This is something that I think really validates why school districts update these plans regularly, because you want them to be current to development impacts at the time that you've adopted the plan and at the time the fee is charged. And so this is something that in 2 years, it may look different depending on what projects the district has identified as growth related at that time. This was in your packet. It's the School District Policy 9223, and this is just the school district statement that it will seek school mitigation through all legal means, and it has applied this with both the city and the county over the years. And the policy itself recognizes the City of Pasco's school impact fee ordinance, and it also recognizes that while Franklin County does not currently have a school impact fee ordinance, it will continue to request that they adopt one. Obviously, we're here for review by you at the Pasco City Council. The district will continue its requests to Franklin County related to adoption of the Capital Facilities Plan and a school impact fee ordinance. And until the time that the county should do that, the school district will continue to seek school mitigation through the State Environmental Policy Act process, which it has been doing now for several years. And touching on that, just the difference between Growth Management Act impact fees and State Environmental Policy Act mitigation fees, there's some key differences I think that are important to highlight. For impact fees, they're applicable to all residential units. They are something that happens when building permits are issued. They are known when a fee ordinance is adopted, so there's planning that can take place for payment of that along with all other permit fees. With SEPA mitigation fees, they are secured through the SEPA review process, and so there is some uncertainty at the front end. Often a developer will have to wait to see the school district's comments. There may be some negotiation, there may be an appeal process, and so there is less predictability through that process. In addition to the fact that there are SEPA exemption levels, meaning that there are only certain projects that the district can actually request mitigation fees for, and those are projects that are subject to SEPA review. So I am happy to take any questions. I know that was a lot of information.
Excellent. Mr. Harpster.
One question, excuse me, related to the end of that discussion. The fee is assessed at time of permitting. So then let's say there's a plat that was approved last year. but the building permits aren't applied for until this year. After this date, do they then pay the fee that's in place at the time of building permit, or is it retroactive when the plat was applied for?
They pay the fee at the time of building permit. So impact fees don't vest in the way that other development regulations do.
And so then that would be the same case for projects or developers that have done mitigation agreements?
A little bit different for mitigation agreements. They actually are locked in place earlier in the process.
Okay. Similarly related, sort of off topic, besides the new construction of middle school number 5, are there plans to remodel any existing middle schools like McLaughlin?
There are plans. I might ask one of my school district friends to come up and talk a little bit more about that, but there are plans to do some elementary school modernization work, and then there is at least 2 middle school related projects. Yeah, you want to jump in, Michelle?
So thank you for the question. We are currently working through the process of obtaining our long-term facilities management plan, and in that plan, it does focus on modernization and replacement of elementary schools, potential modernization of McLaughlin Middle School. So that plan will go to our board at the end of June with scheduled adoption at the beginning of the fall. There will be a public process that's coming up within the next few months where community will have an opportunity to give us feedback around that plan. But the board's direction to us is to have a long-term facilities management plan that outlines 3 bonds 4 years apart from now until 2040, which I will be retired by then. So.
Okay. So it sounded like it's for sure elementary schools, potentially McLaughlin. Is that right? Okay. And how is that? Again, I know I'm getting a little off topic. How is that identified? Because Ochoa was only built 20 years or so ago. Stevens has been essentially rebuilt, and then the other ones are newer. McLaughlin, to my knowledge, has had no significant remodels since it was built.
Sure.
So it would seem that's a greater need than elementary school remodels. Just wondering how that's determined.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So we go through a process where there's an outside third party that comes in and does basically an analysis of every school site, and it has multiple factors that's considered, and there's a building condition score that's assigned to the building, and those building condition scores really do drive plans for modernization or replacement.
And then for Mr. Ferguson, since nothing has changed since the ordinance was initially passed in 2012, with the fee being changed, do we need to revise our ordinance at all?
So yeah, that would be a first for us, obviously, because we haven't done it since 2012. So yeah, I was just looking at how that process would look like, but it would certainly need to be by ordinance because it was enacted by ordinance.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would rely heavily on Ms. Stiffarm to help us with that process. So.
Cool. No, I'm just excited that this should hopefully reduce housing costs just a little bit for at least a couple of years, and appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stiffarm, for your presentation. This seems, I was going to save this for miscellaneous discussion, but this almost seems like a better time to bring it up. Everybody, on Wednesday night, Maya Angelou is celebrating their 20th anniversary. They're going to have food trucks, activities, knocker ball, other activities. I was invited out there in my official and unofficial capacity, but 20-year anniversary Wednesday night at the elementary school from 4 to 6 p.m. So, sorry, but thank you. With that, and maybe I should have asked this in advance. I was just having a hard time finding it on the interwebs. How many municipalities on behalf of school districts utilize impact fees across the state of Washington, roughly? If you're not prepared to answer that, I totally understand.
I'm not fully prepared,
Okay.
and it's a really good question.
And I apologize for putting you on the spot like that.
I can get more specific information later. What I can tell you is in Western Washington, most of the jurisdictions, cities and counties, have GMA school impact fee ordinances. And so coming further over the mountains, there are fewer, but in terms of actual numbers, I'm not entirely sure, but I can get that for you.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I guess my follow-up question to that would just be the dollar amount. And I heard what you said, there's a formula that goes into it and all that, but I was still curious where, I guess maybe where we fall in that.
A really good question. based upon, and I work with several districts throughout the state who do this work, and this fee is definitely on the lower end, particularly at the single family. I have not seen a zero single family fee.
The proposed fee? Pardon me for interrupting. Okay,
yes,
I just
correct.
want to make sure I'm
Yeah.
following you. Yep.
For a school district proposing fees in a recent year. What I do know, and what is true, is there are some school districts who have had fees in the past who have had growth turn a different direction, or they have more than enough capacity. They've gotten to a point where they've built enough and their growth has plateaued, where they are not requesting fees. So there are definitely several school districts who are in that position currently. But in terms of those asking for impact fees, both the proposed single-family fee and the multifamily fee are at the lower end.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rim. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Was the school district expecting this outcome based on this review?
I would say not at the front end. When we started preparing the capital facilities plan and knowing that there was ongoing growth and that growth was expected to continue, in many ways I think there was an expectation that probably the fee would stay status quo as to what it's been. But then when we started looking at project status, particularly given the soon-to-be conclusion of the high school projects, and looking at what's planned in the next 6 years, still not entirely sure that the fees would drop in the way they have. But then when it was narrowed down to just a middle school project and looking at that middle school student generation rate, that's at the point where it became very evident that the fees would be going downward this year.
Thank you. Is there a possibility that the single family home fee could come back? Like
definitely.
In a time frame, you had to go by years. What would that be? 4 years, maybe 6, 8, 10?
What we would do is, pursuant to the schedule with the city, in 2 years, the district will update their capital facilities plan again. So they'll take another look at growth. They will see whether or not their existing elementary capacity, for example, is still sufficient over that 6-year period. It may be that they've identified they need to start planning new elementary capacity, and so that project could be added, or a project could be added into the fee formula. That in itself may cause that single family fee to go back up.
Now, the school district is to do every 2 years do a review and then essentially redo that formula.
Correct.
We have been doing that every 2 years, or we have not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that something the school district does, or is that something that the city needs to talk to the school district to initiate every 2 years?
The school district does it, and they are proactive in doing it. It's an important planning tool at the school district level, and they also know that you expect every 2 years to have an updated plan come before you.
Okay, and so the next one would be in 2026?
Probably towards the end of 2026, just to be on the same cycle that we're on now.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was going to want to get back to where you talked about Franklin County. It talks about the process that it's negotiated between the developer and the school district. How has Franklin County, have they been paying their fair share? Are they paying, do you think, more or less? What are your thoughts on Franklin County overall? Can you just kind of shed some light on that?
I would say that the school district has a really good system in place for ensuring that they're looking at all of the development notices that come from Franklin County. So when Franklin County gets a new subdivision application, they're required to inform all affected agencies of the application, the subdivision approval process, and importantly, the environmental review process. They provide a comment period. School district, as a matter of course, always provides comments. And always provides comments that are contingent on reaching a negotiated mitigation fee. If they don't meet that negotiated fee, then they'll file an appeal through the hearing examiner process. To date, they have not had to actually go through that appeal process because they've been able to reach agreements with developers for those subdivisions. And they use the same fee that is in the capital facilities plan. So they want equity throughout the school district in terms of what they're asking for. So if it's 25 single-family homes in a plat, currently they would ask for the $4,700 fee for each of those homes. So the only deficiency in the process is where there's a SEPA exemption and the subdivision does not go through environmental review. So in that case, the district doesn't really have an avenue to seek school mitigation.
Okay. You kind of answered it, but I've always heard things that the county doesn't pay, nor do they want to pay, but they want to use our services. So, as a law-abiding tax citizen, you want, if people are using the service, you want them to pay. And I was just trying to get your thoughts on that, because it doesn't seem fair if we're all having to pay and they're not, and then eventually sometimes these divisions get annexed into the city. So basically, everybody's kind of getting a free ride on all this. So I do kind of appreciate your clarification on this. So thank you.
And it's a good point, and it is the reason that every time the district updates this capital facilities plan, they renew that request to Franklin County for purposes of trying to get a school impact fee in place.
Thank you. I see your light. I have a couple quick questions, and I'll circle to you. Running on that theme, what's the SEPA exemption? Do you know offhand? Is it 10 units?
It's 20.
It's 20.
20 for single family, and it's 4 for multifamily.
Okay. Do you have any sense of idea of how many applications have gone through exempt?
I don't.
In the past? Okay.
I don't.
I think that'd be. I don't necessarily need to know that. It'd be helpful to know. In particular, if they tend to break up subdivisions in a smaller parcel to exempt from SEPA for, I suspect it wouldn't be just for this, but whatever purposes of, look, SEPA's not easy. It's cost prohibitive, and there are lots of reasons to do it. But I think that would be helpful to understand where we may be, to Mr. Milne's point, missing out on some parity there. I do appreciate the information given. Do you get a sense of how this, where our fee stands from our neighbors across the river?
Your neighbors across the river.
Benton County school districts.
Sorry, I missed that part.
The Benton County school district.
I don't. I don't know that they actually collect school impact fees in those school districts. I think that they only go through an avenue of SEPA mitigation, and I'm not sure what fee they're charging.
Okay. Again, probably not absolutely need to know, just helpful to know, just kind of what the background. We tend to do what we can to compare. It's always nice to know that businesses on as close to equal footing as possible with the local jurisdictions. I think that's it for me. I appreciate this information. I appreciate to know. It's always good to have someone coming and asking for less rather than more. So I appreciate that continued effort to have this kind of equitable solution. Mr. Harpster, I know you have a couple quick questions, or hopefully one.
Yeah, just some quick follow-up. My experience in my day job as a developer representative, we're doing every single development project in the county, and we've done probably half a dozen mitigation agreements with the school district. In total, I think there's been only one project over the last 3 or 4 years that was exempt, that there were no fees collected for, and that was 9 lots. So there's, in my experience and to my knowledge, there's not a significant amount of revenue that's being missed out on. Then Richland and Kennewick, and that was part of my question. They don't have a school impact fee, and that's been a point of frustration for some of us up here. Is developers come in here and say, "You guys are the most expensive place to develop." You guys being the city of Pasco, and we'll try to show them the data and say we're actually not. We're even with Richland and Kennewick except for the school impact fee. And so a source of frustration has been, we're collecting this fee on behalf of you guys, and is that because other than SEPA mitigation, you would have no recourse to collect that?
That is correct. So under the way the impact fee statute works, districts have to rely on their local jurisdictions to collect, or they have the SEPA process. What occurs to me, and I don't know this information, but I think it's worth obviously trying to find out, and the mayor's question prompted my thinking on this one. I don't know the status of growth-related needs in those other school districts and whether or not they even qualify for school impact fees. And so that would be a first question, is they may not have a capacity need related to growth, so they haven't went to the second step of actually requesting a school impact fee. I don't know if that's true or not. I think it's just something that occurred to me to think about and how you think about comparisons to your neighbors.
And that was a follow-up question I had that I wasn't clear on the answer either, is Richland and Kennewick don't have the school impacts fee, and they don't seek mitigation agreements either through SEPA, as you mentioned may be the case. And so my understanding from doing projects over there is they're getting all their revenue through bonds. And so is that not an option to ask the voters for increased bonds, larger bonds we've asked for in the past?
It is an option. It's always an option up to debt capacity to ask voters for more dollars. I think the voters in the Pasco School District have been very, as I mentioned, very generous over the years in funding these projects. And in some communities, the existing community residents, when they're supporting school bonds, look to another avenue for new development to pay a portion of the school capacity that is being paid for by those bonds. So in some ways they go hand in hand in that regard, is they are, while they're a very small part of a project, they demonstrate that not all of the need is falling to the existing taxpayers to fund.
Okay, appreciate that.
Seeing no further lights, you're off the hook, but that does open us to public comment. Do we have any comments on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Third time? With that, thank you to our friends at the school district. Appreciate it. And I'm sure we'll continue to work with you. And again, like I said, I always appreciate someone coming to ask for less, not more. So you get a gold star. Yeah, I know. Man, I'm straight back to kindergarten here. So really appreciate it. Thank you for spending your time. I mean, you're welcome to stick around, but I suspect you have other things to do. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is development fees discussion. And this looks like Deputy City Manager Sigdell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, Council. This is an item that we've discussed a few times in the past, and we, as a reminder, you had asked for staff to go back and do some outreach with the development community. The topic is in terms of inspection and plan review of public infrastructure when it comes to development. And we had proposed several options. One of them was a 3% of the project cost, so it would be the project cost on the public infrastructure. So the cost of putting in that public infrastructure. And also we discussed our current state, which is the hourly fee. And during our outreach with the development community, a few things that came up was the fact that they would really like for us to do a more comprehensive rate study that includes not just this rate, but all of the other planning and building permit rates as well. And that is a very valid ask and something that we should be doing. And they would really like for us to stick to the hourly rate and just update the hourly rate to reflect the current cost of labor and providing such service. This is a pretty complicated area. One of our hopes with going with something that resembles our neighbors was to be able to receive the funding in a way that is most efficient for the city. And also be able to get a little bit more funding so that we can staff up a little bit more, invest in our technology and our processes a little bit more. However, we understand the fact that while it might not be completely predictable, an hourly fee is something that this community highly desires rather than the 3% or a percentage-based rate. So what we're coming to you with today is a simple escalation of cost, which would be instead of $60 per hour. So right now we have $90 per hour for the first hour. I like to not even think of that as a rate. It's just, the first hour. But really $60 per hour is our current rate. And we're proposing we move it to $100 an hour. As I mentioned in the staff report, this is only as direct of costs as you can get only. And so this is not a comprehensive cost increase, but we're also trying to be mindful of not increasing the rates significantly all at once. But also at the same time, and this is not included in your staff report, but we've been working with few consultants to see what it would cost to do a full complete study of all of our planning, development review, building permit fee structures. And we received an estimate late in Friday, and that estimate is about $90,000. I do believe it's a big number, but I do believe that it is worth the effort for the expertise that they bring to the table, and also the fact that we are overdue for a comprehensive review of all of our rates and see what needs to be eliminated, what needs to be changed, what needs to be added. And so with that, what I have for you is an interim increase in that $60 per hour to $100 per hour, and then a request for direction from council on if you'd like to move forward with doing a more comprehensive rate study that would include a lot more other components as requested by the development community.
Thank you, Ms. Signal. Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was thinking about this a lot yesterday, going through the packet and everything. I don't really have an appetite to do a huge, drawn-out rate study. I don't think the development community, from which I heard at a meeting, it has an appetite for the percentage. And don't get me wrong, that it was 6 times, 10 times, and if you did the math, it was about $400 an hour. And so I think when they did that, it really wasn't justified. And so I think $100 is a good starting point, but I think if we're just going to go ahead and make a change, I say we just go ahead and add a little bit more. And so I would like for us to entertain at like $150 an hour, and a portion of that has to go towards putting money away to hire more people, build the capacity, put money away for technology. I think that's the best thing to do right now. I don't see a reason why to go through this whole study, pay someone $90,000, and then turn around, present it to the development community, and then they're still going to be against the 3%, 2%, whatever percent. I just think it's such a big jump. I think we can work that way over some time. I don't see the benefit of it. So that's the reason why I sat down and was kind of look at the numbers and playing around a calculator. And I just looked at this way. I was like, you know what? I think $150 an hour rate for all the time spent. And then I looked at a couple meetings ago, I looked at that little table you guys gave, and it gave comparisons between City of Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. And if I did that, it'd be about like, for that example you guys gave, it was close to like $17,000. So it was about 10 grand more than what we, I guess, in theory, charged originally, which was close to 7. So that at least gives the City of Pasco money to put away for admin support, looking for other people like planners, reviewers, invest in technology. So that's what I would like to see, and that would probably just be long-standing. And again, if we have to do a study to look at all our rates and stuff, I'm fine with that. But this essentially should just be left alone at this point, and then eventually, if inflation and stuff catches up with us again, we look to increase that hourly rate. But I think that would be fair. I mean, $100 an hour would only cover the cost of labor, right? And so how much money are you getting out of that to invest in the department? It's not a lot.
It only includes just the hourly labor, which not every hour that a staff works is billable. So there's a whole component here. But we also have to be very mindful of development fees and ensuring that there's a very strict calculation of those costs and ensuring that we can fully defend them. And that is where doing a more comprehensive rate study, because we have managers who don't just do one thing or supervisors who don't just work in one area. So looking at it comprehensively is definitely beneficial, especially given that we've not really done that in the past. Mm-hmm. And we are at a size where that should be an expectation of our customers and our residents. So that is why you're seeing a $90,000 price tag, because there's really nothing to build from, and there's a lot to look through.
Then I guess why did we go ahead and just suggest a copy in Kennewick then, if we needed to provide a study and provide a nexus and all that stuff? I mean, it seemed like we've been just dragging this on for months then at this point. And I guess why didn't we just get presented with an option just to do a study at that point?
You're correct, and I believe we did discuss that. One of the ideas was that we would do something for our most painful areas very quickly, and be able to copy something that exists across the river, and then be able to tackle the other areas as we are resolving some of the issues. So we're not waiting for 9 months, 12 more months for a study. But and that we believe was a consensus, at least with staff and development community at some point. However, the increase in the rates was something that was a lot more surprise than I was anticipating. And so the request now is for us to do a more comprehensive rate study.
So the $100 an hour is just to stop the bleeding, I guess?
That is correct, yes.
That just seems interesting. Okay, and that's what staff believes was best. I think we should go for a little bit more. Again, I guess I don't remember being presented with doing a study. I guess correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't remember that. It looked like we were going back and forth with the development community, trying to figure things out, and then now we're having to provide a study to justify what we're doing, which I'm in favor of, but it just seems like we're just kicking the can down the road again. And so we're not really getting anything out of what we're trying to do now. And I mean, how long is this study going to take?
My best guess is about 9 months to 12 months. And just to clarify, higher you start taking the rates, more you have to justify your rates. And so more you need better math behind your numbers. So $100 is something that I can defend at any given moment. Now you start getting into 150, 200, whatever that number comes up to, then you have to, then there's a whole lot of other components that comes into play, very much like what you would see in our utility rate study. There's so many components, and we have to be able to defend every part of that. So $100, or maybe even more, and more than happy to hear from council overall. We can go for that, but we have to be able to really defend it and do a lot more work on the back end to show that.
Right. I guess I'm trying to grill you, but we were going to do this percentage, and it went up to 70,000, and we really didn't provide any justification. And now we're let's go and provide a justification. It just seems if we went along with it, we wouldn't be doing this. So, but okay, I'll go ahead and stand down. I still think it should be a little higher. I stand with $150 an hour right now as an interim rate, and then we do the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate your time spent on this, especially being that it's not your primary role. With the discussion happened just now, I want to make sure I understand this. $100 is easy to explain, for lack of a better term, for a temporary stopgap solution for as long as it takes to do a rate study. And what was proposed as one option a few weeks ago on a percent base, that would have required the study, correct?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
because that's something that is a practice that we've seen in other places. However, when you're starting to update rates and you've got development community who would like for you to step through those rates slowly, you have to be able to justify the hourly rate or even the percentage base rate. So the 3% would be a really easy one. Now, if we came to you and said it should be 7%, that's kind of where you have to really be able to show your numbers. 3% is a low percentage for most of the industry as you look around the state. Whereas if you start getting into the higher end, then you have to really be very sure of your numbers and make sure that what you are charging is very defensible. Mm-hmm. And I would say that there's a range between 100 and 200 where staff could probably come up with a defensible range. We're only proposing 100 at this time because right now the dollar amount is 60. If council would like to do the rate study, more comprehensive rate study, then you've got about 9 months, 12 months, and then we can come back to you with something that is much more studied and defensible on all fronts rather than just this one.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I think I share Mr. Prowse's confusion that 3% was going to be a massive increase, and so going from current rate to 150 doesn't seem like that much. And I was nervous when I opened up the agenda, thinking I hope it's not $400 or more. And so I was pleasantly surprised to see it wasn't anywhere near that. But my position would be the same as Ms. Prowse, that we start with 150. That's just slightly doubling it, but that's still significantly lower than the previous options that we discussed. A few other comments. I do agree that we should start the comprehensive fee study, and I sat in online on the developer meeting, and that seemed to be the consensus of everybody there. The conversations I remember having was, let's get this fee increased now while we do the study instead of waiting, and so at least we can get some extra revenue coming in the meantime. And then of the bullet points in the discussion paragraph of the agenda report, just yes to all of it. Yes to the comprehensive study, yes with an increase to 150, and then yes to evaluating incremental fee adjustments over time. And then, of course, yes to enhancing transparency. So, again, appreciate the work that's gone into this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Mr. Grum.
Thank you. I have similar thoughts. First of all, I just want to say, Ms. Sigdell, you have taken this on, and like Mr. Harpster said, just kind of ran with it as really from a council request. It's one of the bigger items of feedback that we heard from the development community. So I really, really appreciate you working with us on it. If you would remind me one thing, these fees, they just can't be used for anything though, correct?
They can be only used for permitting and development related activities.
Just within that, we can't put more police on the road with it or anything. Okay, I always got to ask. I'm always there. So, just a couple more thoughts here. Looking at this, and you gave an example here that shows a huge disparity between the city of Pasco and the other municipalities by tens of thousands of dollars. Was this example picked? I mean, I guess, would this example be more favorable than other examples? Or is this pretty much kind of an average? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, if we picked a different development with a different fee, would it show just still as lopsided, or would it be a little more even, do you think? Or
I do think that it would be fairly lopsided based on this particular type of activity. And the reason I say that is our building permits. So the permits for building, they're pretty similar all across the board. But there might be some other activity where we might be a little bit more expensive. The school impact fees are part of that. So that's why, and I apologize for not attaching the slide that shows some of our impact fees and a little bit more effort to do apples to apples comparison. But every development is different. It comes with its own challenges. But I do believe that overall, we are in line with other cities when you include school impact fees, and we are less with other cities when you exclude it.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Looking at this, obviously, one of the biggest complaints several of us heard from the development community was the process, was the time, how much money it was costing them, having to wait and everything. And I guess, just to be blunt, did they kind of look at the bill of what it would be at 3% and say, hey, this would actually be financially better for us? That trade-off is really the feedback you heard?
Yes.
Okay.
I do believe there is a desire for things to be better, and I think we can definitely accomplish that. We're looking at transportation impact fee, which is a key area that is the biggest challenge. And so if we are to reduce the scope of the traffic impact analysis, because right now it includes everything and anything, a large volume of projects might be included in that. They might be big dollars, like sometimes Road 76 overpass, and those are big dollar projects. And so it's a sticker shock, and then it's a long, drawn-out negotiation process. Whereas updating the transportation impact fee is going to get us to a lot more localized safety access around the neighborhood, and maybe an intersection kind of discussion rather than the interchange discussion. And so that is the one area that is a big issue that we hear and we experience as staff as well, that extends the timeline a lot farther out. And so once we resolve that, then you're going to see the process be a lot better. There's definitely many other things that we need to do. Increasing the SEPA threshold is one that we've been talking about, and I will just apologize in advance. We've been too busy to be able to kind of move that process along, but our newest CED director is going to be arriving here in 2 weeks, and she's going to fix everything. So, but there's a lot of those key things that are a challenge right now that are outside of the cost, as you mentioned, and so we're working on that.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work you've done on. I mean, the last thing I want to see this do is, for lack of a better phrase, just stick it to the development community. I mean, these are people who are investing in our community. These are people who live in our community. These are people really we're in partnership with to build this community. And so, yes, as much as we can work with them and partner with them is great. But on the other hand, we are all, to be stewards of the community too, and to make sure that, we have the resources to provide the assets and the infrastructure for the communities. So I would definitely be supportive of some kind of middle of the road approach that gets the development done, allows the city to have the resources they do, but makes us more attractive than our neighbors across the creek. So I thank you so much, Ms. Sigdell, for all of your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Mo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be somewhat brief. I just want to say that when I saw the $100, I thought that was also quite low. I'm also amendable to the 150 or in that range, depending on what staff thinks is the best course of action on that. And then just so we have a fourth vote, I'm also for spending the $90,000 on the study. So just letting you know where I'm at, and I again agree with all the council members that have spoken so far. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse, I see your light. I want to get in a couple comments before I circle back to you. I think, if we're going to stopgap this, one of the concerns I consistently heard was when we do the hourly rate, there's time that's spent that's on administrative work that takes away when we're billing. And then from the development community, what I hear is what they're really most concerned about, and obviously an exorbitant increase, they were concerned about that. But the primary concern was consistency in our review process and in our review timing. Now, I understand that this is a question of what it should cost. But I do believe that that's some of the cost-benefit analysis that needs to be driven here. I suspect the rate study is not going to achieve that, will it?
No, the rate study will give, what we have is a rate that has been built up over time. And so it does need some fresh eyes. It is not going to fix the process, but it might allow us, I do believe actually it'll allow us to think about our processes and how our rates are charged and what does it truly take to do something and if it's worth doing or it's worth doing differently. So I do believe it's going to help us think about our processes differently, but not necessarily if we, it's not going to change the process unless we think about the process and how we're going to change it.
So realizing that your joy begins in 2 weeks, when we get the CED director and this falls onto her plate. My admonition, my comment, I guess my individual direction, see if council supports it, is if we're going to go ahead and increase the rate for a stopgap. I'm fine with that. Quite frankly, I'm not sure the full utility of the rate study. I understand that it helps support if we modify or restructure our rates, but it sounds to me the most important things are, one, making sure that the bank account's adequately funded so that we could spend some time bettering our process, giving more surety and direct path to the development community who's coming in here and paying these fees. I think I would be more inclined to increase the rate, hit the stopgap, and put that same effort, maybe not into a rate study, but into a process, streamlining. I can't remember the stupid crap they do out on site, the Kaizen stuff or whatever, like the Six Sigma. I mean, I didn't buy into it, but some sort of study like that where you're looking at your process, determining what's broken and what's fixable. So I think for me, if 150 is justifiable, and I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it isn't, and that allows us to set aside some money or utilize that to look hard at our process while making sure we're not expending too much, my preference would be to increase the fee, hold on the rate study, look at the process study or study the process, maybe whether that means hiring someone to do that or whatever, purchasing new technology. I think we need to get that process moving before justifying an even greater increase. So I'd like to see an increase to get the support. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And Mayor, that is an effort that it's been ongoing, but it's a really big ship to turn around.
I understand.
We are working through some of the staffing and locations and also our technology, which is quite old and doesn't quite meet our criteria, but it's not easy right now to move on to something new either. So we're trying to find a good space to maneuver in some and have a long-term plan. So I do want to assure you that that's on top of mind for staff.
And I appreciate that. And I guess just my kind of parting comment is if we can bank the money to fix that or streamline or improve that, again, to me, that seems to be a priority rather than really understanding the rates, especially if we were bringing at least to quasi-market value. Mm-hmm. If we're losing out on money, so be it. It's not going to bleed us. But if we have more money than we have today for the same efforts, that's money that we can use either for staffing or understanding what part of our process absolutely needs to change, what should change, and what can change. And I think, again, from my perspective, from what I'm hearing from both staff and the development community, is that's almost a higher priority. So we can recover our funds and work towards that. Again, that's my personal kind of direction. But again, you're asking about a different study that sounds like folks are supportive of. I'll stand by whatever we decide. Mr. Prowse, a couple quick questions.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'll put a bow on it. I mean, so I pulled up Northwest Co-Professionals. It's probably not apples to apples, but I mean, one of their rates for commercial fire plan review is $125. Isn't that, I mean, they're essentially an arm of that same department, right? CED. Mm-hmm. And we're only going to charge $100. Again, maybe not the same thing, but I mean, residential plan review is $85. I mean, I want to be able to cover the cost of the labor, and at least put some money away, rainy day fund, so we can employ more people, do marketing, do whatever we got to do, upgrade technology. I mean, if we're going to go through a percentage, then if I understand, again, across the river they're doing 3%, 2%, 1%, then 0.5%. I mean, we have to increase this, but again, I'm not in favor, I guess, at this point for doing a $90,000 review for some consultant that's going to take 9 months, and then before we know it's going to be a year, and then we're still talking about this in 2026. I think we need to get presented with some different options other than that. And if that's the case, then I would like to see something coming back to us. What rates are we talking about then? But it just seems like we really need to put money into that department, and $150 is a drop in the bucket. I'm sure those developers would be okay with that. They were concerned about the percentages and it going up to $60,000 to $70,000 to $80,000, $400 to $500 an hour. That's what they were concerned about. That's what I heard. That's what they've talked to me about. And I think $150, they would be happy with that. $200 probably wouldn't even bat an eye. I mean, we're charging $60 an hour $9 for the first hour. I don't know who made up those rates, but man, they really put us in a hole going forward. And so that's the whole point, I guess, why I'm so passionate about it. Let's do something correct so that at least it makes it so that we're stable for years to come. If that's a study, then be my guest. But I'm just not in favor of these consultants. I don't know why we waste our money on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I was just going to add my support for the mayor's position on maybe spending some of that $90,000 on working with staff. So again, like you said, whatever council wants to do, I'd be open to going with. But I just think it's an interesting idea instead of doing a rate study to. I know, as you said, Mr. Dale, there's already a lot of effort going into that with the Lean Six Sigma stuff, of which I'm a certified expert. Thank you very much. But maybe some more effort could go into that, and I'm sure we can't do both. And so I think my priority, if we had to pick one, would be more time spent with staff and not preparing, but bettering their processes. But again, if we could only pick one, that'd be my priority. If that's not the way council wants to go, then I'd still be in favor of the rate study.
Thank you. I'll watch out for my black belt friend here. So you don't have clear direction at this point, and you need that. I guess the question is, do we believe that 150 is a justifiable market rate, or do we need more information on? Do you need to uncover more information on that?
No, we can definitely get to 150.
Okay.
And we can have a plan for an update down the line.
So with that, I'm going to ask for a non-vote but supportive council. Are we good with the 150 by either head nod or yay or golly geez? We got enough heads and thumbs that it's an informal support of that approach. So again, come back please if 150 is not justifiable for some reason. Bring it back to whatever is between 100 and 150 the staff sees fit. So two of us have pitched the idea of looking at process improvement before going out to a market rate. Okay, I see enough head nods. Is that something that's clear enough to staff, or do we need to hash that out? I mean, I think, quite frankly, you're the ones that ought to lead that.
No, I think that we can definitely forego that. I will just say that probably in a year or so, we do want to look at that, just given that these rates have not been looked at for a very long time. And they need to be looked at holistically all together rather than one by one if we can do so.
I think we're all in agreement with that. I think if we can focus our immediate efforts on improving the process, you come back, hopefully maybe you uncover something in 2-3 months and bring back, hey, look, we're going, or even a quick email to council. It doesn't have to be in one of these presentations. Hey, we uncovered this. There's a new product out. It's going to cost blank and whatever, right? And we can talk about it if it needs to be, or if it's under the threshold, we give you the go ahead to purchase, right? So my take is, again, and I think this is hopefully articulated this, let's figure out what we can band-aid, what's broken we can fix, and very quickly thereafter, having a direction of a process improvement, then commence the rate study, or at least bring back that request. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. I see no further lights with that. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Sorry for anyone napping. Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, Resolution Second Amendment to RH2 Professional Services Agreement for Northwest Irrigation System Upgrade. This is from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you an amendment for the irrigation system upgrade project. We had talked recently about irrigation system. Next slide, please. And this project is the project that will make possible receiving water from the South Columbia Irrigation District and pushing that water through a pump station into our system. So this pump station is proposed to be located in the Broadmoor and Iris Lane vicinity, and as you're seeing it in the screen, there is a set of parcels that are yet to be created through a plat, and the city would be acquiring some of those. So through the past several years, we've been working with the Bureau of Reclamation, USBR, to get an agreement with them for the municipal and industrial water contract in which we would be able to lease water from them. And the district, the South Columbia Basin Irrigation District, would be the ones basically delivering that water to us. And RH2 was selected to do design of this pump station. They have helped with the coordination and permitting for it. We had worked through the special permit to locate a pump station within a residential area. And due to the extensive work that has taken place and some changes with planning requirements and permit requirements, we are in need of increasing the dollar amount for this design to allow for stepping back from a 90% we had prepared, go back to 60, and accommodate the changes that are needed to make this project happen. We are very close to having the M&I contract in front of you. Actually, it was preliminary scheduled to be tonight in front of you. There were some edits that were expected, so we are expecting a new draft agreement from USBR, and we hope to be back with that agreement to you in 2 weeks. And at this time, what we're focusing on is getting this project designed and ready to be advertised in the summer, should all the other agreements come to fruition, so that we are able to be operational in 2027. And with that, I think we have one more slide. Thank you. This is some of the changes that you're seeing. The previous site plan accommodated parcel shapes and roads and other things. There are some big changes in the plat that need to be accommodated, as well as changes that were imposed through the special permit process. Next slide, please. And finally, a summary of the original PSA and the changes that are needed. Again, this new PSA would get us through support during construction. And you are seeing the dollar amount. So this amendment is for just under $234,000 for RH2 services for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, that moves along to item number 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Seeing Mr. Milne's light, we'll go there.
I just want to make a point that on Thursday on my agenda thing has the April 17th at Chihuahua High School, the International Night. And I'm hosting a Japanese exchange student, so I'm sure I will be there. But just letting everybody in the community come out, and these things are really good to get to know different cultures, and yeah, very excited about this. So just wanted to share it. That was my point.
Thank you. City Manager, I skipped you. I didn't see your light at first, sorry.
It's okay, I was a little slow on it. Good evening again, Council. Deputy Mayor, thank you for announcing International Night. I did get an email out to Council from Kim Lerman today that you all should have, gives you a little more specifics. So, following up on the Mayor's comments last week, I wanted to just another reminder on the spring egg extravaganza. That's a Jesse word, but it'll be Saturday the 19th at the Pasco Sporting Complex. The city is partnering with God's New Generation Church, games and prizes, 55,000 Easter eggs to find out there. So kids of all ages, and we're noon to 2 p.m. So should be a pretty well-attended event, as it has in the past. And then we mentioned a few minutes ago about Sergeant Gregory's retirement. And I wanted to just, Council indulge me a minute to talk a little bit about his career. So Brad's been here since 1992 as a full-time officer. So 33 years of service. He was a reserve prior to that. He's received actually 8 unit citations. He's been the employee of the quarter. He's received multiple commanding officer citations. And then from the Pasco Kennewick Rotary, the John Goldsberry Award back in 2012. And that goes to officers in the Tri-Cities that put self or excuse me, service above self. So in the Rotary tradition, so it's a pretty unique award for law enforcement officers, at least in our region. Brad, since 2021, has been the detective sergeant of investigations. He was promoted to patrol sergeant about 10 years before that, 2013. And he's been a detective. He's been on the Metro Drug Task Force. He's been on a traffic safety officer and our gang task force. And as I mentioned, started off here as a reserve officer back in 1991. So I think you all have it on your calendars, but retirement celebration will be 16th of April at 3 p.m. So would encourage council to attend. It's a pretty significant career to honor and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to celebrating with Mr. Riga. Hopefully I'll be there, and I look forward to celebrating Easter with the spring extravaganza, whatever it's called. With that, Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up the issue that I'm seeing across the city of Pasco with these corner side vendors. I saw one really close to my house, and I have nothing against people trying to make a living, I would celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit of anyone, but I have a problem when they're like right around the corner from my house, just on the block, standing there aimlessly with oranges or selling snow globes. And I would think we're doing a disservice, because I think eventually they're going to cause an accident. Some of them do stand on the corners, like right there on Road 68, Court Street. And so I just wanted to field the council for direction to the city about what we're going to do about this, because they're selling oranges. I don't know if they're insanitary to sell. Again, I haven't bought in anything, but I think we're doing a really bigger disservice to the brick and mortar businesses who pay utility taxes, sales taxes and all that stuff, and all their overhead costs and employees. And then we have people just really almost seems like a group across the whole city selling on almost every other street corner. So if Mr. Zabel has any information to share on that, if we need to just start making complaints to code enforcement, please let me know, and I'll use the Ask Pasco app. But I have fielded phone calls from residents, and for me, the trigger was, I'm just driving down 44 in Burden, and lady's just standing there with oranges on the sidewalk, and again, she's not hurting anyone, but it's just, we don't need people doing that in our neighborhoods. There's places for that. If we need to create a place at Peanuts Park where they can come, and, it's farmers market, maybe give them an application to farmers market. It seems like there's appropriate places for that, and it's not on street corners.
Thank you, Mr. Perales. Mr. Zabel, I see your light.
Yeah, I'll just note, and we've been talking about this at the staff level for the past couple of weeks when the vendors first started popping up, and what actions the city can take. That certainly things have been preempted over the years in terms of local control. This is one area where some of that has been preempted. For instance, if it's a Washington grown or made product, there's really not much the city can do. But what I think would be helpful, and what I was kind of kicking around today, was to be able to how legal our police and codes here in a workshop setting, perhaps our next workshop, and council have the opportunity, give you a presentation on it and what we can and can't really do, and have council the opportunity to ask those kind of questions. I think that would, one, help council understand some of the challenges of this, and two, it would give the public something that they'd be able to see, where we have our subject matter experts in a position where they can advise and discuss this issue with council in kind of a comprehensive manner with all three of those disciplines represented. I will say that if anybody is blocking or causing traffic problems specifically, that is something the police can do something about right now. So ask Pasco or call 911 if their behavior is dangerous or presenting a danger to the community. I would encourage people to call 911 and deal with that. But I think if council can be patient and give us a couple weeks to come back with a kind of a detailed presentation And I think that'll be beneficial rather than trying to solve it tonight.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Harpster.
Thank you. I wanted to add on to Mr. Zabel's comments about Sergeant Gregory. I thought I'd share sort of a humorous first interaction. My dad started with PD in the late 90s, and at the time, and I could be mistaken on details, but what's burned in my memory is Brad Gregory, not yet a sergeant, was working undercover and had a mullet that was permed and a cut-off Raiders jersey. And I remember my dad introduced me to him. I'm like, this guy's not a cop. Like, something's going on here. And was very intimidated by him for several years. And so that was the beginning. And then the end, sort of his career, I had some interaction with him last year where we were dealing with some things at our house. And it was kind of cool to come full circle, no longer scared of him, and having him help me and my family, my kids out. So he's, I've always enjoyed seeing him, and not always, I guess. In the beginning I didn't, but have really, we're lucky as the city of Pasco to have somebody like him who has worked for this city for 33, 4 years. And so I'll be there Wednesday and hope to see you all there as well. On the vendors selling the oranges and tomatoes, I would definitely love a workshop presentation. I think that'd be super helpful. Not just for my own knowledge, but folks reached out to me last week on two things. One, the smell that was going on whatever day that was. That seems to have been asked and answered. And then these vendors, and I don't have a good answer for them. And so the workshop would help me to be able to have an answer. And I also, like Mr. President, I want to know what can we do and what can't we do? Where are the limits? And, explore what we can do. For instance, several months ago, maybe this time last year, I think Chief Roski indicated that if they're blocking sidewalk traffic, then now there's an issue. And, some of them on Route 68, you guys might have seen, will line up their flowers along the sidewalk and then stand there. So if I'm walking by and they move out of the way, are they no longer blocking? I've just got a lot of questions like that would be great for a workshop discussion. A couple other questions. The city manager update, there was an email that indicated that GMP was in the information gathering phase. Can you help me understand what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
So part of that, yeah, thank you. Part of that process would be individual conversations, which you had scheduled with council members as well as department directors. And so it's really to kind of get your individual take on characteristics you might want to see in the next city manager experience, those kind of things, as well as your thoughts on the goals and objectives, the major challenges, opportunities you see ahead for the city on the near term and maybe the midterm, things that you're expecting the manager to weigh in on immediately. It's helpful to have that information. Well, the other piece, the third leg of that really is, what is it about the city that brought you here and keeps you here? Because part of this is marketing and trying to describe this opportunity in a way that, prospective candidates are going to look at it and say, this is a place that I want to be. This looks really exciting. And it's a reflection on, the corporate outlook of the city council as well. So the next piece of that is, after we have that kind of information, is this meeting that was going to happen tonight, talking to council about corporate view and very similar questions. And also, I think the other piece of this is, Greg was going to talk to you about market and salary range and things like that too. I shared with Councilmember Perales before the meeting that unfortunately the consultant couldn't be here tonight due to illness, but we'll have him back at workshop in a couple of weeks. But we're not going to slow the process down or let the schedule slip by 2 weeks. We're going to continue those interviews. Probably will be me instead of Greg, and Greg will then talk to council at the workshop level. But we'll continue that out so we can start to develop that profile and maintain the schedule that was provided previously to you. So the other piece of that is your key staff talking. We have the city manager has a number of direct reports, and so those similar kind of questions will be asked of key staff. I mean, this is your employee, and your stamp needs to be on it. This is their boss, their supervisor, and having an understanding of the perspective of the directors, I think, is really important too. And not only is it important in the profile, it's important for the recruiters, because when you're talking to prospective candidates, understanding where council or staff are coming from, understanding what they're hopeful of seeing, whether it's reasonable or not, is worth knowing when you're talking to prospective candidates. Now, I'll just say, having been in here now, a couple months, this is a council that is very action oriented. That's going to attract a certain kind of candidate. It'll probably not attract candidates that are more process oriented. So those are the kind of things we want to communicate in a profile to them, is how this council operates and what their expectation of their employee is.
Okay, appreciate that explanation. That's very helpful. And then last time was short-term rentals. It's been like 8 or 9 months since we first gave direction to staff to prepare a presentation on that. And I know we've discussed it via email a couple times, but what progress has been made to that and so far, and when is staff currently anticipating to bring that to council?
Well, not a cop-out, but I wasn't here for short-term rentals, and it's been on our list, and I know I've mentioned it in a couple reports to you that we want to have that discussion with you. Our real hope was that we could have had some time in the past couple of times, the 31st or this past Saturday, to have that discussion. What I think what we can do now, and we had talked a little bit about, we have some Fifth Mondays coming up at the retreat. Remember the last agenda on the item was, or that last item on the agenda was to discuss with council a potential second retreat where we'd get into budget and some of those other issues. I think where council was at, or where I kind of sense we left it, was we're not probably necessarily looking at more Saturdays, but let's maybe have a little bit longer workshop. I heard the idea of starting at maybe 6 on a couple of those, and that might give us some opportunities to dig into an item, for instance, like short-term rentals. It seems to me that we're probably a half hour from having some pretty good direction from you. We just need to have the opportunity to have that discussion, give you the presentation, get some feedback on what you're looking for that'll be concise enough that'll give legal and our planning staff the ability to go put regulations together and bring them back to you.
Yeah.
So I would suggest, if council, following up our conversation on Saturday, if their desire to try to move up next couple workshops, maybe not the next one, but the one after, to 6, maybe that's a great opportunity to add that as an item.
Yeah, I for one would love to do that, because like I said, it's been 8 months, and I bring this up because yesterday, front page of the paper was the headline, why 2,000 workers were just hired at Northwest's only nuclear power reactor, and the subheadlines about how most short-term rentals are full. And unfortunately, City of Pasco didn't get to take advantage of that. So, like we've mentioned tonight, regarding the other cities around Kennewick and Richland are doing it, and so really think we're missing out. When we talked 8 months ago, there was not a consensus to allow short-term rentals through a code amendment, but there was consensus to discuss it, and so I'd definitely be in favor of doing that in 4 weeks or so. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Blaisdell.
I just have a question regarding the vendors on the side of the road. If that would qualify under a peddler's license, and if when you do present that, if you could include peddler's license, so we understand what that is versus people selling on the side of the road. Thank you.
We will certainly go over that discussion.
Thank you. And Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add what is now a fourth head nod that, yes, I would love to see that vendor discussion as soon as possible for really all the reasons Mr. Perales brought up, but also it's just becoming an eyesore. I mean, a lot of us are here because we don't want to be in California, but it's things like this that kind of make us look like that. And as much as, we can get away from that as possible, yes, and I would love it at staff's the earliest time they can bring it back, because we're in springtime and they're just going to get more entrenched, and into the community, and as soon as we can get them out, for lack of a better phrase, would, I think, behoove the quality of life of our community. So thank you. And I would also, yes, love to have that short-term rentals discussion in 4 weeks as discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights and nothing from staff, that moves us on to item number 7, which is executive session. None is listed, which puts us to adjournment. It is 8:41 and we are now adjourned. Thank you for sticking around. Good evening and good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, March 17th, 2025, and happy St. Patrick's Day. It's good to see a lot of young faces in the audience. I think you brought us down to a median age of less than 80, so welcome and thank you. We do thank you for being part of your City Council, for attending this meeting. The agenda packets are available on the small table to the right as you enter under the sign that says agenda. For anyone that's following along online in the ether, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Pasco, in Richland on Spectrum Cable. It's also on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings, video is available on the city's website. The public may submit their comments, other than outside of the comment time, via the Ask Pasco app, through the city clerk, or through the city manager. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read the roll call.
Certainly. Council members: Barajas, Blaisdell, Grimm, Harpster,
Present.
Morales, Mayor Pro Tem Melny, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Leaves us all here. If you'll please join me and stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So with that, we do have a consent agenda. That's item number 4 for anyone following along. The consent agenda, all items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine. They're adopted by the City Council in one roll call motion. There will be no separate discussion for any of these items unless a council member desires to remove and place further along in the agenda. So with that, we have a handful of items on the consent agenda. Item A, approval of meeting minutes for February 28th, March 3rd, and March 7th, and March 10th. Item B, bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $3,743,876.74. Item C, resolution number 4575, change order number 3 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction with Apollo. Item D, resolution number 4576, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco. Item E, resolution number 4577, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco for the NIBIN Enforcement Support System, or the NESS. Item F, resolution number 4578, memorandum of understanding with the Washington State Department of Commerce and the City of Pasco for participation in the Domestic Violence High Risk Team, the DVHRT. Item G, resolution number 4579, letter of agreement between the Geiger Institute and the City of Pasco for implementation of the Danger Assessment for Law Enforcement, or the DALE, D-A-L-E model. Item H, resolution number 4580, service agreement between Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, or HMIS, and the City of Pasco for use of the Emergency Vehicle Operations course. And finally, item I, approve Visit Tri-Cities Tourism Promotion Area Reserve Funding Request and 2025 Work Plan. With that, before I get a motion, do we have any discussion or desire to remove any of these items? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes, a yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. With that, that moves us on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. We do have one proclamation, and I'm stuffing the final envelopes to give to our wonderful students at the Pasco High dance team. So what I will do is I will read. You know what? Let's do this. Why don't you all come up, all the members of the dance team, and I'll come down and read it to you from there, and I'll hand these out to you. And then I know there's a request for a photo op, so if that takes a few minutes, we could take a quick intermission. But I'll come down and I'll approach you from the lectern. That way I can read it into the lectern. I'll stay here, and then I'll hand it over to you. So on behalf of the City of Pasco, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Pasco High Schwana. That's the right Schwana. Okay. I just want to make sure it's a different word. Bulldogs hip hop team for your historic victory at the 2025 Dance Team Union National Championship, earning the title of national champions in the hip hop small division and becoming the first team from Washington State to achieve this prestigious title is a truly remarkable accomplishment, one that will be remembered and celebrated for years to come. Your extraordinary performance has brought us great pride and joy to your community, and I'm honored to commend you on your well-deserved success. This is an exceptional achievement. It's a testament to the hard work and the dedication you've poured into your craft, and you've truly exemplified the power of teamwork, tenacity, and passion. Countless hours of practice, perseverance through challenges, and an unwavering commitment to excellence have led you to this incredible moment. And you have a well-earned, deserved place among the best. Your steadfast dedication and your ability to shine brightly on the national stage truly exemplify the spirit of Pasco. Your victory not only showcases your talent and the talent of Pasco High, but it also highlights the strength and spirit of our community. You've inspired younger generations by proving hard work and determination anything is possible. And I believe that the Shawana Bulldogs have set a new standard for excellence for teams across this region. As the mayor of Pasco, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you as a member of the Shawana Bulldogs hip hop team, to your coaches, to your mentors, to your supporters, of course your family. Couldn't do it without them. I encourage you to continue pursuing your passions with the same enthusiasm and determination you currently do. I congratulate you. Thank you for representing the city of Pasco throughout the nation and certainly throughout the Pacific Northwest. I've got letters for each one of you, but I understand the photo op has been requested, so I'll come down. And what we'll do is I'll come down to you, and then council will stand behind us, and we'll do that, and I'll get you your letters. And then if we need more time, we'll take more time for photo ops. Other than that, you're free to go for the night. So with that... Well, that was awesome. It's great to see young people, and as I've always said, it's nice to celebrate success in our community, especially when we get to do it with the youth. So we appreciate them representing us, and we wish them the best over the next few weeks at the state competition. With that, that rolls us into item number 6, which is public comments. Public comment the public may address council on any item unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of city council, or to express an issue on an opinion. Its purpose is not to provide a forum for debate. Some questions may require consideration by council, or may require some additional input from staff. So there's no expectation to have an immediate response. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes by myself. You got a timer here to my right. And as you run kind of low, we ask you to summarize your comment. Certainly you can submit a written comment subsequently. So with that, do we have any public comment? And if you can give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thomas Grandbois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. I wanted to highlight a couple of things tonight. I wanted to highlight some positive things, some positive staff interactions that I've had that I know you guys probably get a lot of, you don't always get a chance to hear positive things. So I wanted to highlight Chad from the graffiti abatement program. The other day there was some graffiti in our alley, and we got a hair up our, you know what, and we decided to go through the Ask Pasco app, which is amazing, and we tagged, I believe, 30 pieces of graffiti within our immediate area, and within 3 to 4 days, Chad had knocked them all out. So I really want to recommend everybody, to all the people watching at home, if you do have graffiti, please just use the Ask Pasco app. It's fantastic, and the turnaround time is incredible. The other person is Park Ranger Steve. He's one man, and he does a great job covering our parks in the downtown. I don't know what we did without him there. His presence is really, really vital to our success. And then the final thing, I know there have been some requests for public records in the past from folks here, and I went and I submitted a public record request for what was provided to them. So Ms. Mahoney, I just wanted to give this to you. This is a print up of what was provided to you, so you don't have to worry about that. So I'll just leave this here for her to pick up in case she has any other comments. So thank you all very much.
Oops, sorry, my mic was off. Ms. Mahoney. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles, provide a 404 permit for Pasco's floodplain sewer station, give a start date for the floodplain Road 48 Park and for the floodplain LID on Pearl Street, indicate which plan, LID plan or design. What's the total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center, including Matt Watkins' Wow Factor wave machine, which comes in at a cost of, who knows, $22 to $280 million. Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million. How much is going for homeless shelter for people with and without pets? How much of the CIP budget is going for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic anywhere? Provide the deleted Pasco City Council meeting with City Attorney Lee Kerr's comments regarding the WSU contract, Angela Zeiler's missing rainy day fund from Animal Control, his permission for no due process at Animal Control, floodplain development, and more. How much money does WSU pay Pasco and Animal Control for our dogs and cats used for research? Animal Control, Angela Zeiler's quoted in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were the ones the shelter would have had to kill anyhow." See Animal Control Zeiler-Zegan's files with Bell, Kilo, Jack, and more, as well as WSU Animal Control dog videos. Give Angela Zeiler's rehire date at Tri-City Animal Services. For all details, call Lee Kerr at 7351542. Animal Control has botched many euthanasias, calling it popcorning the dogs and cats. That is, dogs and cats suffer painful and violent deaths. Provide Zeiler-Zegan's education and certification for humane methods of euthanasia required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000. The Missing Rainy Day Fund. See Chambers, Hernandez, Howard, and Angela Zeiler, respectively. Provide insurance policies for Tri-City Animal Services and cat bonds for Pasco. For a list of all WSU dog and cat research providers, call the WSU president at 509-335-4200 and WSU's Dr. Guy Palmer, also of the Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health. He can be reached at 509-432-3385. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
City Council members, my name is Amber Wade, and I have lived in this community since 2001. I'm here today to again address the ongoing water issues in our mobile home park at the Sands Mobile Home Park located on 1st and Court Street. Recently, it took me 30 minutes to fill my bathtub. That is completely unacceptable, and it is not just me. Other residents have experienced low and inconsistent water pressures, and we have taken measurements to confirm this issue at multiple homes. Instead of fixing the problem, management is now threatening me with another cease and desist letter for speaking up. I already received one, and when I reached out to their attorney for a response, they never even acknowledged my email. And I am not the only one. Other residents are afraid to speak up because they fear retaliation. Local politicians have come to the park, spoken directly with residents, heard their fear firsthand. They acknowledge that what is happening is not right, and something needs to be done about it. On top of all of this, this ongoing fight is affecting my mental health, which I have spoken before. I have worked hard to regain my stability, but the constant stress, intimidation, and fear of losing my home are taking a serious toll. This is not just about water, this is about our well-being. No one should have to fight this hard just to be in a livable home. So I am formally requesting that the city step up and send an independent third party to contractor to measure the PSI levels multiple times at different locations with both myself and Bruce Schnabel, the owner of the mobile home park. So we need transparency, fairness, and a real solution. This is not just about me. This is about holding mobile home park management accountable and protecting all residents who live under these conditions. What steps will the city take to ensure that we have consistent water pressure and that the residents like me are not threatened for speaking up? It should not take somebody 30 minutes to fill up their bathtub on any day.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is our reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? I think Mr. Grimm, I see a flashing green. We'll see what that does.
I was wondering the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, Thursday night I attended the Benton Franklin Transit meeting and just really heard a report from our CEO, Thomas Droist, about the key performance indicators, and it was a real brief meeting, but I appreciated him challenging himself, his team, to standards there that are measurable and that they can follow up on and just really have some accountability in trying to better the organization. He's, several months in now, but I'm sure still getting his feet wet, but yet he is more comfortable, confident, and I believe he's off to a great start there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll go with Mr. Harpster because it looks like Mr. Milley's struggling. If we have to, slide my mic over, David.
Yeah, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, along with Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Council Members Grimm and Barajas. Outgoing Port Director Randy Hayden gave a presentation on really how the port's done over the last 25 years that he's been there, and certainly exceptional. And they still got a lot of great stuff in the pipeline that I'm sure we'll hear about. That was it.
Thank you. There you go.
Now it's working. Okay, yes, last Thursday I did attend the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and it was a great report, but the highlight for me was the Highland Park. I was a Pasco youth football coach for a while there, so they talked about installing sidewalks, possible walking paths in the future, and then of course a little bit updating some of the landscaping. So yeah, it's just good to see that our youth are being well taken care of, and some of the fields that have been around for a number of years are improving and making them better and better. So glad to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. All right, I just know I saw some flashes with mics that weren't working at one point. So with that, it looks like that's what we've got for item number 7. We'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. None are listed tonight. That moves us on to item number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating to hearings. We've got item A, which is ordinance number 4764, Columbia Riverwalk Apartments West rezone from I-1 to R4. This is zoning matter Z2024009, and it looks like Mr. Raymond's going to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Your Honor and council members. Good evening. The owners of the property addressed as 2326 West A Street have requested to rezone parcel number 119-740-1015 in Pasco from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential. The subject property is approximately 1.38 acres in size. And as you can see from the aerial map, the surrounding area contains a mix of high density multifamily residential along with some commercial and even some single family residential uses. Next slide, please. The comp plan land use designation is mixed residential commercial. As such, the requested R4 designation is allowable and fitting in this location. Under the mixed residential commercial land use designation, the applicant has the ability to develop a residential use in the 5 to 29 units per acre category. Next slide. The surrounding zoning designations vary from R1A2 low density residential alternative district to the north, C1 retail business district to the west, and R4 high density residential to the east. Given this, R4 is a fitting continuation of recent development trends in the area. Next slide. This slide speaks to the requirements on how to evaluate zoning petitions like this, and in consideration of all the criteria, application package, and public comment, staff finds consistency with this criteria. Additionally, the hearing examiners held a public hearing on January 8, 2025, and subsequently recommended approval of the requested zone change. Next slide. At this time, staff is requesting that the City Council adopt Ordinance 4764, amending the zoning designation of the subject property from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? This hearing? Sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, I just need to go through the script real quick for quasi-judicial. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing, and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, any member of the public wishing to seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments of staff from by council? Seeing none, can I go ahead and get a motion?
Yes. Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to adopt ordinance number 4764, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located at 2326 West 8th Street on the south side of West 8th Street at the intersection of West 8th Street and South 23rd Avenue in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Got a motion by Mr. Sorry. I got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, which is resolution number 4581, fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement with Benton County Emergency Services, BECS. Mr. Ferguson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, first of all, I must say I'm very disappointed. I worked very hard on trying to get multiple colors in this document to show you the differences, and they were there, but then they got lost in translation. So anyway, I was. Do you ever? Okay, good.
At least on
I had it up to 3 colors at one point, but anyway, long and short of it is I won't drag you through it. I'll just show you the things I really wanted you to focus on that were different from last time. Were on page 14 of the document. I guess it's page 330. Well, gosh, I guess mine may be off now, but it's page 14 of the fourth amended document talking about the public records. Essentially, the first section describes ownership of the records. Now that all the member agencies will be, or participating agencies will be members of they'll have ownership of their own records. The second part really talks about retention, and that the BCS will be solely responsible for retention values, but will not go below what the state law minimum is. So that's a significant concern that we would have, and it's ameliorated by that provision. Next part that really is focus is that the member agency will be the ones who are responsible for processing their request. And further down in that section C and D, you can see that BCS, because even though the records are created by each jurisdiction and they, quote, own them, they don't actually possess them, because BCS has a lot of these records in their bank. So what is, and the big key, or I guess the big, not bone of contention, but the big concern was how then, if they have the records and we're responsible for providing the records to make sure that it's compliant with the Public Records Act, how do we know that the search was adequate? So the part that you see in D, where it talks, you see the 1 and the 2 there, that is really the part that came in after a lot of discussions, because what it said is that if BCS does the search, they essentially are indemnifying the agencies for the adequacy of that search. Now, there's pretty strict requirements to get to that point. It has to be the only portion that if somebody was to have been found liable for not providing records, it has to be the only reason that it would have been subject to liability. But then also they have to go through and the city, you'll see 1 and 2 there, where the agency has to prove that they responded promptly and diligently, and that they promptly notified BCS, the staff, of their requesters' communication of additional searches. So those are two of the big concerns that we had that are taken care of by that provision. And then finally, the legal review is done by each agency now, instead of BCS's attorney, who is the administrative agency, is the city of Richland. So those are done by each jurisdiction now, that any kind of legal review is done by each jurisdiction. So those are the big things that I just want to make sure that we're spotted. A lot of work went into making sure that got written correctly, and that everybody could live with it. So yeah, if you have any questions, happy to try to answer them. But
sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have any questions or Mr. Corrales? It looks like you're making an attempt. Brad again.
There you go. I was just gonna ask, so BCES is as approved our changes. So what we're approving here, I mean, it's not gonna get changed? Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Yeah, everybody's gone through, and I think we are one of the last two to go. So everybody else has already approved it, so it won't have any changes.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4581, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement for the Benton County Emergency Services.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Moves us along to item number C, and I'll read it and then kind of talk about why we have two distinct motions here. Ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code section 3.35.220 and 3.65.150 and creating 113 or 13.85.095 with regard to irrigation utility rates. And as I mentioned, there are two options that we talked about. I know Ms. Sarah will get into detail, but that's why anyone following along sees the or in the motions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are going to be talking about irrigation updates to rates and connection fees. And we have discussed this item several times in the recent past, starting in October of 2024 and through most recently in the beginning of March of this year. So this slide is familiar to you as all the things we have discussed in prior meetings. So I'm not going to go into detail here. The service area shown in light purple. And then there are two proposed ordinances. The ordinances are very similar. The only distinction is the rates and connection fee established in each of them. And we'll get into the detail of that. But what do these ordinances do? Each of them, regardless of which one you were to act on, they both update rates for the next 6 years, so between 2025 and 2030. They both create a section in the code that addresses the connection fees, which was not established prior for this utility. And they both expand the program of low-income senior discounts to the irrigation utility. So that is common for all options provided to you today. And so what is the difference between the two alternatives? So alternative A, which coincides with ordinance alternative A, provides a connection fee established at the maximum calculated by the cost of service analysis, and that is the $1,468 in connection fee, and then establishes the rate increases at the lower alternative of the two. So that is 17% for the first 3 years, and you're seeing annual cost for the utility in the screen, and then the following 3 years at 3%. Alternative B has a lower connection fee, which is proposed at $1,000 for connection fee, and then the increases to rates is a little bit higher than the option A. So in this case, the first 3 years is 17.75%. So that is just under 18% for the first 3 years, and then the last 3 years in the schedule is a 3% update each year. So that is all I have to present tonight, but I'm happy to address questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council staff? I know we wrestled with this for quite a bit of time, and we narrowed it from 3 options down to 2 options. Now we have 2 before us, and we'll take action on one tonight. Mr. Harpster, and I can circle back with some thoughts.
Yeah, no questions for staff. Appreciate the presentation. I did just want to point out to the rest of council that in the staff report that was prepared, it does a good job of breaking down the 3 reasons for the need for this fee. One being the upgrades that are needed to the existing system because of existing use, and then 2, to support future growth. And so the way that and then 3, to cover rising operational costs. So the way that I would look at that is the first reason needing upgrades to fix existing issues is because of existing users, and that, so then the existing users should pay some share in a raised fee. And then the second reason, to support future growth, would tell me then developers need to also be paying a fee to support the growth of the system. And so just based on that, I'd be in favor of option A. Wanted to share some math that I did. So option B at a connection fee of $1,000 per dwelling unit and a total rate increase of $173.69 by 2030 is a 475% difference. So it's not necessarily fair, but I do think it's the best case that we've got of the options, right? And there's a definite need. With option A, those numbers are very different. So connection fee of $14.98, total rate increase of $166.19. By 2030 is a difference of 801%. And so just another reason that I'd be in favor of option B. And then lastly, again, this is a need that I think can easily be explained. But as Ms. Copeland from Tri-City Association of Realtors mentioned a couple weeks ago, this does effectively end up as a tax on new homes. And so there, just that again is a third reason for why I'd be voting for option B. Knowing that this is necessary, but giving us the option to keep it a little bit lower. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Yeah, when we talked about this, I think I was in kind of somewhere between like a B plus, somewhere in the middle of A and B. Looking at it, I think, I'm supportive of option B, and my thought is this: we opt in for maybe the lower connection fee if that's the desire of council, and then maybe we revisit in a year or 2 years, and if the connection fee doesn't seem to be doing the right thing, we can uptick it again at that point. But I do agree with your sentiments there that we're assessing a cost to growth, paying for growth, but we're also assessing a cost to users paying for historical users, which new growth can't account for any wear and tear, if you will. They're just adopting the system as they get it. So, yeah, I'd be in support of B. Certainly, if we lean towards A, I think it is what it is, and we've, at a minimum, we're getting the opportunity to make sure that our system's going to have longevity. I see no further lights, and that being the case, I guess, Mr. Millie, you pick and choose. Choose your own adventure, buddy.
Why don't we just shoot for option B first, and we'll see how that goes. So we're going to redo the reduced connection fee. I move to adopt ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 3.35.220, irrigation water utility fee, and section 3.65.150, senior discount, and creating section 13.85.095, connection fee, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Because we have two options, let's go ahead and do a roll call. I think that's just going to be cleanest.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Harpster.
Yes.
Prowlis.
Yes.
Barajas.
For clarification, this is for option B?
Correct.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes 6-1.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll move on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. It's a number. There are 3 items. Sorry, Dave. Did I cut you off? All right. Just, with the mics not working right, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business.